Chapter 651. A Thunderous Arrival. A few hundred meters away from Aaron, a rolling black thundercloud was scudding across the sky in his direction. He lifted his right leg and, when he set it down, he had moved 10 meters away from the children, placing himself between the cloud and them. Behind him, the two Emperor's Aegis members of his close guard activated the area protection feature of their PPS, surrounding the children and themselves, in a dome of solidified mana that glowed a faint blue. Aaron faced the incoming cloud, an unnaturally grave expression on his face as he raised his hand, and a shield rune popped into being between him and the cloud. Milliseconds later, a lightning bolt impacted the shield, and the crackling boom of thunder almost instantly followed. Interesting. A voice filled with confidence drifted out of the dust kicked up by the lightning strike. You reacted to my approach before anyone else, even before your security team. Interesting indeed. As the dust settled, a muscular man wearing nothing but a pair of tattered jeans was revealed. He had neat, chin-length hair and a well-trimmed beard, neither of which had a hair out of place. Should anyone see him, they would never suspect that he had been a literal lightning bolt mere moments before. The black thundercloud finally caught up to the man, hovering over the entire park. Lightning flickered deep inside it, lighting it up and dimming it section by section as the scent of ozone filled the air. The cloud was already thick enough to mostly block out the sun, but it continued growing thicker and thicker as it spread. Behind Aaron, the children in the PPS dome were slumped on the ground, sobbing in terror. One of the Aegis members had turned to them and was comforting them as best as he could, but their job description and training never covered pacifying terrified children. Nova, who was looking on from the nanoscale camera swarms that constantly followed Aaron, sent a note to Athena to include that in future training for Aegis members. After all, they wouldn't always be assigned to adults. There would inevitably be times they'd be called upon to guard high-value adolescents, or even small children. Cat got your tongue? The half-naked man sneered when he saw Aaron's lack of reaction. Or are you buying time for your security to come rescue you, As the man spoke, his voice became more and more distorted with hissing pops and crackling, like someone speaking through an old, cheap microphone. He turned to where people were already gathering outside the Aegis perimeter and smiled a brilliant smile for the reporters' cameras, both professional and amateur. Without looking back at Aaron and preening for the cameras, he loudly exclaimed, Whatever it is, your security won't be able to react fast enough if I do anything to you. He puffed out his chest, feeling more and more superior to the Emperor of Mankind, as his taunting continued failing to elicit a response from the man. The swings in his mood were quite rapid and erratic, just as one would expect from an awakener attuned to lightning. Not to mention the speed of his inane babbling. It had only been about 15 seconds since Aaron took his first step toward the incoming thundercloud. EndNote: one of the things that we've received a lot of questions about is how mana works and how awakeners get their attunements. It's based a lot on personality, the awakener's personality and, for lack of a better word, soul, influence what mana they end up attuned to. Here, it should be obvious why this Dudley dumbass ended up with a lightning affinity. Aaron finally opened his mouth after 5 long, seemingly slow seconds passed. No, he said with a smirk. I'm not buying time for anyone to arrive. There's really no need for delaying tactics. My Aegis are the best of the best of the best, and they are always active and ready to respond to any threat to my safety. But you're absolutely no threat to me whatsoever, he sneered, his arms arrogantly folded across his chest. You pathetic, unawakened, useless piece of SH. The rogue awakener began, but was quickly interrupted. As for my tongue being stuck, You were never the reason for my silence. You lacked the importance to even make me blink in faint surprise. I was simply wondering what I'd ever done that would give someone the confidence to approach me, or any other member of my government for that matter, with a measly attack like that." He turned his back on the half-naked awakener and smiled at the children, gesturing for the two Aegis members to herd them back to their parents, as the park was likely to become a battleground of awakeners very shortly. The Aegis members saluted, their armored fists crashing against equally armored chests as they stood ramrod straight, bowing their head in acknowledgement of the order. "Immediately, Your Imperial Majesty," they chorused, then turned and activated the inbuilt tractor beams in their armor, lifting the children and surrounding them in a protective stasis field as gravity's hold on them was overcome by the power of, mostly, human ingenuity. "And whoever said I wasn't awakened?" Aaron's feet lifted slightly from the ground as his eyes began glowing neon blue. The rest of the Aegis members on the perimeter chose that moment to act as well. They turned to face Aaron, and, in one synchronized motion, their left knees and clenched left fists hit the ground, their right fists repeatedly banging against their chests in the imperial salute as they bowed their heads and chanted, "Glory to the Terran Emperor!" A large PPS field drew itself between the Aegis members and the Emperor, locking Aaron in with the obviously mentally imbalanced Rogue Awakener. Aaron grinned a savage grin at the man as he growled, "No, you're no threat to me. You aren't even really a threat to my Aegis. You never were, you aren't now, and you never will be." He tilted his head from side to side, sharp snapping sounds ringing out as his neck cracked. "The only thing you're a threat to is yourself." Chapter 652 Superiority Complexes are the new Chunibyo. A few months after the 3%ers had graduated from the Awakeners School and Hero Academies, reality had finally sunk in for them. The power they held in their hands made them walking weapons, and they could massacre entire towns of normal people should they wish to do so. And human nature being what it is, most of them began feeling at least a little bit superior to normies. If their superiority complexes had stopped there, it wouldn't be a big issue. A little arrogance was fine, and could even be a good thing if it was properly restrained and channeled. After all, even Aaron had to admit that he was more of a benevolent dictator that had been moving farther and farther away from human norms since he received the system. But with the age range of the first human awakeners being what it was, a good bit of them had taken their superiority complex way beyond what could be even remotely considered healthy. Basically, hormonal teenagers are hard enough to deal with. Just ask any parent who's ever had a teenage child. But when you gave those same hormonal teenagers ultimate cosmic power, it shouldn't come as a shock to anyone with two brain cells rattling around in their heads that they would take things to the extreme. Thus, a cancer began spreading through the Awakeners as they came to believe that they should not only accept, but expect to be treated as superior beings in every aspect of their lives. As a result, there was a growing sense of discontent from normal people, who were feeling the brunt of the awakened extremists. Awakened crime began skyrocketing, keeping the Imperial Blessings Agency constantly overworked but well compensated, understaffed, and overwhelmed. The official policy was to brutally, and publicly, stamp out any extremism that began to show itself in the Awakeners. And that had given rise to even more resentment on the part of the Awakeners, which meant less people joining the Imperial Blessings Agency, emergency services, and other government agencies and ministries. Even some of the normies were against it, as every Awakener caught in performing any crimes, whether it be murder, arson, or other crimes of similar weight, were head-bagged and thrown in the pit to join the growing Ares penal legions. And to normies, that reeked of humanity's shameful past of slavery and segregation. There again, Human nature raised its ugly head and humanity began showing signs of splintering, this time over the treatment of awakened criminals. Some normies were perfectly fine with the status quo and honestly believed that awakeners were inherently superior beings. Others still espoused equality above all, and still others actually benefited from the situation, usually friends and loved ones of the awakener supremacists. And what Aaron was facing now was obviously an awakened supremacist. "Are you an AS?" he asked. "Ha ha! You're quite the smart one. You caught on quite quickly," the rogue awakener said, spittle flying from his lips as he began gearing up to deliver his perfect manifesto that would definitely cause the Emperor to withdraw his neutral stance in awakeners' affairs and take the side of the supremacists. Hell, he was even half convinced that Aaron was actually an awakener in disguise, so he should obviously agree with the supremacists. The sneer on Aaron's face disappeared, replaced by a blank, apathetic mask. "Since that's the case, I really have nothing to talk to you about," he said, then turned to walk away. "So that's it," the AS rogue said, contempt writ large across his features. "You just run away." He capered up behind Aaron, who was walking away, and tried evoking a reaction out of the impassive Emperor. He turned to the audience, especially the reporters studded here and there within, and mocked. "This is all the so-called Great Terran Empire has. Ha ha!" Aaron stopped in his tracks and slowly turned back around, coming face to face with the AS rogue. Not a hint of fear could be seen in him. "Okay, so let's hear your well-thought-out manifesto. I'm sure you have one, right?" He smirked and folded his arms across his chest again, a light smile playing across his face, though it was less playful and more murderous. The man obviously failed to read the room and scoffed with a scornful smile on his face. He felt his power was being appreciated, and that his beliefs had made even the Emperor of all humanity stop and listen to him in fear, despite all the security surrounding him. "First," he said with a mocking courtly bow, "allow me to introduce myself. I am Alejandro Garcia, and I have awoken the superior power of lightning. That makes me superior to unblessed scum like you normies, because I hold absolute power over your pathetically weak selves." He went on raving like that for a solid 10 minutes, getting so involved in his lunatic ranting that arcs of electricity began crawling all over his body. "There's no need to explain further, as I have the power to enforce awakened superiority over any unblessed scum I happen to feel deserves a reminder of their place beneath us. But me, and others like me, have been facing a single hindrance, you. You've been blocking our ascent to our rightful place, so I'm here to deal with you and kick off our glorious movement." He struck a power pose, with one hand on his hip and the other pointing directly at Aaron's face. He was looking forward to seeing the fear on the face of his target as he began the process of once again attacking the Emperor, who was standing in front of him. However, he'd obviously forgotten what had happened the first time he'd attempted a full-speed, full-power attack on Aaron, who had changed his position. He was now standing there, leaning forward and sticking out his chin with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as if his whole body was screaming, "Hit me! Go ahead and fucking hit me already!" Alejandro Garcia, late of the former nation of Spain, was about to have a really, really bad day. Chapter 653. A Truth. Lightning, contrary to popular belief, doesn't move at the speed of light. The invisible leader strike travels from the cloud to the ground at around 200,000 miles per hour, a far cry from the speed of light, which travels at upwards of 670 million miles per hour. But what people think of when they look at lightning isn't the invisible leader strike, but what's called the return stroke, which heats the air in the ionized pathways left behind by the leader strike, turning it to plasma. That travels significantly faster, at around a third of light speed or 60,000 miles per second. So when the people surrounding Aaron and the Awakener's supremacist, Alejandro Garcia, finally blinked their eyes clear of the temporary blindness caused by seeing a return stroke at incredibly close range, all they saw was the Emperor of Mankind standing in the same position he had been, slightly leaning forward with his hands clasped behind his back and his chin jutting out. But behind him was a headless corpse, still standing on its feet, and a fine red mist suspended above the neck, which was spraying arterial blood from where its head should have been. Then they finally heard the cracking whine of a pulse rifle round echoing out from one of the white and silver towers circling the park they were standing in, and understood what had happened. Someone had stupidly attacked the Emperor of all mankind, assuming that the visible security was the only security that Aaron had accompanying him. It was a fatal mistake. Aaron relaxed his stance and turned to the newscasters in the distance, their cameras all focusing on him. As the corpse behind him finally fell with a thud, he said, "Thus is the fate of anyone who attempts to overturn the foundation of our empire. No mercy shall be shown to those who believe themselves better than others by a simple quirk of chance, a cosmic event that just so happened to land in their favor. Awakeners are no better or worse than everyone else. All of humanity is equal. Equal in terms of opportunity, and equal in terms of squandering or grasping those opportunities. We all live, we strive, we succeed, we fail, we love, we laugh, we cry, we mourn, we bleed, and in the end, we all die. Some, perhaps, sooner than others. But that doesn't change the fact that no human is inherently better than any other. As for this man, his crime wasn't his words. We are not a petty man who would execute one of our citizens simply for espousing their beliefs, no matter how wrong they are. But that man," Aaron gestured at the corpse on the ground beside him, "took his wrong-headed beliefs and attacked us. He has paid the price for his mistake, and it was the last mistake he will ever make. So far, we have allowed the discussion of equality to continue on without weighing in for or against. But we have seen what's happening around us. We've seen the divisions fostered among our people by these supremacists. And we've seen your suffering and pain as those who mistakenly believe themselves superior enforce their wills upon you, our beloved people. Here and now, we promise you this, no longer. Things that threaten to divide humanity will no longer be tolerated. Anyone that seeks to enrich themselves by beggaring others will find themselves on the opposite side from us. And we will not be merciful. We will bring down the full might of the Terran Empire upon the cancerous blight growing in the dark, the so-called criminals of the popular phrase capes and criminals. As will the full force of the Empire be brought to bear on those unawakened that agree with such an insidious, divisive opinion as awakened supremacy. Not too long ago, we stood before what should have been a symbol of unity among humans, a united leadership that should have strove for peace, justice, and unity. And while we were there, we saw that it did anything but. So we replaced it because humanity must be united. Aaron hammered his fist against his other palm to emphasize the last three words. It seems that some have forgotten that humanity must stand united thanks to an outside, potentially hostile, force heading our way. Yet what I see now are people striving to return to the days of tribalism, of humanity being as disunited as a dish of loose sand. They have forgotten why we have done the things we've done. We eliminated hunger, poverty, homelessness, unemployment, and war. We've increased the standard of living for everyone, doubled your lifespans, and then some, and we've taken humanity and dragged our species out of the dirt and into the stars. And was it the so-called superior awakeners that did all of that? Did they do any of that? Aaron paused in his impromptu speech to let his point sink in, then continued. No! The people who pushed humanity to the stars, the people who feed humanity, the people who study the mysteries of existence and push human technological boundaries to a point that every single day is a day with a myriad of discoveries, both scientific and technological, have almost entirely been our unawakened citizens. So the claim of awakened superiority is an outright, utter lie. It's a lie perpetuated by those who feel strong, and in their minds, they think strength should be used to bully the weak. They have no idea what true strength is. But we will show them precisely what it is. That, our dear citizens, is another promise I am making to you, and another promise that will be kept. Aaron took a deep breath, and his expression returned to his usual impassive, authoritarian gaze. We are not a despot, however, nor are we a tyrant. If you truly desire change, then fight for it with your words, with your ideas, with your passion. If you truly feel superior to your fellow humans, then show it through your actions, your deeds. Be better. Take the high road. Do good. Enrich and encourage your fellow human beings. But whatever you do, do not use violence. Do not bully the weak. Because if you do, Aaron turned his head and glanced at the headless corpse next to him. If you do, he continued, softer this time, but with Nova ensuring that his words were clearly recorded by the cameras in the distance, then this will be the only end you face. Without another word, he turned and strode toward his shuttle, his back ramrod straight and steps steady and even, ignoring the shouted questions of the journalists in the distance. He had just give. Chapter 654 The Dispatch. As Aaron approached his personal shuttle, the Aegis members surrounding the park rose to their feet and deactivated the PPS dome, then collapsed into two files behind him and followed him into the aircraft. Once everyone had boarded, the hatch hissed shut, and the shuttle lifted off on a suborbital hop to the cube at Avalon Island. It was still the center of the Imperial government, as Aaron had decreed that his Imperial Palace would be the very last building to be constructed, and the construction would only begin after everyone else had been settled into their new homes. Sir, we have a dispatch from Proxima Centauri coded for your eyes only, Nova reported the moment Aaron settled into his seat. I wonder what happened that warranted sending a dispatch, he said. There were very few things that would merit the sending of dispatches across the vast gulf between Earth and the exploration fleets, so the news was either very good, very bad, or had far-reaching implications that might affect future exploration missions to star systems even farther from humanity's cradle. But that would have to wait until he reached his office, which was the only place that had equipment secure enough to scan his personal biometrics. Eyes-only dispatches were one of the few things in the Terran Empire that had to be handled in an air-gapped system with physical verification. Thus, Nova continued reporting. Some of the journalists on site live-streamed your confrontation with the rogue awakener, Alejandro Garcia. Currently, public opinion is divided into two camps. The majority opinion is on your side. It was obvious that you were under attack, so they believe the use of force was justified, and some are even calling for the sniper that took out your assailant to be awarded a medal. Humph, Aaron snorted. If I have to give out medals every time I'm attacked in the future, it'll devalue the awards and make them cheap. Have Panoptes quash the award idea. Ed note: the devaluation of military awards has a factual basis in history, particularly during the Vietnam War, where about 351,000 Purple Hearts were awarded to an estimated 3.5 million soldiers who fought there between 1964 and 1975. It got to the point where the Purple Heart was deemed completely worthless, even by the soldiers who received them. It isn't surprising, considering that about 1 in every 10 soldiers was awarded one. Yes, sir. Anything else of note come out of that? Yes. Some of the detractors are saying that you set the conflict with Mr. Garcia up yourself as a false flag operation to issue a warning and a statement to Awakeners that you can easily have them killed anytime, anywhere. They're justifying it by claiming it's impossible to hit lightning with a bullet from kilometers away, Nova reported. Well, I suppose it must seem that way to them. And we can't prove it either way without declassifying some of our predictive targeting algorithms, so just ignore it for now. If no crackpot conspiracy theorists had brought that up, we'd have had to bring it up ourselves since it's a surprisingly reasonable line of thought. Understood, sir. What's the threshold for Panoptes to step in on it? Nova asked. Let's say 30%. Once it hits saturation with that, many of my detractors have Panoptes start separating them into their own bubbles, and notify Nyx and Mnemosyne to keep a closer eye on the crackpots, along with the awakened supremacists. Yes, sir. Anything else? Not at this point, sir. It's fairly early, so the dust is still settling. We'll know more in a day or two and be able to make a more accurate forecast, especially after Mnemosyne gathers the data during the next few logins to the simulation. Put out a press release and push it to all devices so everyone is informed then. Should move things along faster so we can see where we stand with the supremacists, Aaron ordered, then settled back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest for the remainder of the 10-odd minutes until he reached the cube and would need to deal with the next pile of shit that dumped itself on his shoulders. Avalon Island, the cube. A pristine white and gold shuttle landed on the roof and settled in the secure docking cradle. The side hatch slid open with a whoosh and Aaron's Aegis detail disembarked, arranging themselves in 2 rows, facing outward with their pulse carbines relaxed, but at the ready. Once they were situated, Aaron hopped down from the shuttle and strode toward the elevator. "Where's the dispatch?" he asked the empty air. "Waiting for you in Lab O in the basement. Are you going there first?" Nova said. "Yes. I'd like to see this new ship class in person first. The dispatch has already waited at least 6 months. It can wait a few more hours." Aaron passed through the open elevator doors, all of the security protocols and handshakes already handled by the ever-efficient Nova. Understood, sir. The elevator doors swished shut, and the pumps attached to the shaft pulled a vacuum in it before the elevator shot down toward the lowest basement level beneath the cube at close to 500 miles per hour. Lab O was located roughly 3 kilometers underground and was the physical counterpart to Lab City, with the digital scientists operating drones and robots that could manipulate physical materials. It was also where his own personal lab was situated. Once he reached his lab, he walked in and looked at the 10-meter diameter sphere that was the newly designed Meteor-class messenger boat. It was a matte black sphere without any obvious construction marks, and looked like nothing more than a solid lump of some unknown metal. He let out a low whistle and muttered, "Impressive." He truly was impressed. The design was excellent and served its purpose well. As he looked at it, layer upon layer exploded out, in his AR view, showing the thick armor plating, internal machining, and even the miniaturized warp engines and fusion reactor. Not to mention the quantum server, which was about as big as the one he had first used to run Nova and the simulation of Earth. With a gesture, he set a nanite swarm to work disassembling the messenger boat. It would take about 2.5 hours to take apart, so he decided to use the time to read the dispatches from Task Force Proxima. Thus, he walked into his secure office attached to Lab O and settled into the recliner used for offline memory updating and review. He placed his hand into the recess on the armrest of the chair, and it read his fingerprints, and took a DNA sample from the base of his palm. Once the fingerprints were matched, a visor slid over his eyes and flashed a blue light, reading his retinal pattern as he recited the gibberish phrase he used as a voiceprint password. Identity verification complete. Welcome, Emperor Aaron Michael, the monotone voice of a Six said into his ear. Implement air gap protocol, Aaron ordered. Implementing, the Six replied. Aaron's implant disconnected from the network as the security blast doors came down over the doorway to the office. Once they sealed, a connection formed between the doors and walls, where runic script turned the room into a mana void, along with completing the Faraday cage built into the walls. Once the air gap was complete and tested, Aaron logged into the local network and began reviewing the DNA-encoded memory recording. His brows furrowed with a frown as he reviewed the information of what had taken place on Proxima Centauri b, and especially when the recording reached Birch demanding to meet with him in person regarding the status of the tree's children. After the recording came to an end, he remained reclined in place, his finger tapping at the arm of the chair he lay recumbent in. Chapter 655 To Go or Not to Go, that is the question 1. Within the time-accelerated VR's private space, Aaron, Gaia, and Nova sat silently, gazing at the scene before them. Aaron was struck by surprise, while Gaia and Nova struggled to reconcile what they saw with their prior understanding of reality, based on the data they had previously used to gauge the world. This silence continued for more than 10 minutes, as each of them digested the information in different styles. Without surprise, Aaron was currently digesting the information about Liafu, which to him was the second most important piece among the messages sent. He realized this knowledge was something he would only have learned if he had bought advanced-level mana knowledge, if not higher, as it was a worldview-altering revelation. Despite not changing the current events, this information was akin to discovering a new fundamental law of the universe. It didn't impact ongoing matters, but provided a framework to understand previously unexplainable phenomena and offered a new tool to exploit in the future. So, just as the laws of physics are the fundamental laws of the universe, mana also has its own fundamental laws, some of which have gained consciousness, Aaron said, his voice steady and reflective as the scene around them faded. His words were not directed at Gaia and Nova, who were beside him, but rather served as a means to vocalize his thoughts. He continued, more to himself than to his companions. Does that mean all other laws might also have gained intelligence? He paused, contemplating the implications. It should be the special properties of mana that are the differentiating factors in gaining intelligence. But that's just a theory at this point in time. Contemplating it any further without a means of proving our theories is pointless. Aaron knew that diving deeper into such philosophical and theoretical discussions would not be productive without concrete evidence. I currently need to go through more of the information, he reasoned. I'll leave it to the scientists to do the thinking for now. With a sigh, he shifted his focus back to the task at hand. He wanted to review and digest all the information uploaded to him, as his role demanded a comprehensive understanding of every discovery. Unlike the leaders of previous nations, who often made decisions based on fragmented knowledge or trusted their assistants, who most of the time had other agendas they wanted to progress, Aaron believed that his awareness of every detail would prevent him from being manipulated into doing someone else's bidding, issuing misguided or harmful orders. He reflected on the past, thinking about how many disastrous decisions were made because leaders acted on incomplete information. Those mistakes had led to unnecessary conflicts, resource wastage, and even loss of life. He then moved on to the next section, then the next, and then the next without stopping. 72 days in VR accelerated time passed with Aaron learning about everything the Proxima Centauri exploration fleet had discovered. From the special minerals not found in the solar system to the intricate formation of the planet, every piece of information was thoroughly absorbed. By the end of this period, Aaron and the two main AIs, Gaia and Nova, had completely digested all the data, embedding it deeply into their understanding. "This is the best result we could have ever fathomed, even if we had thought of it in the first place," Aaron said, clearly satisfied with the exploration fleet's discoveries. "Most of the time, they selected the best option among the choices they had, based on the limited connection they had with the Imperial Palace." "Yes, and they have even gained us more than 10 billion new working-age citizens, allowing us to not worry about the manpower shortage that was starting to show itself," Gaia responded, her focus on the influx of new people who would join the Empire. Usually, humanity was considered quite adept at adapting to new technologies and implementing them in their lives, but this was typically counted in decades. With the formation of the Empire, however, that timeline was reduced to mere months. Spaceflight, once one of the most expensive endeavors imaginable, became cheaper than pre-Empire plane tickets with a single announcement. The Empire's opening of space access was followed by an immediate start to the production of affordable ships by a company owned by Aaron. This rapid expansion into a vast industry, coupled with the Empire's efforts to make it accessible to almost everyone, presented a challenge. The industry, 1,000,000 times the size of Earth, offered an ever-increasing number of jobs, risking a manpower shortage within a decade of its development. However, in just a few years of the Empire's existence, several factors mitigated this risk. Complete health rejuvenation for all citizens, combined with secure housing, abundant food, and numerous incentives for having children, such as low-cost and subsidized necessities-free and high-quality education, led to a significant baby boom. This boom indicated a continuing trend for the coming years, as the costs of raising children were expected to keep decreasing. The influx of new working-age citizens from the Proxima Centauri exploration further alleviated the potential manpower shortage. The Empire's proactive measures ensured a steady growth in population and workforce, supporting its expansive ambitions and securing its future. But we will only reap the full benefits if they join the Empire. It seems that requires Sir Aaron to physically visit them before they decide whether to join us or become our ally, Nova interjected, reminding Gaia of the requirement, even though she was sure Gaia hadn't forgotten. Instead of responding to Nova's statement, Gaia turned to Aaron and asked, "Will you be visiting them?" "Sir?" Nova asked upon not receiving a response to Gaia's question. But that, too, was met with silence from Aaron's side. He could be seen tapping on the armrest of his chair, clearly deep in thought, weighing the pros and cons of both choices before him. To go or not to go, that is the question. But that didn't last long as he abruptly stopped tapping on the armchair. He turned to Gaia and Nova and began. 10. Chapter 656 To go or not to go, that is the question too. 10 billion Awakeners are too important for me to merely have them as allies when we have the option of welcoming them as citizens, Aaron stated decisively. He paused, contemplating the next steps. The challenge is understanding their requirements, he continued, his mind already strategizing on how to approach this critical decision. I don't know what it is, but if anyone among humanity can fulfill their requirements, it's you, Nova responded confidently. Based on what they did during the meeting and those memories from Kim Ho-so, it seems like they've given a requirement that could potentially be met. Otherwise, they would have made it clear. From what they've shown us, they don't seem to have a concept of lying. However, that could also be part of their strategy. but based on everything we've seen, they don't appear to be the type to deceive. Nova's perspective offered a cautious optimism about the Awakener's intentions and the potential for a fruitful alliance or integration. But first, it looks like we need to change the Constitution, Aaron said with a sigh, recalling the recent speech he had just hours ago in the real world, facing the public as a headless man laid beside him. Although he had mentioned that the Constitution could be amended if a compelling reason was provided, Aaron hadn't anticipated that such a reason would arise mere hours later. "So you are going," Gaia said, understanding Aaron's decision from his statement. "Yeah, but not immediately. As the Emperor, you still have things you need to complete before thinking of going," Nova interjected, wearing her hats as Aaron's personal secretary, assistant, and more. She ensured Aaron understood that despite his eagerness to meet species from the fantasies of books and anime now becoming reality, he couldn't depart whenever he wished, as he had and could do previously. I know. Plus, before I go, the infrastructure needs to be completed before I can even think of heading there," Aaron acknowledged. Despite the Empire's current state of peace, he felt a strong need to remain connected and updated about Earth's situations and occurrences. "When the time comes, are you going to announce your departure to the people?" Gaia asked, seeking clarity on Aaron's plans. "I have to, since even the change in the Constitution must be done publicly, with reasons provided for why the change is necessary," Aaron replied solemnly. He lowered his head, his gaze drifting into the distance as he continued. "But first, we have to acknowledge the existence of FTL travel to make everything coherent, despite many already suspecting its existence." Aaron reflected on the many classified or undisclosed technologies and discoveries that would need to be declassified or publicly acknowledged. One thing was slightly making him nervous, if that was even possible in the first place. It was the reaction of the family members who had their friends and families sent to another star systems with sub-FTL ships when the Empire already had that technology on their hands, but that was to be dealt with when that time came. "I will start coming up with a plan, and we should have everything ready for you to leave within 3 months," Gaia said, taking charge of organizing the preparations and wanting to use this as an opportunity to give Aaron time to rest after his intensive period of absorbing and digesting information in VR. "Thanks," Aaron replied gratefully before bidding them farewell. He was confident in Gaia's ability to plan effectively, knowing that he would need to approve any decisions before they were implemented. "I heard you were in Lab OA a few hours ago. Did something new pique your curiosity enough to rush back here and implement it?" Rena asked after Aaron arrived at their house. Finding her in the living room, he immediately went and rested his head on her lap, and she started playing with his hair. Rena's response to his hours-long disappearances was typical for her. She had grown accustomed to them over time. Her only curiosity lay in what Aaron was dedicating his time to during these absences. Whenever he vanished like this, Aaron invariably returned with creations that fulfilled the dreams of engineers around the world. These discoveries were enough to cement his reputation as a great engineer should he choose to publicly publish them under his name. Unfortunately for the world, these inventions would take longer to reach them, as they were stored in his private invention library. Only his and the Lab City researchers' inventions were housed there, accessible to the CEOs of his companies when they needed new products or solutions for their inventions. Aaron achieved these feats in just a few real-world hours, or the equivalent of 70-something days in accelerated VR time. His ability to innovate and create groundbreaking technologies in such a short span was unfathomable to her, and even his closest friends, as they didn't know of the existence of the system. "No, I was going through the data the exploration fleet had sent back," Aaron said in a low voice, turning his head to face Rena's stomach, clearly enjoying their moment together. "It arrived today?" Rena asked in surprise. Despite knowing it was coming, she hadn't focused on the exact arrival date, so the news caught her off guard. "So, anything interesting from it?" she asked eagerly, excitement evident in her voice. "Do you want to see it?" Aaron replied, offering to share the discoveries. "If you're tired, we can do it later," Rena suggested, trying not to pressure Aaron into showing her the data if he needed rest. "Don't worry about that. Let's go and see," Aaron insisted, rising from the couch where he had been lying. He gently lifted Rena and carried her to their bedroom, where their VR pods awaited. Her surprise at being swept off her feet was followed by delighted laughter as he set her down near the pods. They shortly logged into the VR, where Aaron started showing him summaries of the discoveries, with him going further into details whenever a discovery attracted her attention. Chapter 657 A Messenger 1. The next day, Rena could be seen adjusting Aaron's tie, ensuring it looked dignified and matched his full black suit, as if he were heading to a funeral. "If I didn't have the lesson already planned, I would have come with you," Rena said as she finished adjusting his tie and wiped the non-existent dust off his suit, doing a couple of double takes to make sure everything was perfect. Since she had decided to focus on magic research, and with Aaron's aid, Rena had been making significant breakthroughs in the field of magic use. These advancements even surprised Aaron, who already had high expectations for her. Rena's intimate understanding of magic, being a user herself, gave her an edge in her discoveries, an advantage Aaron lacked since he couldn't use magic without runes in real life. Although he could use magic normally in the universal simulation, Aaron didn't have the luxury of time to practice it due to his numerous responsibilities. Additionally, he preferred not to use the higher time acceleration unless absolutely necessary, as the disproportionate amount of time spent in the simulation compared to real life created a disorienting disconnection from reality, a feeling he didn't enjoy. As a result of her advancements, Rena was now delivering special lectures at various universities on topics related to mana, and the use of magic to access and harness it. These lectures had been quite successful, and today was one of those days, hence her statement. "Don't worry about it, and good luck with your lecture, love you," Aaron said, kissing her goodbye. "Love you too," she responded, with a blush on her face. Despite being married for more than a year, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter whenever she heard him say those words. Aaron left their house with a smile on his face, as he liked teasing her at every chance he got, heading to the elevator that was already waiting to take him to the roof. As soon as the elevator door closed, Aaron's smile slowly faded away. He transitioned into work mode, assuming the demeanor required for his imperial duties, which demanded a more formal and serious approach than his usual casual self. Upon boarding the Imperial shuttle, it immediately took off, having been prepared and waiting for his arrival. "How far apart are the families we are visiting?" Aaron asked, seemingly speaking to the void from his room in the shuttle. This would appear strange to an outsider, as he didn't have a human secretary. Two of them are in the same city, and the rest are in different cities on different continents. Taking into account travel and meeting times, it will take a few hours before today's schedule ends, Nova responded as she materialized from the nanomachine's reservoir in the room. She was dressed appropriately for the occasion, in full black, matching Aaron's attire. "How do I approach this?" Aaron asked, revealing his uncertainty as he tapped the sides of his chair. "You can take a look at the bullet points I prepared for you," Nova suggested. I kept it brief because of your photographic memory. If I showed you the full version, you'd likely follow it to the letter, which wouldn't be ideal. The rest should come from you, naturally and sincerely." She handed him a piece of paper materialized from some of the remaining nanomachines. Aaron picked up the paper and began reading through the bullet points in silence as the shuttle continued its journey. The journey continued until the shuttle landed in the center of the city, at the government building, the tallest structure in the area. This landing spot was necessary, as the shuttle required a large open space, and Aaron couldn't just land anywhere without causing disruptions, like interrupting children playing in parks. As a result, he typically landed at central government buildings. From there, he would be transported to his destination via a motorcade, which was always prepared in advance. Today's motorcade had arrived the previous night, ready to ensure smooth travel to his meetings. Aaron stepped off the shuttle and was greeted by the city's highest-ranked imperial official, who immediately extended his hand to welcome the emperor. Aaron reciprocated the greeting and continued the small talk, engaging with the city leader. During their conversation, the official invited him to a banquet that had been prepared in his honor. "Thanks for the hospitality and invitation, but unfortunately, as stated in the report sent to you, the Emperor needs to be in different cities within a few hours. So, we have to decline your invitation and head to our destination as quickly as possible," Nova intervened. She knew that Aaron's current mood wasn't really welcoming of enjoying, as he was on the what to deliver bad news to quite a few people, hence her timely interjection. "Sorry for that, sir. Please this way," the city leader responded promptly, pointing in the direction of the elevator. Aaron reciprocated with a polite smile, and, along with his Aegis, those who had accompanied him on the shuttle began walking toward the elevator with serious expressions, fully aware that their duties had now commenced. A few minutes later, a modest-sized motorcade departed from one of the large gates of the massive imperial government building. The motorcade moved swiftly through the well-connected city, and it didn't take long before it arrived and came to a stop in front of a one-story house in a quiet neighborhood. The security team immediately disembarked from the motorcade, joining the team that had arrived earlier to secure the perimeter, with one of Aegis members approaching to open his door. Taking a deep breath, Aaron said, "Let's get to work," as he stepped out of the car and began walking towards the house. He gestured with his hand to the security members who were planning to follow him, indicating that only Nova would accompany him inside. Knock, knock, knock. Silence fell as Aaron waited for the door to be opened, and the rest of the neighborhood gathered from the distance to see what had brought a convoy of cars and heavy security to their quiet streets. Shortly thereafter, the door was opened. Chapter 658 A Messenger 2. There was silence in the room, briefly interrupted by the sound of a woman crying. In any other circumstance, this would be distressing, but here, it was an expected reaction as she had just received news of her husband's death. It was the Emperor himself, who had shouldered the weighty responsibility of delivering the news of the Proxima Centauri exploration fleet's casualties. Both he and Rena were sitting in silence, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation, allowing Rachel, who was sitting in front of them, to cry and process the devastating news for a moment, as the weight of the news warranted such a reaction in the first place. "I'm sorry for showing this side of me, but I can't help." Rachel attempted to regain her composure and apologize for her emotional reaction, but she struggled to control herself and soon resumed crying. Nova rose from her seat beside Aaron and moved to sit beside Rachel. She gently embraced her, offering a comforting shoulder to cry on. Rachel leaned into the hug, her crying intensifying as if a floodgate had been opened. This continued for more than half an hour, with Nova providing unwavering and highly needed comfort to Rachel until her intense crying gradually subsided to a level where conversation could resume. Throughout this entire period, Aaron remained silent and respectful, his reverence for Rachel's grief evident, allowing her the time and space she needed to digest the heartbreaking news in her own way. I know this may not be much consolation during your time of grief, but I hope it allows you to mourn without the added burden of financial worries for yourself and your children. Every Imperial official on duty in hazardous conditions has a life insurance policy, and the lump sum payment will be deposited into your account by the end of today. Following that, you will receive monthly payments from the Imperial Veterans Affairs Department for the next century. The official burial ceremony for those confirmed deceased will take place in 2 weeks, but we will coordinate further details when you are ready. The department responsible for managing these affairs will visit you soon to assist with organizing matters, like work and other practicalities. There are more details, but they are less relevant to your immediate situation. You can request more information whenever you are ready. I'm sorry, but this is all I can say for now. I want to emphasize that your husband's sacrifice was not in vain. Thanks to such sacrifices, we have made a world-changing discovery, which will soon be shared with the public. Aaron spoke in a compassionate tone. At the same time, Nova continued to comfort Rachel, who still rested on Nova's shoulder, listening quietly. As previously stated, there was a comprehensive life insurance policy in place for Imperial officials sent on dangerous missions, such as exploration or military duty. This ensured that families received a substantial lump sum payment to address immediate financial needs, allowing them to focus on mourning their loved ones. In addition to this lump sum, they would receive monthly payments ranging between 2 to 4 times the minimum wage for a period of a century. Furthermore, additional benefits were extended to the children of the deceased. These included free public transportation, which, in the context of the Empire, facilitated access to virtually anywhere, as each completed city boasted comprehensive public transit networks connecting all parts of the city. Monthly allowances were also provided throughout their education, along with various other privileges directly administered by the Empire. These benefits were structured for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, they served as an incentive for individuals to join and serve in the imperial government. Secondly, they were designed to discourage recklessness and ensure that decisions resulting in fatalities were carefully considered, as each death incurred significant repercussions, both personal and societal. This approach aimed to minimize unnecessary loss of life and uphold the welfare of those serving the Empire. As for the heads of missions attempting to falsify or misattribute deaths to avoid the associated financial liabilities or investigations, such actions were virtually impossible to conceal. All individuals participating in these missions were equipped with nano-implants that continuously transmitted real-time data to communication nodes of the Empire, whether public or private. This data was meticulously cataloged and made available for scrutiny by virtual intelligence systems tasked with verifying mission reports. Furthermore, the writers of these reports were subject to scrutiny by their assigned memory virtual intelligence, which would analyze the intent behind the reports in light of the data collected by the nano-implants. If discrepancies were found between the reported events and the objective data, investigations would ensue to ensure accuracy and accountability in mission reporting. Thus, the system ensured transparency and deterred any attempts to manipulate or misrepresent mission outcomes. Aaron spent the next half hour with her, comforting and reassuring amidst the difficult news. When the time came, he rose and bid her farewell, knowing he had to deliver this heartbreaking news a few more times before his duties for the day were complete. He walked out of the house alone, leaving Nova to spend more time with the wife of the deceased as they awaited the arrival of some Aegis members, who were sent to pick up her children from school and bring them home. As he made his way out, Eren paused when he noticed a flagpole erected in the yard of the house. It was now flying the Imperial flag, its colors replaced entirely with white, and adorned with the Imperial seal, a symbol reserved for funerals. This solemn display indicated to anyone who saw it that someone inside had died in the line of duty. "It's going to be a heavy day," Eren sighed after boarding the car, acknowledging the emotional toll of delivering such news. Despite the system's previous attempts to modify his brain to alter his ability to feel, he fortunately discovered and managed to stop it and mitigate its effects. However, some remnants of those modifications remained, enabling him to handle heavy situations while still allowing him to feel the emotions pertaining to them. "Better to be the one delivering it than the one receiving it," Nova remarked as she materialized in a new body inside the motorcade, her other copy still consoling the wife. "I don't even want to think of that," Eren replied solemnly. The thought of being on the receiving end of such news was something he dreaded, knowing it wouldn't end well for the one who caused the bad news. He pushed the thought aside as they continued their journey to deliver the sad news to the other families. Chapter 659, Addressing the Empire 1. As Eren and Nova visited the different families to deliver the sad news, the rest of the Empire was left wondering about their activities. Videos circulated of them arriving at ordinary houses, spending a few hours inside, and soldiers raising a white Imperial flag in front of each house before departing. The sight of the white flag, symbolizing the loss of someone who died in the line of duty, sparked widespread curiosity and concern among the citizens, who speculated about the nature of these visits and the tragic news being shared. With these visits occurring randomly and often on different continents, many people dismissed the idea of them being surprise visits. This conclusion was further supported by the sight of the white Imperial flag, a symbol previously only seen at official burial sites like war heroes' cemeteries or the burial grounds of those who had fallen victim to cult attacks. The presence of the flag indicated a somber purpose behind the visits, leading the public to speculate about a recent tragedy affecting multiple families across the empire. But the speculation didn't last too long, as some of the family members of the deceased had told the neighbors who had visited them, which spread from there, or some distant relatives using this as a means of gathering clout on the internet. But the gist of the reason behind his visit was made known, and with the Imperial Press Secretary still remaining quiet on the situation, people started coming up with their speculations of their own. With the reason for Eren's visits revealed, news spread that the visited families had members on the exploration fleet. This led to widespread speculation about how the news reached the Empire if the fleet was still supposed to be in transit. People wondered if the number of dead was limited to those visited or if there were more casualties, with Eren visiting families randomly and others set to receive the news later. Although millions were aware of the existence of FTL transportation within the Imperial arsenal, 99% of them were currently on an exploration mission. The few who remained on Earth kept this information to themselves, as it was still classified technology. This left the public with nothing but speculation, leading people to create their own theories and narratives in the absence of official acknowledgement or leads. Some speculated that the Empire possessed FTL capabilities, but these claims were largely dismissed with scientific arguments emphasizing the impossibility of surpassing the speed of light. Others theorized that the Proxima Centauri fleet might have blown up midway, and that Imperial observatories had observed this, prompting the delivery of the grim news. Another group suggested that the Emperor was using this situation to divert attention from the recent controversy involving an Awakener, who was killed for attempting to attack him. Each theory, regardless of its basis in reality, added to the growing tension and demand for official clarification from the Empire. The speculation didn't last long. Shortly after, a notification went out announcing that the Emperor would be addressing the Empire. Since this was not an emergency address, it wouldn't override all broadcasts, but would be aired on government-owned channels and any other channels that chose to carry it. Upon the arrival of the scheduled address, Eren materialized in front of his usual address room in VR. The room was still in use, as the construction of the Imperial Palace had yet to begin, and his current address remained operational for other tasks within the still privately owned island. This made VR the only place where he could address the Empire, while also having reporters from all over the world present to ask questions. After his usual brief greetings, he got straight to the point. First and foremost, it is with a heavy heart that I confirm the tragic loss of our exploration fleet to Proxima Centauri. The brave men and women who embarked on this mission knew the risks involved, and they made the ultimate sacrifice in the pursuit of knowledge and the advancement of our empire. To the families and loved ones of those we have lost, I extend my deepest condolences. As you may have seen, I have been personally visiting the families of the deceased to offer my support and ensure they receive the benefits and assistance due to them. This is a small gesture in the face of such a profound loss, but it is my hope that it provides some comfort during this difficult time. As for why we are only announcing the deaths of a few members and not the entire fleet, as many of you speculated, it is because they are not in transit. The Proxima Centauri exploration fleet had already arrived and started their mission more than a year ago. He paused, knowing the weight of his words required a moment for the audience to process. Yes, I know it seems impossible to have achieved this without traveling faster than light, given the distance is more than 5 light years. So, I will take this moment to officially acknowledge faster than light travel's existence. All of our exploration fleets have arrived at their destinations, some just a few weeks ago. He paused again to let the significance of his statement sink in. Now that the question of travel has been addressed, many of you must be wondering how we received the news of their deaths if they are 5 light years away. Currently, we don't have direct communication established with them due to the high energy requirements. Instead, the communication was delivered in the traditional way, by sending servers back with the information. These messengers arrived yesterday, hence, our verification of their deaths only happened yesterday. He then proceeded to delve deeper into how the deceased would be honored and what medals would be provided, creating an impression that this address was primarily about satisfying people's curiosity regarding his recent activities, thereby diverting attention from the imminent announcement he intended to deliver once he had paid due respects to the deceased. For those privy to the upcoming announcement, it was clear that it would overshadow everything said before, which was why he dedicated significant time to honoring the dead and giving them the spotlight at the outset. Chapter 660 Addressing the Empire 2. With the servers having reached us, it also means the data they collected throughout their exploration period has been sent back, along with many surprising discoveries. With my previous statements, I'm pretty sure that many of you are likely wondering the same thing, whether we are still alone in the universe or if there are aliens on the planet. He paused, allowing the tension to build, and everyone watching felt their anticipation grow. It's more complicated than that, he said. Before the reporters could interrupt, the scene shifted to a visual presentation. The screen showed part of the exploration fleet arriving at the planet, indicating that he chose to show rather than tell. The scene shown were carefully selected anchor points that summarized the entire situation. The montage concluded with the image of the newly created races being placed into standardized VR pods, providing enough explanation before the scene returned to the Emperor standing at the podium. Both the room and the viewers who watched the recap were silent, their minds struggling to process the information while simultaneously resisting it due to its unbelievable nature. Had it not been presented by the Emperor, they might have dismissed it as a movie or game promotion, which seemed more plausible than a summary recording of a star system 5 light-years away. As I previously stated, it is complicated, Aaron continued. We had found life before, but it was at a microbial level, which was expected since the planet had all the necessary conditions to support life. However, we didn't find intelligent extraterrestrial life, at least, not initially. But we had a significant hand in their creation. He dropped another bombshell. We share 99% of our DNA with them because they used one of our members as the foundation for creating these new species. This makes them nearly identical to us, except for a small percentage that affects their appearance and their natural affinity for mana. Unlike us, they do not need to awaken to these abilities. It comes naturally to them. In addition to sharing the same DNA, we are also currently responsible for their education and upbringing. This is taking place in a time-accelerated virtual environment before they leave the pods they are currently in. He paused before he continued shortly after. More data about them will be released after the Science Department reviews and verifies it for accuracy. He paused once again, preparing everyone for his following statement. And with that explanation out of the way, I would like to announce an upcoming amendment to the Constitution. He paused once again, having finally gotten used to the faces of surprise with every new piece of information that he was providing. He was even enjoying sometimes. This amendment will expand the definition of humanity within the First Amendment and encompass who is included under human rights. The meeting to finalize this will take place next month, after we have finished analyzing the data and determined we have enough information to classify the situation correctly. With that, I mark the end of my address and open the floor to questions. He barely finished his final sentence before everyone in the room raised their hands. Without Aaron needing to say anything, every reporter knew that raising their hands would automatically enter them into a raffle. This process ensured that reporters would be chosen randomly to ask their questions, preventing favoritism and ensuring that difficult questions could not be avoided by the addresser. Throughout the address and the video summary of the new species, you avoided mentioning their total number and if it is possible for them to be created again whenever desired? Asked Shimarimana, a former citizen of South Africa, who was the first reporter given the opportunity to ask questions. Their total number is 10 billion as of now, Aaron responded confidently. As for your second question, no, they cannot be created anymore through that means. The amount of mana required to achieve it is almost impossible to gather again within a few million years. However, they can multiply through birth just like us. He answered without hesitation, knowing this would be one of the easier questions posed by the reporters. Since we share more than 99% of our DNA with them, can humans interbreed with them? The second reporter asked, echoing the curiosity of many anime fans who were still in disbelief. Yes, it is possible, Aaron replied. In the same way a Chinese person can have a child with a Nordic person. As he said this, he could sense that the lives of a few people had been changed for the better, and he suspected the exploration fleets might soon see a surge in applications. Why do they resemble some of our characters from famous media? The next reporter asked. It is because, in addition to copying DNA, they also read the memories of the individual they were created from. This individual was very well versed in those media, so those characters became the template for creation. You will learn more about them once we release the full data on the situation from start to finish. Aaron answered, indicating that he would not be providing further details on this topic and suggesting that reporters should not waste their questions on it. How are you going to deal with the other side that contributed the majority to their creation? And based on your statement of amending the Constitution to include their creation, what is to become of them? Also, does this amendment mean that they are joining the empire as equals to us? The next reporter asked. At the moment, the amendments to the Constitution will only encompass the created races, not their creators. The matter of them joining the empire as equals is still under discussion with our creator counterparts. We currently have two options. One is for them to join the empire, and the other is for them to become our closest allies. To determine which path we will take, I need to visit and have discussions with them first. And as always, another bombshell was dropped. Chapter 661, Addressing the Empire 3. Why can't they come here and are instead making you go? Doesn't that indicate that we are showing they are important enough to warrant the Emperor of the Empire being at their beck and call by having him personally go to them instead of them coming to you? The next reporter asked. Aaron responded calmly. The reason I am going to them is not about showing subservience or being at their beck and call. It is a matter of practicality and diplomacy. Their environment and circumstances are unique, as their bodies are literally roots encompassing the entirety of the planet, and it is essential for me to understand their situation firsthand. Although they can transfer parts of their consciousness to small humanoid trees, there is no assurance that the connection can be maintained over the distance between the two star systems. So, the easiest solution is for me to go and have discussions with them there. As for the second reason, you have to remember that this meeting will determine whether the Empire gains more than 10 billion new citizens of working age, who are also natural awakeners, or if we have them as only our closest allies, which would limit our benefits. Given all the potential benefits of this deal, going there to secure the chance of having them as citizens rather than just allies is nothing but a rather simple compromise for me and the Empire. Based on your previous statements, it seems there is no direct communication between the two star systems. So, who are you going to put in charge during the period when you will be cut off from communications with the imperial government? Asked the next reporter, as if the question had been planned in conjunction with the previous one. His previous statements immediately led to the following question, as it indicated there is no direct communication between the solar system and the Proxima Centauri star system. The idea of the Emperor being disconnected from the Empire for more than a year was both dangerous and opportune, opening the door for potential issues either from external threats or internal factions aiming to seize power during his absence. This concern was on the minds of many reporters and politically savvy viewers. Although the Empire had swiftly entered a period of stability, unprecedented for a new regime, much of this stability was credited to the Emperor's absolute power and control over the military. The military's consolidation, following the elimination of the cult and hardliners sent to other star systems, and the advancements in technology that enabled swift suppression of any dissent, had cemented his rule. However, the possibility of power being usurped during the Emperor's prolonged absence loomed large. Those closest to power, such as his wife, relatives outside the imperial family's succession line, and the Awakeners who viewed themselves as superior, could potentially attempt to seize control. The Awakeners, in particular, posed a significant threat. Although currently subdued by the Emperor's display of force, his absence could embolden them, risking a civil war. The military, now primarily equipped for interplanetary warfare, might struggle to contain internal conflicts without causing significant collateral damage. However, the greatest potential threat was overshadowed by the current Imperial military commander, John. As second in command of the military, he possessed significant power and authority, making it relatively easy for him to seize control should he become greedy during the Emperor's absence. This was the prevailing perception among the public, imperial officials, political scientists, and anyone who wasn't the emperor, as they couldn't fully grasp or even fathom the level of control the emperor actually maintained. Everyone with a political mind anxiously awaited the emperor's response, as it would either allay their fears or confirm their worst suspicions. Just because I said that I will be going, it doesn't mean that I will choose a representative, wake up one day, and just go without any preparation, since that would be quite counterintuitive. Aaron paused, noticing the confusion on the faces of the reporters, easily imagining the same puzzled expressions on many viewers. With a smile on his face, he continued, providing more details on his previous response. I must remind you that with the change to the Constitution, the people in the Proxima star system will also be considered citizens or allies. This means the Constitution applies to them, including the clause granting freedom of communication. By law, they are required to have access to the internet that connects them to the rest of the empire. At this moment, we are in the process of creating the signal towers that will be used to connect the two sides and allow for instant communication. The creation and installation of these towers are expected to take 6 to 9 months, and I am not planning on going there for at least a year. By then, none of the stated or anticipated problems will be issues anymore. The next reporter asked, Are people from there going to visit Earth, and will the opposite be allowed too? For the moment, no, Aaron replied. The reason being that they have not yet formed a society. For at least the next 5 years, access to their star system will be limited to allow them to develop the capability to exploit their resources and prevent them from being exploited due to their naivety. His response clarified that the Empire was giving the new species time to adjust. However, the underlying meaning was not fully grasped by many. While some might interpret his statement as implying humans were potential exploiters who could take advantage of the new species' naivety, the reality was more nuanced. Both sides had the potential to exploit each other, and the Empire's restriction on access was aimed at preventing such things from happening at the start, while also preventing misunderstandings or conflicts that could arise if there was no adjusting period between the two sides. But the same cannot be said for VR, he continued. Once their training and adaptation period is over, they will be connected to Earth's public communication infrastructure through VR. This means you will be able to interact with them in virtual reality earlier than in real life. He added this to preempt the imminent question he anticipated would follow from his previous answer. Chapter 662 Reaction. The questions continued before he brought the address to an end, with the time from the start of his address to the end totaling 2.5 hours. He has gotten really good at addressing people and making others work hard at realizing them for him. Felix jokingly complained to Sarah about Aaron as they watched the address together. Although his complaint was made in a manner of sarcasm, not he but the company he leads, was the one who was going to have to create all of the signal boosters that would be required to create a network between the two star systems, as their company was the one that was contracted to making many things from the government, including the communication infrastructure. Isn't it one of the requirements of a great leader? Being able to make promises and delegating qualified people to achieve those promises. Sarah responded, humoring his complaint, but also giving him the opportunity to brag and feel good. Well, I can't argue about that, as I'm cursed by endless work due to my overbearing qualifications. But what can I do, as it is a sacrifice I need to bear to help my friend focus on leading the country? He continued his play of someone being given heavy responsibility. But Sarah decided to bring an end to his bragging streak by asking, But isn't everything going to be made by atomic printers anyway, with the responsible Imperial agency sending the schematics for it? Felix decided to completely ignore her attempt at stopping his bragging by responding to her by saying, "Someone who works on the technology side of things that can't help but require my company to help them produce them, like you can't understand my side of things and my responsibility," returning the attack back to her. But neither of them could continue with their fun banter, as they couldn't hold it in, and they both started laughing quite hard the moment their eyes met. With laughing came skinship, and with skinship, the laughter slowly disappeared as they moved closer and closer, with the mood in the room changing from heartwarming to an erotic one. But before they could meet their lips, Aaron's avatar materialized in the room, causing them to separate. "Oops, sorry about that," Aaron said when he realized that he had blueballed his friend. "Doesn't matter. Why did you appear here?" Felix asked, acting as if he was fine and wasn't horny a few minutes ago. "What? So I have a reason to call my friends?" Aaron asked jokingly. "You can, but you usually just visit us in VR or in the real world, not through the hologram. I almost forgot we had it since it was almost never used," Sarah answered, this time talking about the change in his pattern. "Just wanted to try it when I saw it was the least used means of communication between us. Also, does anyone want to come with me to Proxima?" Aaron got to the point after giving his reason for using the holotech. "Isn't the time to leave about a year later? Why are you asking now, and in a manner that seems to be urgent?" Felix asked this time. "I need to know to include them in the plan if there are additional people needed. And we are currently amidst that planning," responded Aaron, giving his reasoning. "Give us time to think, as we can't just make such a huge decision out of nowhere," Sarah responded. They needed both of them to agree on whether they were going or not, since they really couldn't leave their other counterpart for a year without a good reason. "Okay, you have a week to decide," Aaron said, pausing for a moment. "Now you can go back to what you were doing," he said with a smile on his face amidst his disappearing. While Aaron was messing with his friends while planning his upcoming trip, the world was reacting to and discussing his address, with discussions and reactions divided into different categories. There were those who argued that this was just another round of propaganda from the Empire, and quite a few people were forced to agree, as the Emperor's explanation was really stretching the strings of believability. From the POV of those in this group, it looked like the Empire had decided the conclusion to their story, and whatever plot hole they couldn't explain, they added the word mana as the explanation for the whole. But there were counters to this, saying that if this was true, then the Empire was bound to be caught in the lie when they were connected to them following their training. It was quite a useless thing to lie about, since there was really no reason for this lie to be brought up in the first place, as there was no situation taking place that required such an absurd story to act as a cover-up. Then, there were scientists and anime fans who were waiting with bated breath for the data to be made public, so that they could see and decide with their own eyes whether the statement from the Empire was true or if it was a misinterpretation of data. But waiting for the data came with discussion and memes about whether the statement was actually true and whether humanity was finally joined by races from their own imaginations. This was quite a surreal feeling that had previously not even been imagined by the wildest science fiction and fantasy fans, but reality has a knack for going beyond our imaginations. But no matter which side or which group of this discussion people were on, deep down, everyone knew that if it was true, then the Empire would change forever and not return to its previous state, as it would mark the start of the Empire's expansion. Just a few years after its foundation, which resulted in taking over all the countries on the planet, it was followed by taking over the whole star system, and now it seems it is on the route to taking over another star system with billions of new citizens joining them as equals or allies. Chapter 662 Reaction. The questions continued before he brought the address to an end, with the time from the start of his address to the end totaling 2.5 hours. He has gotten really good at addressing people and making others work hard at realizing them for him. Felix jokingly complained to Sarah about Aaron as they watched the address together. Although his complaint was made in a manner of sarcasm, not he but the company he leads, was the one who was going to have to create all of the signal boosters that would be required to create a network between the two star systems, as their company was the one that was contracted to making many things from the government, including the communication infrastructure. Isn't it one of the requirements of a great leader? Being able to make promises and delegating qualified people to achieve those promises. Sarah responded, humoring his complaint, but also giving him the opportunity to brag and feel good. Well, I can't argue about that, as I'm cursed by endless work due to my overbearing qualifications. But what can I do, as it is a sacrifice I need to bear to help my friend focus on leading the country? He continued his play of someone being given heavy responsibility. But Sarah decided to bring an end to his bragging streak by asking, "But isn't everything going to be made by atomic printers anyway, with the responsible imperial agency sending the schematics for it?" Felix decided to completely ignore her attempt at stopping his bragging by responding to her by saying, "Someone who works on the technology side of things that can't help but require my company to help them produce them, like you can't understand my side of things and my responsibility," returning the attack back to her. But neither of them could continue with their fun banter, as they couldn't hold it in, and they both started laughing quite hard the moment their eyes met. With laughing came skinship, and with skinship, the laughter slowly disappeared as they moved closer and closer, with the mood in the room changing from heartwarming to an erotic one. But before they could meet their lips, Aaron's avatar materialized in the room, causing them to separate. "Oops, sorry about that," Aaron said when he realized that he had blueballed his friend. "Doesn't matter. Why did you appear here?" Felix asked, acting as if he was fine and wasn't horny a few minutes ago. "What? So I have a reason to call my friends?" Aaron asked jokingly. "You can, but you usually just visit us in VR or in the real world, not through the hologram. I almost forgot we had it since it was almost never used," Sarah answered, this time talking about the change in his pattern. "Just wanted to try it when I saw it was the least used means of communication between us. Also, does anyone want to come with me to Proxima?" Aaron got to the point after giving his reason for using the holotech. "Isn't the time to leave about a year later? Why are you asking now, and in a manner that seems to be urgent?" Felix asked this time. "I need to know to include them in the plan if there are additional people needed. And we are currently amidst that planning," responded Aaron, giving his reasoning. "Give us time to think, as we can't just make such a huge decision out of nowhere," Sarah responded. They needed both of them to agree on whether they were going or not, since they really couldn't leave their other counterpart for a year without a good reason. "Okay, you have a week to decide," Aaron said, pausing for a moment. "Now you can go back to what you were doing," he said with a smile on his face amidst his disappearing. While Aaron was messing with his friends while planning his upcoming trip, the world was reacting to and discussing his address, with discussions and reactions divided into different categories. There were those who argued that this was just another round of propaganda from the Empire, and quite a few people were forced to agree, as the Emperor's explanation was really stretching the strings of believability. From the POV of those in this group, it looked like the Empire had decided the conclusion to their story, and whatever plot hole they couldn't explain, they added the word manna as the explanation for the whole. But there were counters to this, saying that if this was true, then the empire was bound to be caught in the lie when they were connected to them following their training. It was quite a useless thing to lie about, since there was really no reason for this lie to be brought up in the first place, as there was no situation taking place that required such an absurd story to act as a cover-up. Then, there were scientists and anime fans who were waiting with bated breath for the data to be made public, so that they could see and decide with their own eyes whether the statement from the empire was true or if it was a misinterpretation of data. But waiting for the data came with discussion and memes about whether the statement was actually true and whether humanity was finally joined by races from their own imaginations. This was quite a surreal feeling that had previously not even been imagined by the wildest science fiction and fantasy fans. But reality has a knack for going beyond our imaginations. But no matter which side or which group of this discussion people were on, deep down, everyone knew that if it was true, then the empire would change forever and not return to its previous state, as it would mark the start of the empire's expansion. Just a few years after its foundation, which resulted in taking over all the countries on the planet, it was followed by taking over the whole star system, and now it seems it is on the route to taking over another star system with billions of new citizens joining them as equals or allies. Chapter 663 Reaction 2. No matter what you do, whether it's bad, good, or somewhere in between, once it's on the internet, you'll always receive both positive and negative reactions. There's always someone who either reads too deeply into the words, or not deeply enough. Some people can read or listen but struggle to comprehend the message as the writer or speaker intended. The moment they hear something, it passes through their personal filters before the brain starts to process what was being said or written. As a result, people often hear what they want to hear rather than what was actually communicated. This was precisely the case with the emperor's speech. He was not exempt from such misinterpretations. And the majority of these people were among the most prolific users of social media, eager to express their opinions. Consequently, they voiced their feelings and reactions moments after the emperor finished his speech, and it resulted in quite a mess. There were those who believed that the emperor was using the announcement to hide something. At Truth_Believer 243 R67, why do I suspect that the emperor is using this announcement to deflect responsibility for the deaths of the explorers? It seems like he's initially downplaying the situation by mentioning only a few deaths, with the intention of later revealing that the rest were killed by the new species, when they just exploded en route there. At Misinformation responded 52134. At Truth_Believer 243 R67, do you think you are making sense? This is like causing 9/11 to avoid a school exam. Also, why acknowledge it now when he could delay it as long as he needed? At Truth_Believer 243 R67, at Misinformation responded 52134, that is because he can't silence astronomers for longer, since the light of their explosion will reach us in a few years if the explosion happens in the last few months or so. And when they see it, they will have to speak about it. At Truth_Believer 243 R67, and Misinformation responded 52134, where did you go? Are you afraid to say anything now that I have given you the reason? People like you are the ones who like to talk without evidence and speak as if they know everything. There were those who took something from the announcement that reopened wounds, and they were in the process of healing. At Emperor 7412, did the emperor just admit to sending hundreds of millions of people to eternal damnation simply Because they did not recognize him as the ruler? And not like us. What do you mean? At Emperor Orator 7412, he just publicly acknowledged the existence of faster-than-light travel, meaning he sent more than 100 million people, including my dad, on ships that couldn't travel faster than a fraction of light speed, making their journey take anywhere between 1,000 years and tens of thousands of years to arrive where he is sending them. At Idenodagri, at Emperor Orator 7412, what if the technology was discovered after they were gone? It doesn't matter if it is a stretch, but that, too, is an explanation that doesn't make him that much of a villain, you think? They were going to be continually causing problems if they were left, and I believe he did that because that was the best decision he could come up with at that moment. At Emperor Orator 7412, if what you are saying is true, then now that he has everything under control, he should bring them back. Currently, he is capable of sending ships that can reach them with just a few months of FTL despite them being traveling for more than a year. So he should go for them and bring them back. At Idenodagri, unfortunately, I can't agree with that view. Initially, I was skeptical about the Empire and saw the leader as a power-hungry megalomaniac. However, the past few years under his rule have been the best I've experienced in terms of governance. I now have a stable home, something I never thought possible before. Even times when I had to be frugal with my meals are a thing of the past. Do you think those ultranationalistic individuals who were put in stasis will come back and appreciate the improvements? No, they will awaken with their old grievances intact, having missed the progress made. Their return could disrupt the stability we've worked so hard to achieve. Do we really want to risk that upheaval now, just as things have begun to settle? Then there were those who were solely focusing on the technology acknowledged in the announcement, and took to express how it should be used by the Empire. At Warmonger, why didn't they announce that they had the technology when they discovered it, and kept it to themselves? Shouldn't they share this technology for the betterment of humanity? #SelfishEmpire, #ReallyAcceptTheTechnology. At Bifaliefno, at Warmonger, are you dumb? At Warmonger, at Bifaliefno, what do you mean? You don't want the tech to be shared for the betterment of humanity? At Bifaliefno, at Warmonger, what are you going to use it for? Isn't the current technology enough for you to go anywhere in the solar system in less than a week? For the betterment of humanity? Isn't the Empire already doing that by sending out exploration fleets? Also, what makes you think the Empire discovered this technology and not one of his private companies, hence them privately owning the technology and were just sharing it with the Empire? That tech currently can only be put to use by the Empire alone, and they are amidst doing that. And if you say making travel short within the solar system, you seem to have forgotten that there is a speed limit within the solar system, and we are currently capable of going faster than that, but they are limiting it for safety. Think before speaking foolishly, but them acknowledging it is enough, as that means it is possible for the tech to be discovered. So raise your ass and go to Research City to build it yourself and stop complaining. Such discussions were among the many that were taking place, with some jockeying some morning, some just enjoying the discoveries, some denying them, and some just enjoying the moment, but that didn't mean that they weren't waiting for the release of evidence that was going to take place a month. Chapter 664, Start Persecution. Even after 2 weeks had passed, the Emperor's speech remained a hot topic of discussion. This was remarkably long for something to stay relevant in the fast-paced world of the Internet. Far from fading into obscurity, the Emperor's speech seemed to gain momentum, its importance escalating with each passing day, leaving the public increasingly intrigued. Today was the day of the official imperial funeral for the deceased explorers, broadcast live through the imperial news channels. The viewership was enormous, especially after the Empire released video footage of the evacuation that showed the chaotic and disastrous conditions the planet was in, which had led to the scientists' deaths. The footage seized the public's attention, as many were astounded by the fact that only a few lives were lost in the midst of such a chaotic natural disaster. The survival of the majority was a testament to the advancement of imperial technology. The funerals took place at the new Imperial Cemetery grounds, designated specifically for the burial of Imperial explorers who died in the line of duty. Unfortunately, these explorers were the first to be laid to rest there. Mars. I really thought this production ground would remain dormant until wartime, Hussein, a production military scientist, said as he watched the massive production ground in front of him coming to life. Since Mars had been selected as the main base of the Imperial military, it was expected to reach self-sufficiency and not require anything from Earth other than personnel. Although the planet's constructions have yet to be completed, Mars has already reached and even exceeded its goal of self-sufficiency. But despite this achievement, the majority of the atomic printers on the planet were inactive. The one currently being activated by Dr. Hussein was among them. The Empire understood that bored soldiers were not good soldiers. If everything were done with atomic printers, the majority of the military would end up sitting idly, which was quite the opposite of what was needed. Therefore, despite having an overabundance of atomic printers, only a small number of them were kept active. This approach ensured that soldiers had tasks to occupy them. The rest of the printers were reserved for wartime, when an immediate and massive ramp-up in production was necessary, and all available manpower would be needed on the battlefield. Only then would the remaining printers be activated. So, when the Empire, which had been carefully maintaining this balance, broke it willingly, you would know they were serious about their intentions. This is a special circumstance, and the order came directly from General John. What do you think he is planning to do with this? His assistant responded, following with a question. Although their assigned atomic printer was not among the top 20 in size, it was still as large as a city. Despite this, it was only assigned a team of a few thousand personnel responsible for production, maintenance, and inspection. Whether the printer was active or not, this team remained unchanged. What do you mean by that? Hussein asked his assistant, as he was quite literal and typically had difficulty grasping the underlying meaning of words unless they were explained to him. Do you think he's planning a coup or something? His assistant asked directly, accustomed to explaining Hussein's literal interpretations. The assistant wasn't worried about getting in trouble, knowing that Hussein valued reasoning and wouldn't simply accuse him of treason for voicing his curiosity. Without waiting for a response, he continued, I mean, look at the schematics of the ships we're supposed to make. I've never seen this type of blueprint before. So, it's either that they're a new class of ships or they're existing ships that are still classified and we're being used to produce them as we are quite idle. Alternatively, he could be creating his private forces or something. What do you do in your idle times? Dr. Hussein asked him once he heard his reasoning. Play VR games, the assistant answered immediately, tilting his head in curiosity about why he was being asked that question. He knew Dr. Hussein was genuinely curious and not playing mind games with him, as Hussein always asked questions with a straightforward intent. Does that mean you haven't been using social media for the past 2 weeks? Dr. Hussein asked, turning his inquiry into another question. The assistant understood that Hussein was building a hypothesis to explain why his previous conclusion might be incorrect. Realizing this, he decided to go along with it to see where the reasoning would lead. I'm an orphan raised by the Emperor's House of Hope program through the CS Foundation, So most of my friends are in the military, universities, research and development, or awakening academies. This makes it quite hard for me to be active online since there's no one to contact. If you add in military restrictions when we're in restricted locations, I usually avoid using social media until my rotation comes and I return to Earth. He answered while anticipating any further questions, curious about why his previous conclusion was wrong as well. That's why you would assume he's planning a coup. But you're wrong, Dr. Hussein explained. The fleets are being built to escort the Emperor when he goes to the Proxima Centauri star system. Dr. Hussein then provided a summary of what had happened over the past 2 weeks. He explained that the printing of the ships was given to them, as they were among the idle printers, in order to avoid disrupting the military's manufacturing timetable for the current active printers, which had already been scheduled a year in advance. Plus, do you really think the Emperor wouldn't know if something like that were to take place? Dr. Hussein said. If you're from that fabled Hope program, you should be smart. But is all the genius focused solely on research that you wouldn't realize that no one in the current military has the capability to orchestrate a coup? Turning his head toward the control room, which now showed that the printer was fully online and ready for operation with the raw material storage canisters already in place, Dr. Hussein pressed the start button for production without wasting any time. Chapter 665 Release of the Data. A month after his address to the Empire, and 2 weeks after the funeral, the Empire kept its promise by releasing comprehensive data about the data collected throughout the entire exploration fleet's mission. The release included almost everything, except for a few classified sections, which were clearly marked as such for those reviewing the information. Holy shit! Ryan, a microbiologist, shouted involuntarily when he saw the amount of data. What is it? Irene, his co-worker and wife, asked, startled by his outburst as she prepared breakfast in their comfortable home. Come take a look at what the Empire gifted us, he said, his face alight with excitement as he called her over, knowing she'd be even more thrilled than he was. This is going to take us centuries to go through, she said with a tone brimming with excitement, contrary to what one might expect from someone facing such an immense task. But first, we should request at least a month off. The sheer volume of data in their specific field of expertise was staggering. I'm pretty sure there's something in here that can revolutionize our knowledge of microbiology, Irene said, peering over her husband's shoulder at the screen. She was a romantic type, always excited by the prospect of new discoveries. We just have to be the ones to discover the diamond in the rough. How much savings do we have, dear? Ryan asked, realizing the potential in the data. He relied on his wife for financial decisions, since he had a tendency to spend impulsively, a habit that nearly strained their relationship during their dating phase. After getting married, he entrusted her with their household finances. Why? You want us to quit and focus on research? Irene immediately grasped his intent. She paused, considering their financial stability, then said, We can maintain our current lifestyle for at least 3 years. How about we quit and focus on this data for at least a year? Irene fell silent, weighing the benefits. After a moment, she agreed. Sure, let's do that, honey. If we're going to act, we need to do so fast due to the amount of data we are going to need to go through. We're not going to be the only ones thinking the same thing. She knew almost every scientist would be considering a similar move. The total amount of data was about 50 exabytes, organized into different categories for every field of science. This immense influx of information led almost all scientists to request at least a month of real-world time off to go through the data in VR. The sheer number of such requests forced some companies to pause their ongoing research for a month before resuming normal operations. Some employees even threatened to quit if they weren't granted the time off, highlighting the extraordinary impact of the data release. A/N. An exabyte is equal to a billion gigabytes, with Google having approximately only about 10 to 15 exabytes of storage. The reason for such a massive and simultaneous request was that the data access operated on a first-come, first-served basis. Once someone used the information to make a discovery, it would be recorded by the Akashic server, establishing them as the primary discoverer. If their discovery contributed to future technology, they would be entitled to 0.5% of the percentage of revenue generated by their contribution, provided it earned a minimum of 10 million END. While earning 0.5 END per product sold, if their discovery constituted 1% of a new technology priced at 100 END might seem small, the cumulative earnings could be substantial. As more products were sold, the discoverer would continuously receive payments, allowing them to focus on research without financial worries. Although many scientists weren't money-hungry and preferred to spend most of their time doing research, they still needed to support themselves and their families. This system made it possible for them to do both. Additionally, this influx of new information would enable many researchers to reach the necessary milestones to upgrade their research city labs to the next stage, gaining access to advanced machinery and tools. This was the imperial government's way of incentivizing research while improving the researchers' quality of life. New discoveries led to new technologies, which kept the economy active. The government also earned additional revenue, as they took the other half of the percentage of profit not given to the researchers. This strategy ensured a steady flow of innovation and provided the empire with a passive income source beyond the standard 10% tax, which wouldn't always suffice on its own. Although it might seem excessive that the empire took half of the profits from researchers, this was not widely criticized. The empire only claimed these cuts once researchers began earning more than 10,000 END a month from their discoveries. Until then, researchers had access to extensive research materials and advanced machinery for free, resources they would have only dreamed of affording on their own. Moreover, the empire handled essential tasks such as confirmation, patent recording, monitoring technology use, and collecting payments from those utilizing the technology. This comprehensive support structure relieved researchers of administrative burdens and allowed them to focus on their work, further justifying the empire's share of the profits. This led many to believe that the empire's cut was merely operational, with widespread sentiment that they were still running at a loss. Unfortunately, this assumption was incorrect. In reality, every cent earned from the research city was pure profit. These funds were promptly deposited into a reserve imperial bank account, accessible only by the emperor, and designated for use in furthering the empire's interests, and currently, they were earning money like there is no tomorrow. Although some companies complained that the empire's policies were squeezing their profits, this was countered by the significant reduction in their operational costs. By conducting all their research in Lab City instead of establishing physical labs in the real world, they benefited from lowered entry thresholds across various industries, no matter how advanced. This shift made it more feasible for companies to enter and compete in high-tech fields without the substantial initial investments that would have otherwise been required. However, for at least this month, the empire anticipated a temporary economic slowdown, but expected a surge in new discoveries. Chapter 666 The Devil Lies in the Implementation. With the changes being agreed upon, I hereby declare that the amendment has passed and will be ratified the moment it is signed by the Emperor. Gaia announced, as usual, acting as the chair of the Imperial Council. She then hit the gavel to conclude the session. Everyone in the room clapped for a moment, with many of the watchers unsure if the applause was out of obligation or genuine happiness. However, the smiles on their faces suggested it was the latter. Gaia then brought the meeting to a close, as this was the only agenda item for today's session, and the attendees had other pressing matters to attend to. "Why didn't you ratify the Constitution if it had already passed the Council in the first place?" Rena asked him the moment he left VR. "What is the urgency in it, darling? We teach our children, not his students at school, not to pay for anything or sign anything without seeing it first, and you want me to do the same for whole new races without seeing them?" His response made Rena chuckle. She didn't expect him to remain cautious despite all the evidence pointing otherwise, but he also compared the situation as if he were buying a house or shopping for a new car. "Plus, the moment I ratify it and they start creating trouble before I even visit them, they will have to be dealt with as citizens or allies of the Empire, not as enemies. This will limit our options and make it take longer to handle any issues compared to if they act out before I meet them and before I ratify it." "Where is Henry?" he asked shortly as realized his absence, something that rarely happened, as he usually liked to come and mess with him, and he was missing today. "Tomorrow is Friday, so he is where he usually goes on weekends, House of Hope." Rena reminded him of what day it was today, which was enough to inform him where he was. A few months after the formation of the Empire and stabilization of the situation, he had implemented a 4-day work week and made Friday to Sunday as weekends to improve the psychological stability of his citizens, since with the reason people were working the majority of the time of the week that they were awake was because their work life was short, making that much work understandable and slightly bearable. But now that life has been extended, there is no need to torture people for that much of time. "Well, it is good that he has people to play with in the first place, since everyone here is quite far out of his age range," he said as he looked around the room. His intention was what was beyond that, which was the still active training base, though this time only the best of the best were being trained here. "Did he go with Mom, Dad, and your mom again?" "MH," she responded. With that, they continued their conversation, shifting through various topics as they had an unlimited number of things to talk about. In a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Hephaestus Heavy Industries was currently the largest company in the entire empire, employing the second largest number of people, just behind the imperial government itself. They were responsible for the production of half of everything in the empire that required advanced manufacturing, effectively making them a monopoly. It had to stop there because they were actually sued by the Imperial Justice Department for being a monopoly. The lawsuit resulted in an agreement that required them to cease producing certain items and buy out all the small production companies they had put out of business, which ended up costing them about $1 trillion END, which was nothing compared to their profits, hence them agreeing to it without as much as blinking. The only reason the agreement was reached, rather than the usual severe penalties or even the dissolution of the company, was because Hephaestus Heavy Industries was doing the opposite of what traditional monopolies had done in the past. Instead of suppressing competitors and squeezing them out of the market, they were collaborating with them, helping create production machines and other resources to ensure these smaller companies could remain in the industry. Additionally, the agreement prohibited Hephaestus from engaging in practices similar to what Amazon had done with its sellers, such as buying the same products and selling them directly to compete with its partners. Despite these legal constraints, Hephaestus Heavy Industries remained unmatched in precision machining, as they were known for consistently delivering products to the exact millimeter required. Hephaestus Heavy Industries was also renowned for fostering growth in small companies with innovative technological products. By partnering with these startups for production, they provided an essential bridge for those lacking the funds to enter the tech industry, creating a synergistic relationship with Research City. To achieve such extensive production capabilities, including the manufacturing of spaceships, Hephaestus Heavy Industries required production bases across multiple locations, including space. Currently, in front of one of these colossal production bases in space, a fleet of 20 enormous ships, emblazoned with prominent Imperial military's logistical insignia, was seen departing towards the heliosphere and setting course for Proxima Centauri. Among the fleet were numerous signal towers, destined to be strategically placed along various lanes to ensure redundancy and support both public and private communication networks for the imperial government. With the preparations for his journey well underway, the focus had now shifted to operationalizing the communication infrastructure essential for the expedition. "Now that's what you call a company," Felix said to Sarah, resuming their playful debate over which company deserved more recognition. "You told me we were going on a date, and now you're showing me one of your company's printers?" she asked, feigning a pout. No, this place was just on the way to our date destination. The timing happened to coincide with the start of the journey, so I wanted to see it since I rarely get the chance due to work. Don't get too upset," he explained. "Depends on how good the date turns out to be," she replied, trying to hide her smile as she turned to walk away. "I'm confident it will exceed your expectations. Look forward to it," he said with a self-assured grin. 667 Arrival, Proxima Centauri. It had been a year and 3 months since the messenger was sent, and everything continued as usual, following the meticulously prepared plan from the start. Proxima A was as busy as ever, perhaps even busier than before. If observed closely from space, one could see rudimentary cities nestled within the massive tree branches where the Proximians were born. These cities were built in a manner that integrated seamlessly with the trees rather than destroying them, creating a beautiful and harmonious ambience. As per the universal bureaucracy rule, there always needs to be a meeting taking place. Currently, one such meeting was occurring between Ayaka, the official responsible for the planet, and Admiral Bianchi, the leader of the entire exploration fleet. "We are expected to complete the training within a month and should start extracting them from the VR pods with everything they need to live together with humans and by themselves already taught," Ayaka reported to Fleet Admiral Bianchi during one of her monthly reports summarizing her heavy tasks. "Good. And what is the status of the city construction?" Admiral Bianchi asked, despite having the information written in the report. "With Birch's aid, we have managed to construct all the basic facilities they will need immediately after waking up. As for the rest, we will leave it to them to grow in their own direction, void of our active influence, which will also act as a starter for their economy." "But we are faced with a problem," Ayaka added after a brief pause. "Go on, what is it?" Admiral Bianchi prompted. "The monetary issue is the problem, sir," Ayaka began. "As part of their training, we taught them the monetary value of using money to exchange for goods and services. Within the simulation, they've already created a booming economy, with many becoming quite wealthy through fair means. The logical decision would be to allow them to keep the money they've earned in VR when they come to reality, as to them, that place was real, and they worked hard to earn it. However, we don't have the authority to create currency. That capability lies with the Treasury. If they weren't going to be connected to the Empire, it wouldn't be a problem, But now that it's set in stone that they will either be allies or direct citizens, allowing them to keep the currency will mean we are overstepping the control bubble we were provided through the mission. What we do here will directly affect the economy of the empire. Whether we allow them to keep the money or not, it will cause issues. If we don't, it will mess with their morale and create chaos when they wake up and realize they've lost everything they worked hard for, which was their entire lives. This would be another round of problems we'd have to deal with. We're currently between a rock and a hard place. What do you suggest we do? She asked, seeking a decision from Admiral Bianchi, as he was the only one with the authority to address this situation. We don't need to be concerned about that. As soon as he finished speaking and Ayaka was about to question his reasoning, he preemptively addressed it by activating the holographic system. The display showed the Proxima star system, providing a simplified but comprehensive view similar to the solar system's holographic model. However, the hologram wasn't focused on the star system itself. Instead, it highlighted 10 approaching objects coming from the direction of Earth, positioned outside the star system. Is the Emperor coming? Ayaka asked, astonished. Given that it had been about 13 months since they sent the messenger, and it typically took around 6 months for a transition between star systems, the Emperor's decision to come here within 3 months was unexpected. Don't get your hopes up. It's likely his representatives or a delegation. The Empire's stability isn't yet at a point where the Emperor can be offline for over a year, Bianchi replied. When will they arrive? Ayaka asked, needing to know if she should adjust the timeline for the Proximians' awakening. Our sensors aren't advanced enough to provide precise details, but we estimate they'll arrive in about a week. Given that we've sent all relevant data, they should be aware of this issue. Even if not, the arriving delegation will have the capability to address it, Bianchi explained, as the hologram displayed a line extending from the approaching ships to the Proxima star system, with the estimated time of arrival decreasing second by second. That's goo, Ayaka began, but her words were interrupted as the Admiral's communication system buzzed. Admiral, a communication with an Imperial Network Identification Priority Sequence is attempting to establish a connection. Should I approve it? The fleet's AI inquired. This was a routine formality, as the AI was aware that any communication with such a priority sequence could override any denial attempt. What's this about? Aren't they already on their way? Bianchi asked, puzzled by this sudden development. They have come to a halt and exited the FTL bubble, indicating they have no intention of proceeding here at the moment, the AI responded. Okay, approve it and show me what they intend to do with it, Bianchi instructed, showing little concern for Ayaka's presence. Understood, the AI responded promptly, granting access and immediately taking over the hologram to display the intended actions from the other side of the connection. The two of them in the room immediately started watching, attempting to understand what the establishment connection wanted to do with their attempt to establish a connection. They weren't concerned about facing problems from their snooping, as they trusted that the fleet's AI would only display what was authorized for them to see, nothing more, nothing less. Slowly, in front of their eyes, and accompanied by explanations from the AI, they witnessed something they had never seen before. By the time they could have seen it in the past, it was already completed and made public, so no one had the chance to observe it from start to finish. 668, Hello World. Space between Solar and Proxima star system. Permission granted to access the network, announced the AI controlling the 10 spaceships that had halted a week away from the Proxima Centauri star system upon receiving access to the Proxima Exploration Fleet's network. The reason the ships had come to a stop at this specific distance, rather than proceeding further or turning back, was that it was the farthest point where they could still connect to the exploration fleet's quantum towers. Additionally, continuing to the Proxima star system would mean wasting another week, which was unnecessary since their mission was brief and purely functional, not for sentimental reasons. Initiate communication anchoring. The AI began by setting up the Proxima side of the communication network as the endpoint for the quantum communication link it was establishing. Initiating network boot and docking. As it issued this command, the AI sent a ping to the nearest installed quantum towers that the 10 ships had been laying down for the past 6 months. As soon as the closest quantum towers received the initiating and docking signal, they promptly exited their idle power-saving mode and activated operational mode. They then relayed the same signal to the towers nearest to them. This process continued until the signal reached the last laid quantum towers, which were closest to the solar system. When the next ping was sent, it confirmed main anchor reached. Initiating the creation of communication lanes, the system then proceeded by isolating the newly activated signal towers, as the network construction was still underway. This precaution was taken to prevent any potential disruptions to the existing network while the new lanes were being established. The system then began creating various network lanes for different types of communication to traverse once they were activated. Although creating the network might seem straightforward, it was quite the opposite. Only about 2 of the 10 lanes were designated for public use, while a third was reserved specifically for VR access. This lane required uninterrupted data transfer due to the sensitive nature of dealing with people's brains, necessitating additional safety measures. The remaining 7 lanes were allocated for private Imperial use and redundancy, ensuring that if the 2 public lanes and the VR lane encountered issues, such as damage from FTL travel through the towers or the removal of a tower during FTL departure, there would be backup lanes available. Lanes creation complete. Initiating network connection, the AI proceeded to link the newly established lanes to the main network, completing the connection between the 2 star systems with an instant communication network. The network lanes were silent for quite a while, before the AI, the network's creator, broke the silence with the first message. Hello world. This marked the inaugural transmission through humanity's first interstar system communication network. Bianchi and Ayaka were struck into silence, both stunned and disbelieving at the magnitude of what had just transpired. Previously, sending a single message took a whole 6 months to reach its destination as it was being physically sent, and they had anticipated a similar delay for a response. However, the Empire's reaction defied all expectations. The speed and efficiency of their reply were astonishing, given the immense resources required to establish such a network. The communication infrastructure needed for interstellar connections would typically demand about 100 times the resources used for the solar system network. Remarkably, the Empire achieved this in just 3 months of preparation, not including the 6 months needed for travel and installation, a feat that was quite an undertaking, at least from the perspective of the 2 observers. So does that mean we can now access the Empire's network and communicate with our families? Ayaka asked, regaining her composure. Technically, yes, but this can only happen if access to the network is granted, which has not yet been provided on our end, the fleet's AI responded. Before anyone could respond, the hologram shifted to an animation indicating an incoming call. Emperor was the only information displayed in the caller section. Bianchi immediately accepted the call while both he and Ayaka immediately got on their feet in an attention positon, with them immediately saluting the moment Aaron, the Emperor, appeared. At ease, gentlemen, Aaron said, as his hologram materialized at the center of the room. As he looked around, he immediately added, "And ladies," when he saw Ayaka. They relaxed their salutes, but remained standing with their hands clasped behind their backs, awaiting the Emperor's words. "Any delays?" Eren asked, earning himself a curious gaze from the two. But before they could wonder what he meant by that, a response came from the fleet's AI, "No, sir." "Good," Eren said with a satisfied smile before finally turning to the two members who were still waiting for him. "Fleet Admiral Marco Bianchi," he began. "Yes, sir," Bianchi replied promptly, maintaining his stance. "Good job on exceeding your mission requirements," Eren continued. "I am very satisfied with what you've accomplished within the time frame and the constraints you faced." He praised Bianchi for his exemplary leadership and hard work on the mission. "Thank you, sir. It's an honor," Bianchi replied, returning to his position with a respectful nod. Eren gave a contented smile at Bianchi's response. "Commander Takahashi Ayaka," he then called, turning his attention to her. She, too, responded the same way, as they were both in the military command structure. "You, too, have done an excellent job. What could have been an operational and logistical nightmare has turned into a significant benefit for the Empire," Eren said with praise. She thanked him for the commendation, and Eren continued. "There's also Lee Junho, who played a crucial role in all of this. His commendation will be delivered at a later time." After a brief pause, he added, "I'm sure you have many questions, but they will have to wait for a few days. For now, I would like to address all the members of the exploration fleet who aren't engaged in emergency situations. Please send out the announcement and ensure they are prepared for my address within the hour." With a proud tone and a satisfied smile, Eren concluded the conversation and disappeared from the hologram after receiving their assurance to carry out his request. 669 A small reward. 55 minutes later. The entire Proxima Centauri star system returned to a semblance of its previous silence before humans arrived. The majority of the machines were put into automatic mode, while those requiring human control were switched to power-saving mode. Everyone who wasn't engaged in an essential task had already donned their VR devices and logged into the local VR network. They clicked on the invitation link, which transported them to a massive meeting hall capable of accommodating all of them. The hall reminded them of their last gathering of such magnitude, right before they embarked on their exploration mission. "What do you think they gathered us for?" Yavuz, a mechanical engineer standing next to Lee, asked him, as Lee was currently one of the most well-known people in the exploration fleet. He was on the same level of being known as the Fleet Admiral, with everyone knowing and jokingly addressing him as the father of all the created Proximians since they were literally created from his imagination. "I don't know. Do you think maybe it's a surprise celebration?" Lee responded before asking his own question. "Maybe, but based on the way they called us, it doesn't seem so. Plus, why celebrate in VR when we can celebrate in the real world? Also, if you're celebrating something, you make it known beforehand to create anticipation, but they did quite the opposite," a third person responded, joining them after overhearing their discussion. "Anyway, how are your kids doing? They aren't even allowing us to see them," Yavuz asked, both serious and joking, eliciting laughter from those who heard him, as they also perked their ears to listen to Lee's response. "They are doing well, and that is all I can say at the moment," Lee responded, having gotten used to these types of questions, sometimes even enjoying hearing them, but since he couldn't tell much about it as it was classified information in the first place. But before the conversation could continue, the fleet admiral appeared on the podium, followed shortly by the emperor. This caused everyone in the room to almost have a mild heart attack and immediately snap to attention, saluting in unison. They were baffled as to how someone who was supposed to be on Earth was currently standing in front of them in a VR network in Proxima Centauri. "At ease, gentlemen," Aaron said as he walked to the podium, looking at everyone with a warm smile. Everyone lowered their salutes, but their eyes remained on him, filled with curiosity and confusion, as they tried to deduce what exactly was happening and whether the fleet admiral was playing a joke on them. "Take a seat. My address will be short, as I'm sure many of you would prefer." Aaron began with a smile, speaking in a benevolent manner. Despite being the highest in the military command chain, Aaron didn't adhere to the strict military speaking style required of those like John and the other soldiers. "With my appearance, I'm sure many of you have already connected the dots that I'm either here or communicating with you from the Empire. It's the latter. I'm not here yet, but that should be good news because it means there is now a direct communication network to Earth with no latency, allowing me to speak with you in real time." He paused, allowing them to process his statement before continuing. "Although the mission required you to operate without direct communication with the Empire to help us learn and develop solutions for long-term missions, the importance of what occurred during your mission warranted breaking that protocol. For that, I would like to congratulate all of you on your achievements and everything you have accomplished. All of your accomplishments will be rewarded accordingly once the mission is deemed complete, and you are relieved of it. However, that doesn't mean I can't give you a small reward at the moment." He paused, watching the anticipation grow in their eyes. The pause seemed to amplify their curiosity, and the longer they waited for him to tell them what the reward was, the more their imaginations began to speculate on what the reward might be. "My small reward to you for your achievements is a change in your mission protocol from a no direct contact mission to an active contact mission. You can now use the network to maintain contact with everyone on the side of the Empire." When he said that, he could see the excitement in their eyes. They wanted to jump, cheer, and celebrate, but they still maintained their standing stance, waiting for him to finish his speech. "I'm sure you're familiar with the protocol for using the network during active missions, so I won't repeat it here, knowing that some of you are eager to check it for yourselves," he said, subtly reminding them of the rules, namely, that they should only use the network when off duty. "Since you've been out of contact with your families for over a year, I'm granting you 2 weeks off. All operations will be officially halted unless immediate action is required. Enjoy your vacation." He continued for 2 more minutes before wrapping up his address, as he was someone who despised long and unnecessary speeches, a sentiment stemming from the experiences of lengthy addresses he endured during his university days, prior to his expulsion. With that, he saluted them, and they all responded in kind. Aaron then disappeared, followed by the fleet admiral after he officially dismissed them. "Way!" The room erupted in a unified scream of joy as everyone began hugging, jumping, and celebrating together, their excitement overwhelming. Life had been good for them here, thanks to numerous amenities that provided distractions from their mission and the constant danger. They had grown accustomed to their surroundings, almost forgetting they were in a foreign star system. Their large numbers allowed them to socialize as if they were in any city on Earth. However, this didn't mean they were completely fine. For many, the memories of their husbands, wives, children, and other loved ones left behind, occasionally for some and always for others, resurfaced, reminding them of what they had left behind. But now that the burden had been lifted from them, they channeled their relief into celebration. A few minutes after the initial jubilation, nearly everyone remembered that, rather than just shouting in joy, they had a unique opportunity at hand. They could use this moment to contact their friends and families, delivering the surprise of their lives. The emperor had mentioned that while their loved ones knew about the construction of the communication network, they were unaware of its completion. This was their chance to bring that surprise to them. 670 an early Christmas for some. Aaron, having completed his lengthy discussion with the fleet's admiral and granted him leave, sat alone in his VR room, enveloped in silence. "What's on your mind?" Nova inquired as she materialized beside him, breaking the stillness of the room. "I'm trying to imagine the range of emotions they'll experience during their reunions," Aaron replied, accustomed to her probing questions. "The majority will feel happiness," he said, "but there will be a few who experience profound distress. Some of the soldiers might face the harsh reality that their spouses, whom they left behind, were unfaithful, either having cheated out of remorse or used the mission as a chance to welcome others into their lives during their absence. The opposite is also true," Aaron continued. "Some members of the crew, while on the exploration mission, were unfaithful to their spouses. Additionally, some will receive the devastating news of the deaths of their loved ones during their absence." He reflected on these scenarios, contemplating the range of emotions the explorers would face. "These are just a few examples of the difficult news they might receive, and it's making me consider how I would react if I were in their position." Nova quickly accessed the relevant information and understood the situation fully. "Would you prefer I drop subtle hints to help them uncover the truth, or should I let events proceed naturally and allow them to discover it on their own?" she asked, offering him the choice between intervention and letting things unfold as they may. Aaron took a moment to think before he said, "For now, let's leave it as is, but have Mnemosyne assign an Akashic librarian to continue monitoring the situation. They should report anything that warrants my attention, and we'll decide how to proceed from there." Although Aaron wanted to intervene, he held himself back, knowing that doing so could set a precedent for future interference. Nevertheless, he recognized his responsibility to those who risked their lives for him, and he remained committed to monitoring the situation, and he will decide how to act based on it from there on. "Understood," Nova replied. "Henry is on his way," she added, reminding him that the energetic troublemaker in his puberty phase was heading towards his office. "He'll outgrow it eventually, but for now, I guess I'll have to keep managing his boundless energy." Aaron sighed as he logged off, his resignation punctuated by Nova's soft laughter behind him. It took less than an hour for the public to learn about the news. Some people discovered the news through emotional videos of family members tearfully reacting in surprise when they saw their loved ones in VR, their disbelief and joy captured in heartwarming moments. Others found out when friends, who had been expected to remain offline for a few more years, suddenly appeared online, sharing photos and updates about their recent adventures during the exploration mission. Regardless of how they came across the information, the news quickly went viral. It became a hot topic among netizens, sparking widespread discussion and excitement across the internet. With discussions and verifications quickly aligning, people connected the dots and realized that the communication link between the two star systems had been completed. This revelation ignited a wave of surprise and admiration for the Empire, marking a monumental milestone in interstellar communication for both humanity and the Empire. What was once considered a distant dream and a topic of discussion had now been achieved. The successful establishment of a communication link between star systems signified the Empire's official expansion to a new star system, transforming it into a two-star system empire. This feat, which many would have predicted would take at least a millennium if asked 5 years ago, was accomplished in less than 5 years since the Empire's foundation. Truly a remarkable leap forward. Not everyone accepted the news without skepticism. Even in the 21st century, there were those who clung to fringe beliefs, such as the flat Earth theory. Among the dissenters, many questioned the Empire's achievements. They argued that the exploration fleet and the newly established communication link were elaborate fabrications. They speculated that everything observed from outside the solar system was merely a VR simulation, a claim supported by the Empire's well-documented ability to create highly realistic simulations. Their arguments included the assertion that instant communication across light years would require faster-than-light technology, which they considered impossible despite the Empire's previous confirmations of having FTL technology. These critics dismissed the Empire's claims and continued to challenge the veracity of the reported accomplishments. The majority of people dismissed the conspiracy theorists as usual, treating their claims as baseless and ignoring them in favor of celebrating the achievement. The focus remained on the positive aspects of the occasion. Despite having access to a wealth of information about the new star system for more than 8 months, and having people who actually lived and are still living there for over a year, many were eager to personally connect to the network on the other side. However, their attempt to access it were met with nothing but frustration. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't connect or find any network to connect to despite knowing that all of the Proximians were still in the VR simulation receiving training or not even a live stream to tune into from the new star system. The absence of access to VR was understandable, but the same couldn't be said for the absence of live feeds, as that was especially surprising given the Empire's past practice of providing such coverage for events of great public interest, like during the Unification War, when they had live-streamed the war for citizens Eden and Aspera to boost citizens' morale and show their confidence in winning it, which they did. This lack of transparency led to further speculation and curiosity, even among those who otherwise celebrated the achievement. Not long after, the reason behind the lack of public connection to the other side became clear. Members of the exploration fleet began sharing the Emperor's address, revealing that the star system was still an active exploration zone. This meant that the area was kept under a controlled bubble to prevent public interference and maintain mission integrity. Adding to the information, the Emperor's official social media accounts announced that a live stream showcasing various locations within the star system would be set up and made available for viewing online a month from now. This promise of future visibility helped quell some of the public's curiosity and speculation while still maintaining the excitement surrounding the new milestone. 671 Loophole hunting. Aaron had been spending more and more time with his family since he had decided to go to Proxima Centauri at the Proximians' tree folks' request, and that decision was further reinforced after the two star systems were connected. An hour before, the Emperor addressed the Proxima Centauri exploration fleet. While the fleet admiral was sending out an emergency call order for the meeting Aaron had requested and scheduled for an hour later, Ayaka was seen leaving the mothership and heading back to the planet, having been assigned another mission. Upon landing at the designated zone, Ayaka wasted no time. She stepped off the ship with a suitcase in hand and walked purposefully toward a lone tree. When she was about 100 meters away, the lone tree began to shake and transform. Branches and leaves twisted and rearranged until a humanoid figure emerged, facing Ayaka with an uncanny valley smile. "Welcome, Ayaka," the humanoid tree said. Her tone and manner of speaking seemed to have evolved, as expected. She and her fellow root senses were spread all over the planet, allowing them to see and hear everything happening on the surface. As a result, the exploration fleet scientists classified the planet itself as a bona fide body of theirs, with anything on the surface akin to bacteria living on human skin. With those extensive senses comes information. With information comes data. With data comes experience. And with experience comes change. These changes were constant since a majority of the fleet had moved to the planet, using it as their operational base, allowing for a large amount of data to be gathered by them constantly. This was one of the many reasons crucial briefings and meetings took place in orbit, far from the planet itself. "Thank you. How are your days going?" Ayaka responded as she placed the suitcase down. She missed the previous daimyo's castle built by Birch during their first meeting, which had disappeared after a few months, a change that resulted from their gathering of information. "Nothing but the usual," Birch replied, as she made chairs for both of them to sit facing each other. "Your people are quite diverse in their thoughts and provide ample entertainment. You would wonder what we even called the time before all this activity. We didn't even have a name for that feeling, as it was always the same, boredom. Personally, I don't want to go back to that." "Does that mean there are those who wanted to return to the previous silence?" Ayaka asked, her friendly smile maintaining a casual tone. While it seemed like she was simply continuing the conversation based on Birch's previous comment, she was actually doing two things: strengthening their rapport and subtly gathering more information to build a comprehensive profile on them, reflecting the Empire's trust but verify philosophy, which she embodied in her role. "Reiterating from our previous meetings, we are distinct individuals with our own consciousness and thoughts," Birch replied smoothly. "I can't speak for the others' inner feelings unless they choose to share them, much like you can't know mine unless I reveal them. Although it may seem that we are all enjoying the current state, I can't fully grasp what's on the minds of others, something we learned from your interactions and from Lee Jun-ho." "One of our worst traits," Ayaka said with a smile. "But that liveliness is bound to increase when your children wake up 1 month from now. You personally might even come to dislike it," she added, smoothly steering the conversation back to the previous topic. She knew that pushing further could risk overstepping boundaries, and she preferred to maintain the rapport they had without testing limits, as currently there was no need for that. "It's always a pleasure to hear that," Birch said with a warm tone. "However, I sense you have a specific reason for visiting today. You typically come by when there's something important to discuss or when you seek answers. Given the chatter about the emergency meeting, I assume your visit is related to that." She said it with such a nonchalant tone that one might think it was a skill humans could also master. Birch was currently listening to every bit of sound from the planet, isolating each one and understanding different contexts and topics simultaneously, a feat that would be impossible for humans if we were able to hear the sounds of bacteria within our own bodies. For Birch, however, it was a routine process, carried out on a planetary scale. "I'm here because of this," she said, tapping the suitcase. "A communication network has been completed between our two star systems, allowing for instant communication. The Emperor wanted to see if we could use this new capability to meet your criteria or not." She finally got to the heart of her visit. "Ooh, congratulations," Birch said, pausing thoughtfully. Ayaka recognized that Birch's pause indicated she was consulting with the other tree folks. As their representative, Birch's official statements required consensus from the entire group. To Ayaka, this was just part of the usual process. After a brief pause, Birch resumed, "While our criteria do include having a conversation with him, which your new communication network can facilitate. Meeting him in person is also a requirement. As for the rest of the criteria, those details are still confidential since we have yet to reach a consensus on all of them. However, achieving those criteria will necessitate a face-to-face meeting. Birch's response provided not only an answer to Ayaka's question, but also an insight into the tree folk's internal dynamics. It became clear that they were not as unified as might have been assumed, revealing a level of internal complexity that could either simplify or complicate their children's integration into the empire. But that doesn't mean we can't start communicating now, as our criteria are based on humanity as a whole, and this meeting might help us refine them, Birch added. Ayaka paused, considering the implications of Birch's statement. The outcome of this preliminary meeting could either make the official meeting easier for the Emperor or set more challenging criteria. She didn't deliberate for long before responding. In that case, let me arrange the meeting. Will your fellow tree folk be joining us now, or will you be the sole representative for this discussion? For now, I will represent them, but for the official visit, all of us will be present, Birch replied. Chapter 672 The Meeting. Ayaka wasted no time and immediately logged into the VR, reporting the results of her discussion with Birch to the Emperor. After logging off, she opened the suitcase, which immediately materialized a physical copy of the Emperor thanks to the nanomachines inside it. The physical copy's eyes had been closed since its creation, but they shortly opened, revealing golden irises as the body looked around, adjusting to its new environment. He extended his hand and closed it into a fist, testing the responsiveness and sensation through the nanomachine body. Feeling the smooth movement and the sensory feedback, he nodded with a satisfied expression. But that didn't last long. I don't like this stuffy feeling, he thought to himself. Currently, he could be considered to have his consciousness transferred into this body, and as a result, he could only sense what this body was sensing. With it being a purely technology-based nanomachine, he wasn't sensing a single bit of mana or experiencing the monstrously expanded senses his actual body had developed thanks to the system and his body's development. As a result, he now felt stuffy, confined, and as if he were missing a few senses. After enduring the stuffy feeling for a short while, he closed his eyes and accessed the satellites orbiting the planet. This time, he focused solely on those equipped with Henry's Eyes system, which monitored mana movements in his location. He immediately took that real-time mana data from these satellites and translated it into sensory information for his nanomachine body, simulating the experience as if his body were sensing the mana in its surroundings. This feels much better, he thought to himself, now that a bit of ease had returned. He could sense the mana in his surroundings, though not as clearly as with his actual body. Still, a blurry view was far better than having no eyes at all. This whole ordeal happened within just 5 seconds after he connected to the body, so to outsiders, it appeared as if he was simply getting used to the new form. Eren turned to Ayaka, who stood saluting him and nodded in acknowledgement. He then shifted his gaze to Birch, who observed the scene in silence, her curiosity evident. "Excuse my delay. It's quite a surreal feeling," Eren said, extending his hand to Birch. "Eren Michael, Emperor of the Terran Empire." "Birch, representative of what you call tree folks," Birch replied, her smile visible through her humanoid form. As they shook hands, a root emerged beside Ayaka, forming another chair. It was clear this chair was intended for Eren, allowing him to be seated for their conversation. Eren's conversation with Birch began with the usual formalities. Birch, now well experienced in such protocols, understood both the reasoning behind them and how to effectively replicate them herself. Since he had already received an answer to his attempted loophole, Aaron chose not to pursue it further. Instead, he focused on addressing questions that the fleet had previously asked but hadn't received answers to, or those that they were unable to ask due to their limited knowledge. He needed these answers to prepare for the official meeting, making this encounter a strategic probing session for both sides. Aaron saw no issue with this approach, understanding that to gain valuable insights, one must be prepared to offer something in return. After exchanging a few formalities, Aaron asked, "What is the extent of your sensory range?" Birch responded without hesitation, "As long as an area has sufficient mana and we have a direct, uninterrupted mana connection to that place, we can perceive everything within it." This outcome stemmed from the random questions asked at every previous meeting, which both helped build rapport and made such inquiries seem routine rather than probing. "Does that mean you can sense and interact with everything within the Proxima star system?" Aaron asked, surprised by the extent of their sensory capabilities. "Other than a few blind spots, yes, we can sense everything if we choose to. However, maintaining that level of awareness requires significant amounts of what you call nutrition," Birch explained. "As for interaction, it depends on the type of interaction desired. Some interactions are feasible while others are not, based on the mana required for the task." She offered no additional details on the specifics of their blind spots or the criteria for interactions, leaving it clear that such information was not to be divulged. Her tone indicated that further elaboration was not forthcoming, and with little visible emotion to read from her humanoid form, only her voice remained as a guide. Satisfied with the answers he received, Aaron shifted to his next question. "What will happen to you once they wake up and join the Empire?" "As we mentioned in one of our previous meetings with Ayaka, there isn't a conclusive answer to that question yet. We can't determine what will happen until after our face-to-face meeting, where we will decide based on the outcomes and agreements made," she responded with the same confidence as before. Since the previous report mentioned that a face-to-face meeting was required, Aaron wanted to verify if this nano-machine body meeting would meet the criteria for questions requiring direct conversation with the Emperor. It appeared that it did not, so he promptly removed those questions from his list. This list had been prepared with the assistance of Nova and Gaia, alongside the data gathered by the fleet through their diligent efforts and rapport building. The conversation continued for the next 40 minutes, evolving into a tit-for-tat exchange. After every few questions Aaron asked, Birch would reciprocate with her own inquiries. Her questions varied widely, from directly mirroring those he had asked to other random or meticulously considered queries. "It has been quite a fruitful meeting. I hope our face-to-face meeting will be just as productive," Aaron said, rising from his chair. He extended his hand for a final handshake to bid farewell, as he had a fleet to address and give a holiday to. "I hope the same, and I will be eagerly awaiting your arrival," Birch replied, returning the sentiment. "Good job," Aaron said to Ayaka, giving her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Her usual calm demeanor softened, reflecting a sense of pride. Moments later, the nano-machine body's golden eyes dimmed, signaling that Aaron had ended the connection. The body entered automatic mode, walking toward the suitcase and returning the nano-machines to its storage compartment. "See you, Birch," Ayaka said, finally breaking her silence. She picked up the suitcase and made her way back to the ship that awaited at the landing spot. Chapter 673 Easy Solution to a Complex Situation. 2 weeks later. The fleet members had wrapped up their vacation and returned to their duties, brimming with excitement and enthusiasm, at least the majority of them. The fleet's exploratory mission was now in full swing once again. As usual, a meeting was taking place somewhere within the fleet, but this one was special because of one of its attendees, the Emperor. Although the mission had shifted from a no direct contact protocol to an active contact protocol, its core procedures remained unchanged. The only notable difference was that fleet members could now stay in touch with their families after their shifts. This meant the fleet continued to operate as a self-governing entity, with no interference from anyone other than the Emperor. His oversight remained the only exception, and it would only extend beyond his usual limits if he explicitly stated otherwise. This rule, combined with the fleet's unique circumstances, led to the Emperor's personal attendance at the meeting he had called. The other attendees were the same individuals who had been present when the connection with the star system was established, Ayaka and Fleet Admiral Bianchi. "Let them keep everything they've earned during their training period," Eren declared decisively, addressing what had appeared to be a significant and challenging issue. "Why?" Ayaka inquired. "Won't injecting such a large sum of money into the economy all at once have a negative impact?" Eren's decision prompted a logical question from Ayaka, who was not hesitant to seek clarification from the Emperor. Known for his openness in explaining his decisions, Eren welcomed such inquiries. "Based on our simulations, this won't be an issue," he explained. Noticing their curiosity about the specifics, he continued, "There are several reasons for this. First, the 6-month travel time between the solar system and here effectively isolates the two locations. This significant distance prevents any immediate economic impact from the sudden influx of money, as there's no immediate physical exchange that will be happening over such a long span for a few years. Second, even though they will be connected to the Empire, whether they join as citizens or allies, physical meetings will be prohibited for the first few years. This restriction will allow them to establish and stabilize their own economy independently. As a result, the currency that started as a virtual currency will have real-world backing and value, ensuring it's not merely an artificial creation, allowing for it to have a peaceful transition. Third, inflation typically occurs when the amount of money in circulation increases without a corresponding rise in the availability of goods. However, in this case, while the money supply will indeed grow, the number of people in the economy will also increase proportionally. Although it might seem that doubling the population could lead to shortages and price hikes, the initial isolation period allows the Proximians to develop their economy independently. This separation ensures that both economies can adjust and stabilize before they are physically and openly integrated. Fourth, even if the scenarios I outlined do occur, I can address any potential economic issues using my personal wealth. This means the Empire won't need to make any immediate adjustments to its current economic policies. These are just a few of the key reasons, but I believe they should suffice to illustrate why the concerns about economic disruption are manageable," he concluded, wrapping up his explanation. This is the power and influence that comes with absolute authority and wealth, both Ayaka and Bianchi thought. They were well aware of how previous governments had to deliberate extensively, discussing, debating, and voting before reaching any decisions. Such processes often involve compromises that could dilute important aspects of a proposal, potentially benefiting a few while harming the whole and allowing room for exploitation. In stark contrast, Eren's decision-making was swift and decisive. While such concentration of power could be dangerous if misused, Eren had yet to show any self-serving tendencies. Instead, he had established transparent countermeasures, and the public was well aware of them. As for the use of his wealth, while it was unprecedented and had never been seen before, they recognized that he truly had the capability to address economic issues with his personal resources. He could do so effortlessly, without even invoking his authority as emperor. Then, is there anything else that requires my decision? Aaron asked, having resolved the issues that were within his purview. There are none at the moment, Bianchi replied. However, the topic of leadership will be up for discussion following your meeting with them. True, it will be handled afterward, Aaron said. From the report, it seems the leadership structure and government positions were selected according to imperial protocol. If they join the empire, their only requirement will be to swear allegiance. If they become allies, we'll just need to sign the alliance agreement as agreed. It's not a major issue. Looks like there are no more questions, Aaron said. Then I'll excuse myself as I need to make final preparations for a journey. As he spoke, his body began to disintegrate, gradually disappearing from the meeting room. Aaron and Rena were seated in the cheering stand of a school football field, dressed in casual clothes. They watched with interest as children played football on the field, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Aaron was there to support his brother at his request before his departure, making the most of the time with his family before his and Rena's long journey ahead. It was a nice break from his usual duties, and a chance to connect with his loved ones. Goal! Aaron and Rena jumped in excitement as his brother scored, their cheers nearly startling those around them. The crowd, normally composed due to their presence, seemed momentarily taken aback, especially since his fabled security team was not visible in the stadium. That's my brother, Aaron explained with unrestrained joy, his enthusiasm undiminished by the startled looks of those around him. He continued cheering loudly, his eyes following his younger brother, as he celebrated, his smile beaming with pride and happiness. After a moment of exuberant cheering, Aaron and Rena settled back into their seats, turning their attention to the restarted match. This was one of the final activities on their list before their departure, and Aaron felt a deep sense of satisfaction for having chosen to be part of it. Chapter 674 The First Step. 2 weeks later. It had now been a month since the two sides had been connected, and the Empire had spent that time efficiently setting up the necessary infrastructure to live stream throughout the star system. However, due to it coinciding with the Proximians finally awakening from their VR pods, the live stream was momentarily restricted to viewing areas of the star system other than the planet. This was to respect the privacy of those awakening, who would be in a vulnerable state. Despite this limitation, the live stream still attracted a few million viewers, eagerly watching different locations of the star system as the exploration fleet continued its work. Generally, such events would have attracted even more viewers, but a significant portion of the usual audience for this type of live stream was currently focused on something else. High Earth orbit. Outside Earth, a fleet of about 1,000 military-style spaceships could be seen, their sheer number a testament to the Empire's might but also the importance of their mission. Among them, a single, magnificent spaceship stood out, its sleek design and imposing presence inspiring awe to anyone seeing it. Although it looked like 1,000 ships were there to protect it, the central spaceship didn't appear vulnerable. Created with the latest technology in the hands of the Empire, it could stand its ground against any enemies of a Tier 1 civilization and last for quite a while against a Tier 2 civilization. The same level of sophistication applied to the accompanying military ships, which were meticulously crafted and customized for the sole purpose of safeguarding the central vessel during its mission. Your Majesty, all checks are complete, and we are ready to depart at your command, Dimitri, the highest-ranking Aegis member within the escort fleet, reported. Then let's commence the journey. The sooner we start, the sooner we arrive, Aaron replied, addressing Dimitri's hologram. Understood, Dmitri acknowledged before his hologram vanished, leaving the room to revert to its previous state. Hey, play your cards. He's already left, and you're just stalling because you've got a bad hand, Felix said to Aaron, who was pretending to think about something after his call. I was considering if I might have forgotten something important. If we leave now, and I remember later, there's no turning back, Aaron said, diverting his gaze from Felix's curious eyes. I was considering if I might have forgotten something important. If we leave now, and I remember later, there's no turning back, Aaron said, diverting his gaze from Felix's curious eyes. How many times does the string 50108 appear in the first 200 million digits of pi? Sarah asked promptly after Aaron's response. 2,057 times. Why? He answered without hesitation, curious about her inquiry. So, are you telling me that someone with your monstrous memory, developed after awakening, forgot something important? Sarah said sarcastically, revealing her intent to challenge his previous statement. Even though I remember everything, retrieving specific information requires an active search. Think of it as long-term storage, not a quick access type. As a CEO of a tech company, you should understand that, Aaron replied. What about Nova? Does she have that problem too? Felix asked, joining the conversation. She wouldn't know unless I tell her about it, Aaron said, pointing at Nova as he threw his card onto the table, mixing it with the already played cards. There's no escaping here, Nova. Highlight his cards, Rena said, amid the looks of disbelief from Felix and Sarah at Aaron's shameless attempt to end the game prematurely to avoid playing his poor hand and losing the game. Unfortunately for Aaron, he was on an advanced ship equipped with the latest AI technology, allowing Nova to demonstrate her full capabilities. With Rena's orders, Nova immediately highlighted Aaron's cards, ensuring that the rest of the players couldn't see them. She then activated a small tractor beam to retrieve the cards and bring them in front of Aaron. Aaron looked at Nova's nano-machine body, managing the cards in her hands, sitting silently beside him, while its other instance of her was handing him his cards, returning him to the game despite his attempts to end it. Sir, it's your turn, Nova said nonchalantly, unfazed by the death glare from her creator, which only fueled the laughter in the room. I'll have my moment for revenge, Aaron said with a tone of resigned defeat as he picked up his cards and continued the game, fully aware that his earlier attempt to end it prematurely had failed. While the Emperor was engaged in his losing card game, the fleet, having received the order to commence their journey, sprang into action. The mother AI of the ships began coordinating seamlessly, ensuring that the fleet moved in perfect unison according to the meticulously designed plans. Each military ship in the fleet housed a substantial contingent, with crews ranging from a minimum of 100 to a maximum of 1,000 personnel per ship. Consequently, the entire fleet comprised approximately 800,000 individuals. The majority of these personnel were tasked with ensuring the security of the Emperor and the accompanying members throughout the journey. Silently and steadily, the fleet began to break free from Earth's gravitational influence. By accelerating steadily, they gained speed with each passing second. Although the solar system had an imperial government-imposed spaceship speed limit, the path ahead was already cleared, permitting the escort fleet to reach the maximum velocity of their ships without entering faster-than-light travel. Throughout this entire ordeal, the journey was being broadcasted through imperial channels, attracting hundreds of millions of viewers. Many who would have been watching the Proxima live feeds were now either bidding farewell or admiring the new classes of ships in the fleet. The fleet featured many never-before-seen designs, sparking curiosity among spaceship enthusiasts who discussed the ship's purposes and specifications in the chat section. Meanwhile, others used the chat feed to express their feelings, whether it was love or hate for the Empire, the Emperor, or anyone else they felt compelled to address. This marked the beginning of the Emperor's journey, a voyage that, if it proceeded without any issues, had the potential to transform the Empire in previously unforeseen ways. Chapter 675 Arise. About an hour after the Emperor's journey had commenced, the activity in Proxima A reached a dramatic crescendo. PTSSS, a soft hiss echoed as air escaped from a pod that began to open. The lid slowly rose, revealing a stunning dark elf woman lying peacefully inside. She remained still for a moment longer before her closed eyes began to flutter, and then slowly open, revealing striking green eyes that gradually came into focus. "MH!" She groaned slightly as she grasped the edge of the VR pod, using it for support as she shifted from a reclining position to a seated one. "Although I believed it was real, I still had a slight suspicion that we were merely part of a simulation undergoing a test," she said, her voice initially crackling. As she spoke, her vocal cords gradually adjusted, growing clearer with each word, signaling their first true use after being constantly stimulated by the pod to prepare for movement when the time for their awakening came. "It's good to be skeptical and question things, but what makes you believe that you're not in another simulation now?" a voice from outside the pod asked, prompting her to turn toward the source of the sound. "Ayaka," she called out, her voice warm with emotion and her face lighting up with happiness at the sight of her. "Before I even opened my eyes, I felt a welcoming connection. Although I can't quite explain it, my subconscious knew this was the real world and was welcoming me," she continued, quickly gathering her thoughts and responding after her initial emotional reaction. "We'll sort that out later, but for now, you need to get dressed, Rayanne," Ayaka said, handing her the clothes. "Wah!" Rayanne exclaimed in surprise as she realized she was naked, quickly covering herself and blushing from embarrassment. "Turn around," Rayanne instructed, grabbing the clothes from Ayaka's hands with lightning speed. "I've already seen everything anyway. You have to remember I raised you," Ayaka said with a smile. Despite her teasing, she turned around to respect Rayanne's request and waited for her to get dressed. "All right, please give me an update on the awakening process," Rayanne requested, her playful tone now replaced by a serious and bureaucratic demeanor. "I keep reminding you that I'm not your secretary, but given these special circumstances, I'll indulge you this time," Ayaka said, handing over the glasses. Rayanne accepted them and immediately put them on. "We are proceeding according to the plan," Ayaka reported. "We've begun awakening the Category 1 individuals, and you're among the first. A few thousand are currently in the process, with Category 2 individuals to follow. We should remain on schedule and have everyone awakened and everything ready within a month." Rayanne listened intently as Ayaka spoke, but her eyes were focused on the data displayed through her glasses. Despite Ayaka's reassurance that nothing had changed, Rayanne adhered to the "trust but verify" principle she had been taught during her training, scrutinizing the plan to confirm its accuracy herself. The plan highlighted the ongoing awakening process, showing that Category 1 individuals, those in leadership positions across all agencies, were being prioritized. Following them, Category 2 individuals, primarily government personnel, would be awakened next. The focus would be on police and military personnel, who would play a crucial role during the month of integration. They were responsible for aiding the newly awakened individuals in settling into their homes, and ensuring a smooth transition into the real world before resuming their official duties. "Thanks, we will be taking it from here," Rayanne said, having reviewed the plan and confirmed its accuracy. She took charge of the process, signaling her readiness to proceed. "I'm looking forward to meeting you after everything is over," Ayaka replied with a smile, extending her hand to Rayanne. She had watched Rayanne grow from childhood to becoming the head of Proxima's government. Ayaka looked forward to their future meeting, whether Rayanne would be part of an allied government or as a representative of the imperial government. This meant that their next face-to-face encounter would only happen after the Emperor's arrival and his meeting with the Tree Folks, which would be after 6 months. As a result, they would not meet in person for the next 6 months to allow for a smooth integration process without interference. All bases and infrastructure that were to support the exploration fleet personnel on the planet had been deconstructed, and everyone had evacuated back to their respective ships within the exploration fleet. "Thank you for everything you've done for us. Regardless of the decisions that are made, I and everyone else will never forget the grace you've shown us. We will do everything in our power to return this favor to the Empire, the Imperial family, the exploration fleet who cared for us, and to you and Lee, who raised us as your own children," Rayanne said as she shook Ayaka's extended hand. Her face conveyed the sincerity of her words, showing that she meant every bit of it. "I appreciate your sincerity and hope we can meet again under the circumstances we both hope for," Ayaka said with a smile. "But where is he?" Rayanne asked, looking around as spaceships maneuvered, finalizing everything before handing control over to the awakened military personnel from among the Proximians. "The Admiral called him back to the fleet quite some time ago. I don't know the exact reason. Why are you asking? Did you miss him already?" Ayaka responded, gently teasing Rayanne. "I wanted to see if there would be any sort of connection feeling, since he played a significant role in our creation," Rayanne explained, blushing slightly from Ayaka's teasing. "Good idea, but it seems your hypothesis will have to wait until our next meeting," Ayaka said, glancing at the lander approaching to pick her up. "It doesn't look like he'll be returning anytime soon," she added as she looked at the glasses that informed her being the last person remaining on the planet, with the rest of the personnel having already evacuated. Chapter 676 To Leave or to Remain. Task Force Teegarden. It had been more than a year since their arrival, and they had discovered 2 planets in the Goldilocks zone, both shrouded in nuclear winter as a result of a devastating war. This discovery marked the beginning of their exploration. Inside a private office, Fleet Admiral Jason Rifkinski could be seen going through the final pieces of collected data from the entire star system. The majority of important data had been collected from the 2 habitable planets within the star system, Teegarden B and Teegarden C, both currently experiencing nuclear winter. Despite the primary goal of the exploration fleets being discovery, the selection of specific star systems hinted at the Empire's fervent hope to find intelligent life. Each of these star systems boasted planets within the Goldilocks zone. However, after meticulously searching every nook and cranny within the 2 habitable planets within the star system, they were certain there was no intelligent life remaining. All had perished either during the war or in the years following due to various factors such as hunger, conflict, suicide, and other causes. As a result, a major reason for this exploration fleet's mission went out the window. However, this didn't mean they stopped exploring. There was still valuable data to be collected, and now all the data that could be gathered was finally complete. Now, he found himself in a dilemma. Should he continue the exploration mission until their expected time to return, Or should he end the mission early and order the fleet to return ahead of schedule? How long will it take to complete the collection of materials? He asked, speaking to the void. From the creation of cargo ships to everything being loaded, it will take anywhere between 3 to 6 months, the fleet's AI responded shortly after calculating. Call all of the commanders for a meeting as soon as possible. We need to come up with a plan, he said, dismissing the hologram and taking a moment to rest while waiting for the summoned commanders to arrive. At once, the AI responded, immediately setting to work. A few hours later, seen from above the two planets, a vast stream of ships carried container-like structures, delivering them to the main exploration bases on both planets. The orders to start collecting everything worth researching further back on Earth had been issued only a few hours ago, and the fleet was already in full motion, mobilizing to transport the collected materials. These efforts aimed to bring back valuable samples and have them analyzed by more advanced machines for further analysis and development. Although they appeared to be ordinary containers from the outside, their sizes ranging from hundreds of meters to over a kilometer, they were far from ordinary. These were intelligent containers equipped with nuclear batteries and advanced virtual intelligence systems. These systems activated and maintained stasis throughout the journey back to Earth, ensuring the safety and integrity of their contents. Additionally, the virtual intelligence could report any issues during the voyage, allowing immediate intervention if needed. People on the ground wasted no time, immediately getting to work with renewed vigor. Knowing they were packing up to return home, they worked faster and more efficiently, aware that the quicker they completed their tasks with minimal issues, the sooner they could head back to Earth. On the two planets, everything was being collected either in its entirety or in select samples, depending on the nature of the material. In some cases, only a few thousand samples were taken. Things such as servers on the planet were collected in their entirety, while the bodies of the previous inhabitants were limited to 1,000 samples per species. The remaining bodies were buried in designated civilization burial grounds on each of the two planets, where a memorial tomb would be constructed. These memorials would include inscriptions in the inhabitants' language, detailing how they died. As for the water on these two planets, 1 million tons were being collected from each distinct water source, including rivers, ponds, and oceans. The stellar forge of this fleet was now operating at its maximum safe operational output, churning out containers, and building a cargo ship specifically designed to store them. This new cargo ship was essential, as the current fleet configuration was not suited for this particular mission. Now I'm wondering if we are the lucky or the unlucky ones to have found life outside the solar system at all, Yasin said, observing the mayhem at the Teegarden B main planetary base. Containers were arriving, being packed, and moved to a waiting line for loading onto cargo ships once they were completed. I'm pretty sure the rest either find life at its infancy or nothing at all. If my guess is right, then we are lucky to be the first to discover intelligent life outside the solar system. And even if not, there's no need to dwell on it since finding intelligent life, even a dead one, is incredibly rare. Our discovery is like winning the lottery, Balinga responded. MPK. Yasin laughed at Balinga's opinion. Based on my calculations, there should be less than a 1% chance of finding life within our 100 light-year distance. Since we are the ones who found it, albeit a dead one, that percentage has been used up. This means the chances of others finding something similar are even worse than the already small 1%. I just wanted us to find a living version, Balinga said, revealing his hopes for the discovery of new life. I wanted to see if any of our artists who created extraterrestrial life forms had hit the mark or if we weren't even close to it. Anyway, it doesn't really matter now. We need to focus on safe collection and evacuation without any casualties. I don't want our first death to occur just months before we return. I don't want to deal with the bureaucracy or tarnish our safety record, Yasin said, his eyes fixed on the hovering holograms displaying footage of the ongoing mission. The holograms highlighted the areas with the most chaos, allowing him to intervene through the virtual intelligence if the monitoring AI missed anything, no matter how unlikely that was. He wasn't leaving anything to chance. Chapter 677 Daily Briefings. Why not just kill them? Athena interjected, offering her suggestion amidst the discussion. Although Eren was in transit on his journey, he wasn't exempt from working. He was currently undergoing his daily morning briefing, which was being provided by the head of agency's AI. Currently, they were discussing how to deal with the people who had been exiled by the Empire. These individuals were considered irreconcilable opponents of the Empire, always on the verge of causing trouble whenever they had the chance. The reason they were discussing these exiled individuals now, despite their banishment a few years ago, was due to recent simulations. These simulations indicated that, given the Empire's rapid expansion and the sudden addition of 10 billion people, all in their prime and of childbearing age, their population would increase exponentially. If there were no technologically superior civilizations to threaten the Empire's existence or expansion, by the time the exiles arrived at their intended new world, the Empire would have already encompassed that area, rendering the exiles' plans to rule themselves moot. Although killing is the most efficient way to deal with these issues, it should be our last resort. If we resort to killing every time we encounter a problem, it will set a dangerous precedent, Eren said, shutting out that suggestion at once. How about we opt for a secret open prison approach until all of the first generation dies out? Nyx, the AI responsible for the intelligence aspect of the Empire, suggested with a smirk, as if she had already pre-thought and planned this idea. We could then gradually influence the changes in the people of that generation and the subsequent ones before making it seem as if the Empire has discovered and annexed them. Upon hearing her suggestion, Eren paused for a moment, considering it. Noticing her smile, he said, "I know you have a more detailed plan. Give me more details about it." "As you wish," Nyx replied, materializing a detailed map of the star systems where the exiled people would be arriving and starting their new lives at the center of the room. Everyone gathered around, focused with anticipation, eager to see where she was going with her plan. "All we need to do," Nyx continued, "is send advanced ships equipped with self-replicating nano-machines to take over one inhabited planet within each of these star systems. The nano-machines will start their replication process in advance, preparing for the exiles' arrival. Once the exiles arrive, our nano-machine agents will integrate into the society and work in various ways, misleading, blocking, or otherwise preventing them from advancing their space and weapons technology beyond a certain level. Simultaneously, we will influence and modify their beliefs over the next few generations, eradicating ultranationalistic ideologies and other undesirable elements. Our goal is to ensure that, eventually, they are on an equal footing with the Empire. After all, no matter who they are still humans and were part of the Empire's inception." There was a brief silence in the room as everyone took a few seconds to process the information, their advanced processing powers quickly digesting the details. As previously suggested, killing them would be the easiest solution compared to doing this, Athena said, being the first to speak. When the room fell silent, she added, "Either that or we could just brainwash them if killing them isn't an option." She continued playing her role as the extremist during these meetings, reserving her more serious approach for military-related topics. I will think about it for now, Aaron said, pausing briefly before continuing. But you can all send me your suggestions on what we should do about them. He then looked directly at Athena and added, that doesn't include killing or brainwashing them. Okay, next topic. Gaia, acting as secretary, announced, the new extremist awakeners are showing signs that they plan to use your absence as an opportunity. Several groups are engaged in various activities. For more detailed information, I believe Nyx is better suited to provide that. Gaia immediately handed the stage over to Nyx, recognizing that she was the expert in this field and best suited to provide a more detailed briefing. Different groups have attempted to reach out to Miss Rena's brother in prison, her father, and various members of both of your families. Nyx began, providing a detailed briefing. It appears they are trying to build connections in case something happens to you and the throne becomes open for contention. Although your brother is the current next in line as mandated by the Constitution, a regent will be needed due to his age. These groups believe that one of those family members might be selected as one of the regents. Since more than one regent is typically appointed to prevent abuse of power and to safeguard the heir, they are positioning themselves to benefit from this arrangement. That situation pertains to the non-active groups, which doesn't require any immediate action from our side. Then, there are other groups attempting to use this opportunity to seize control of the empire. We are actively monitoring them with our AI and agents, and we will soon have a case prepared against them. Additionally, we are keeping watch to see if any other groups join their ranks before deciding on the best course of action. Keep monitoring them, but don't take action just yet. We should use this opportunity to let all of them gather and reveal themselves fully. This will provide us with a believable justification and evidence to address them effectively with the imperial government. Although they had brain scanners and other data gathering tools on their hands, they couldn't use that information as evidence because it would require revealing the source. This sometimes necessitated making anonymous reports to uncover already known evidence. Additionally, some people with ulterior motives suspected the device's capabilities to read brains and memories, so they took steps to avoid detection. Now that they were taking action, there was no need to rely on that potentially compromised knowledge, as their agents could gather the necessary information from within. I will do so, Nyx said, then fell silent, allowing Gaia to proceed. With that matter addressed, Gaia moved on to the next topic in the briefing. Given the vast size of the empire and the nearly endless list of topics, not all of which were negative, the situation was manageable for Aaron. His well-established system for selecting agency heads ensured that these briefings primarily informed him of ongoing issues and allowed him to decide whether to add anything or leave the matters to be handled by the agency leaders. Chapter 678 Arrival 6 months later. Throughout the journey, Aaron dedicated as little time as possible to his official duties. Instead, he chose to spend the majority of his time with his wife and his friends, cherishing his friends' rare physical presence together in the past several years. He also enjoyed playing games with his younger brother and occasionally had a talk with his parents, who were still reveling in their renewed vigor like every old person following the empire-wide rejuvenation program. I will do so. Unfortunately, no matter how enjoyable a semi-vacation might be, it eventually has to come to an end. No matter how powerful he was, Aaron wasn't exempt from this rule. His fleet arrived outside Proxima Centauri's heliosphere, emerging from FTL travel and releasing whatever they dragged throughout the journey to be dealt with by the heliosphere. The fleet was currently at a full stop, as per Aaron's order. He wanted to test something. MHH. Aaron mused with his eyes closed before opening them and stating, with this, I can say that the amount of mana in space outside star systems is constant. He had been testing this theory more than 10 times throughout the journey, beginning outside the solar system's heliosphere and continuing randomly at various points, with the final test conducted outside Proxima Centauri's heliosphere, leading him to this conclusion. As he hovered outside the spaceship, Aaron turned his body using his spacesuit until he was facing the Proxima star system, which appeared like any other star in the sky if viewed from Earth. He then turned to face the opposite direction, towards the solar system, which looked equally insignificant. "We really are nothing in the grand scheme of things," he said slowly before he started moving back toward his spaceship, which immediately activated its tractor beam to catch and pull him in. After undergoing the decontamination process, necessary because, without a heliosphere to protect him, he had been directly exposed to everything the galaxy had to offer, with only his shield and spacesuit for protection, Aaron ordered, "Move out," as he removed his suit. "I can't wait to meet them," Rena said with excitement. Although the Proximians had been fully revived and communication with their star system had been established, allowing for interaction between the two groups, the Imperial family had yet to have an official meeting with their leadership. They were planning to hold this meeting after their meeting with the Tree Folk, as the outcome of the discussion with the Tree Folk would influence the environment of their official encounter with the Proximian leadership. Her excitement was understandable, given that almost everyone on Earth had interacted with the Proximians through VR and had found them quite likable. Despite knowing the essential aspects of being human, the Proximians possessed a uniqueness and purity that most of humanity had lost over time. This made them a respected and admired group. "Don't worry, you will soon," Aaron said as he entered the room, his hair tousled from his spacesuit, earning a chuckle from Rena. "Don't you know, the closer something gets, the longer the wait becomes?" she said, running her hand through his hair to smooth it into a more presentable fashion. As they continued their pleasant conversation, the fleet began moving again, making its way toward the star system. For the past 6 months, Lee Junho had been feeling quite bored since their evacuation from the planet. With little to do but monitor mundane tasks in the control room, he had often felt sleepy. But all of that was now forgotten as both he and everyone in the control room had their mouths open in surprise at what they were currently seeing. "Holy Mother!" Lee explained from the control room, finally breaking the silence. His reaction echoed the feelings of everyone in the room as they gazed at the breathtaking visualization of the star system. Although they had been tracking the Emperor's journey, the tracking data had only shown the fleet as a blob while in FTL, and most had been too busy working overtime on the planet's evacuation to follow the live broadcast at the start of his journey. Therefore, it came as quite a surprise to them to see that the Emperor was arriving with 1,000 ships as escorts, essentially moving an entire country's worth of protection for fewer than 10 people. "He isn't messing around at all," someone in the room remarked as they watched the fleet move steadily within the star system, drawing closer to the planet with each passing moment. At the same moment, "Looks like they are finally here," Birch said from within the timeless meadow as the fleet entered the star system, passing through the heliosphere. "He has quite an aura with him. Is this what they call the aura of leadership?" Oak spoke, his voice deep and serious, a stark contrast to Birch's softer tone. His words were met with agreement from everyone. Although they couldn't perfectly visualize Aaron due to his relative size and distance, he appeared to be glowing compared to the other humans on the approaching fleet. "I don't think it has to do with his leadership or anything," Crabapple said, rubbing his invisible beard, a trait he had adopted from the dwarves he had selected and created. "Rayen doesn't have anything close to resembling that." As the three were conversing, Mangrove and Cypress remained silent, simply listening to the discussion. The three had grown accustomed to this dynamic, as it was a recurring occurrence within their space. "We should start preparing for his arrival, since we promised to meet him personally," Birch said, immediately setting about constructing a massive palace for their meeting. Since the guest was special, Birch knew she couldn't construct a palace during the meeting itself as she had done with Ayaka. She understood human etiquette better now, and knew that preparing a grand setting in advance was the appropriate approach. The others didn't interfere with her efforts, but sent a root each, which swiftly grew into a tree next to Birch's, ready to be converted into their humanoid forms for the meeting. These massive movements didn't go unnoticed by those watching the live stream, which had been showcasing different scenes of the star system, including the planet. The changes attracted a great deal of attention, as this particular scene had previously only shown a humble tree. They made it clear to everyone that the meeting was approaching with each passing second. Chapter 679, Eve of the Meeting. The moment the fleet entered the Proxima star system, the escort fleet divided itself into 4 groups of 250 ships each. 3 of the groups moved ahead, leading the Emperor and 1 group behind. These 3 groups rushed to cover the 4 sides of the star system, positioning the planet where the meeting would take place at the center. This strategic move was to ensure that they were always ready to deal with any potential threats to the Emperor's safety. At the same time, command of all the military forces that accompanied the exploration fleet was transferred to the Emperor's Aegis leader, who also served as the admiral of his escort fleet. This measure ensured a unified chain of command and prevented any misunderstandings, allowing for coordinated and efficient movements of the entire military force in the star system should any situation arise that required a unified response. "Sir, we will arrive in orbit in 5 hours," reported Admiral Dimitris, his hologram appearing briefly before the Emperor. "Thank you," Aaron responded, and the hologram disappeared. Aaron rose from his reclining chair, putting down the book he had been reading, and started heading to his room. Although he could experience everything in VR in a realistic manner, where the book could come to life as a world or even as a movie, he still enjoyed reading physical books in the real world sometimes. "Time to start preparing ourselves," Aaron said as he gently woke Rena, who was still sleeping. "Already?" she asked, still drowsy. "There are still a few hours, but we need to be ready ahead of time so that when we arrive, we are in top condition for the meeting," Aaron replied as he carried and took her to the bathroom to begin their preparations. "They will be here in 5 hours and would like to immediately proceed to the meeting. Depending on how it ends, it could take much longer to handle the bureaucratic matters before they can start their return journey. So, I need all of you to be ready an hour before they arrive. Understood?" Admiral Bianchi said, addressing the 2 people with him in the meeting room. "Yes, sir," Ayaka and Lee responded in unison. Although they were already prepared, Ayaka and Lee went with the flow, understanding that everyone on the fleet was on full alert at this point. The Admiral simply wanted to ensure that everything was going according to plan, and that nothing was being overlooked. "Okay then, you are dismissed," the Admiral said, signaling that they could leave. He needed to attend to a few other matters to ensure everything was in order and put his mind at ease. "Ma'am, they should arrive in a few hours," a secretary for the leader of the Proximians informed her as she was going through paperwork. "What about their accommodations?" Rayen asked, raising her head from the paperwork. "Those were prepared 2 months ago, and we did a second pass on them a week ago, so they are as ready as they could be," the secretary responded immediately. The same goes for the ceremony after their meeting. But are you sure you're not going to attend the meeting? She added promptly after the answer. Although I'm the leader of our species and can make decisions regarding our people, that only applies to matters pertaining to us. Anything related to the elders requires their permission. I can't force them to do anything, nor can I even entertain the thought of doing so, Rayen said with a sigh of defeat. She recalled the powerlessness she felt when she went to meet them about a month after they had logged out of the training pods, when everything was already in motion. They had immediately used her as a test for a few things before any substantive discussions could even begin. The experience was quite unpleasant, but it was enough to make her understand that resisting them was futile. They seemed to be able to access her mind directly, sometimes responding to her questions before she could even articulate them, making it clear that their abilities far surpassed her own. Okay, keep me updated on their journey. Before she could finish her order, the words, "You will also be attending the meeting," echoed directly in her mind, causing her to pause abruptly. Yes, I will start preparing for that, Elder, she responded immediately, speaking to the void. Change of plans. I will also be attending the meeting as per the Elder's orders. Start making the preparations for it, Rayen instructed her secretary, adapting quickly to the new situation. Yes, ma'am, her secretary immediately responded, understanding the urgency in Rayen's tone. She had only witnessed Rayen receiving orders from the elders once before, an experience that had thoroughly confused her at the time. Without wasting any time, she left the office to start the preparations for Rayen's attendance at the meeting. 5 hours later. Welcome, Your Majesty. Ayaka greeted the Emperor, extending her hand for a handshake. Eren took her hand with a firm grip. Nice to meet you, Eren said as he shook hands with Lee immediately after his handshake with Ayaka. Okay, let's not waste our time or theirs. I'm sure they've been waiting for us for more than a year, Eren said, immediately getting to the point as usual. Yes, sir. Please follow me, Ayaka responded, moving aside and extending her hand to indicate the direction for the Emperor to pass. They headed towards the hangar in the Imperial vessel that housed the landing vehicle they would use to head to the planet. Eren immediately started moving, with Rina on his right and Ayaka on his left. They conversed, making small talk while walking towards the hangar. Behind them, a small entourage followed, including some of Eren's security detail. The group was moving with a sense of anticipation and readiness, aware of the significance of the upcoming meeting. Upon arriving at the hangar, they were greeted by a beautiful ship already active and fully staffed, just waiting for them to board before getting to work. Without wasting any time, they all boarded the ship. The moment the doors closed, the massive gates leading to the outside began to open. As the opening widened, a blue shimmer appeared, holding back the air from being expelled into the vacuum. The ship slowly started hovering, then moved through the opening, passing through the shield seamlessly. Once outside, the gates immediately began to close behind them. Chapter 680 The Grand Welcome. After a few minutes of flying in space, they finally reached the upper layers of the planet's atmosphere. The ship absorbed the impact seamlessly, its occupants not feeling a thing as they descended. The transition from the cold vacuum of space to the warmth of the planet below was smooth, silent, and peaceful. The planet is truly massive and beautiful in its own way, Rina remarked, gazing out of the ship's window. Despite having seen it in VR, experiencing it in reality evoked a different sensation. The abundance of mana was a major factor in this feeling. Both she and Eren were exhilarated, their bodies responding to the mana in a way that Earth's mana was yet to match. This amount of mana feels like a dream, Eren added, extending his hand forward and then closing it into a fist. The mana's influence was particularly profound on him, as his golden blood contained a high percentage of mana. As a result, at the moment, he was feeling constantly invigorated and in peak condition, a sensation he could previously only experience within mana-dense artificial environments back on Earth, like in his now decommissioned first-ever quantum server. As they discussed their experience with the mana, the ship continued its steady course, and soon, the palace became visible in the distance, unveiling its grandeur. "Looks like they really went all out for the meeting," Eren remarked, taking in the sight. "It's incredible," Rena said, observing the palace's design. "The level of control they have over their roots is astonishing. Despite everything looking like a traditional palace with various colors and contrasts, it's all created from a single root. Is it all right if I ask them about how they're doing it?" Rena turned to Ayaka, seeking guidance on whether it was appropriate to inquire about their techniques. She wanted to be respectful of their unique characteristics and differences, knowing that the tree folk couldn't be judged by human standards. Ayaka, being one of the few knowledgeable about the tree folk, was the perfect person to ask. "You can ask them anything without worrying about offending them," Ayaka promptly answered. "The only issue is whether they consider the question worth answering. From our previous meetings, we've learned that they might choose to answer or not, without explaining why. Looks like I'll need to gauge their mood before deciding what to ask, thanks," Rena said, appreciating the advice. The ship descended steadily, drawing nearer to the designated landing zone. With a smooth touch, it landed gently on the surface, marking their arrival. "Please prepare yourselves for the increased gravity when we leave the ship. It's 17% heavier than on Earth, so if you have any difficulty, Lee will assist you without the need for spacesuits," Ayaka reminded everyone. This was to ensure they wouldn't repeat O.C. Parker's blunder. He had famously stumbled during his first landing, a mistake the current team wanted to avoid, especially given their high-profile status and the fact that their disembarking location was one of the key sites for the still ongoing Star System-wide live broadcast. Immediately, the disembarking process began. Ayaka and Lee were the first to step out, followed by the rest of their escorts, and finally, Eren and Rena. "Looks like they practiced in the simulation," Ayaka thought to herself as she observed Eren and Rena. They moved effortlessly, as though the heavier gravity was no challenge at all, maintaining the same ease they had in the ship with gravity drivers active. They began walking towards the palace, which had been meticulously prepared by the Proximians. The moment the palace construction was completed, several Proximians, sent by Rayyan, had been stationed to manage crucial sectors such as cleaning, food services, security, and other essential operations. The massive palace doors were wide open, revealing Rayyan along with the 5 tree folk, birch, oak, crabapple, mangrove, and cypress, waiting on the other side to welcome them. As Eren, Rena, Ayaka, and Lee exchanged greetings with Rayyan and the tree folk, the massive palace doors closed behind them with the rest of the group securing the perimeter. As for the live stream feed, it was already in a frenzy of activity and noise as millions expressed themselves on it. At Molly 91. "Wow! Where's the person who claimed this was all a simulation and that the Emperor was using it as a cover-up for the exploration fleet's disappearance?" At Curtis 1122, "I doubt he'll show up now. I checked his account, and it looks like he was bullied so much that he ended up deleting it to escape the harassment." At Ahmed_94. "LOL. Did anyone else notice the Emperor's expression when he shook hands with the giant tree folk? It was only for a short span, but something seemed a bit strange. At Eldwood_Komihai, at Ahmed_94, what do you mean by that? I saw nothing about what you were talking about at all. Are you also one of those conspiracy theorists? At Ahmed_94, at Eldwood_Komihai, I saw it because I had my stream zoomed and focused on his face, and it happened for a few milliseconds. It is one of the you blink, and you miss it type of action, but it happened. At Nujrage001, at Ahmed_94, are you one of those perverts who simps for the Emperor? At Ahmed_94, stop slandering me. I can and will sue you for that. If you don't believe me, go and take a look for yourself. At Coffee_dog_hugger, at Ahmed_94, based on your reaction, it looks like it is true. At Ahmed_94, meet me in VR, and let our bodies do the talk like men. I sent you an invite and location. It is a fight to the death, and if you don't come, you are a poo***y. At Erdnal_Crusader, at Ahmed_94, make the link public. I want to watch people kill each other for honor. At Thox7678, at Coffee_dog_hugger, you better accept it, or you won't live past it. At Demonic_entity, this is why I like the VR. Thank you, Emperor, for the tech. At Lenrad, hey, at Nerdrage001, I found the man you were looking for here. Such discussions were rampant throughout the live stream. Even though the Emperor and the Empress had already entered the palace and were no longer visible on the stream, people continued watching it, eagerly awaiting for the results of the meeting. A few viewers briefly left the stream to catch a fight of honor, but they, too, were quick to return after a few minutes, eager to see what would unfold next. Chapter 681, The Meeting 01. I know that you like for the official meetings to immediately get to the point, so let's go with that today, Birch said, as they took a seat in one of the many rooms in the palace. The room was well prepared, with amenities such as water, and a few snacks already set on the table. Eren, Rena, Ayaka, and Lee sat on one side, while Rayanne, Birch, Oak, Crabapple, Mangrove, and Cypress sat on the other, facing each other. I would like that too, Eren said calmly, answering with confidence. He didn't appear at all like someone attending his first official meeting with peers, who could be considered equals in terms of leadership. If Rayanne's government were counted as a separate empire, it would rival his own, at least in terms of population count, which exceeded that of Eren's empire. In the past, I have acted as the representative for both the Proximians and my fellow tree folk. Today, everyone here will speak and represent themselves before we decide on the best course of action for our children. Rayanne is here to represent our children's interests and ask questions pertinent to them. Her input will be crucial in our decision-making process. The rest of us will consider her input when we reach the decision-making stage. That's our course of action. If you have one for your side, we would like to hear it before we begin our conversation, Birch said, and started waiting for Eren's response. From our side, my wife and I will be the official representatives. Ayaka and Lee are here as advisors throughout the meeting. That's all, Eren responded. If there is nothing more to add from your side, we can start the conversation. With that, Eren left the floor open for the other side to ask the first question since they were here to discuss them. Should we join the Empire as citizens? What will our treatment be, and what leadership structure will be implemented upon us? Rayanne asked, taking the initiative to pose the opening question of the meeting. If you were to join the Empire as citizens, you would receive the same treatment as any other citizen of the Empire. This includes all the rights and privileges that come with citizenship. Even if you choose to remain allies rather than becoming full citizens, you will still be treated with respect and fairness, though there would be some restrictions, such as requiring visas to enter imperial territories and more. I can provide records to confirm this, and we have already amended our constitution to include your group. The formal ratification of this amendment will be completed after this meeting. Regarding governance, there will be no changes to the current system. During your training, you were introduced to the same governance model that the Empire employs. Rayanne, you would be responsible for representing the Proxima star system under Imperial rule, following the same governance style that will apply to other regions acquired by the Empire in the future. The solar system, being the Empire's capital, is directly controlled by the Imperial family, which is why it does not have a representative like other star systems. Aaron paused for a moment after addressing the initial queries related to Rayanne's question before continuing. I would also like to add that within our governance structure, all leadership positions, regardless of their level, have defined limits on their power. The Emperor holds the highest authority within the Empire, but even this role is bound by the rule of law. The Emperor can remove individuals from power, but only if there is substantial evidence and a valid reason for doing so. Similarly, just as 1,000 of our Empire's citizens have the power to challenge and dethrone me should I act inappropriately, a randomly selected 1,000 of your people will have the same power to hold their leaders accountable, including me. Aaron spoke plainly, ensuring that all aspects of the governance were clear. He wanted to avoid any misleading impressions and prevent future misunderstandings that could lead to conflicts or discontent. Rayanne remained silent throughout Aaron's detailed responses, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Although she was familiar with most of the information from previous readings, hearing it directly from the leader of the Empire provided a different level of clarity and assurance. At that moment, she was satisfied with the answer she had received. What is the goal of the Empire? Cyprus, the creator of the Fae or fairies, and the only winged species among them, asked. At the start, the creation of the Empire was an unintended consequence of a world war between myself and the rest of the world, which I won overwhelmingly. The cause of that conflict was our discovery of a potential visitor whom we initially and are still considering to be hostile until proven otherwise. We recommended the formation of a unified force to confront this potential threat, and that remains our primary focus, including your possible role as allies or citizens. Our investments are centered on preparing for this threat, but if we manage to overcome it, our goals will shift based on the situation at that time. Aaron explained calmly, summarizing the foundation and current objectives of the Empire. Cyprus nodded, indicating her satisfaction with the answer she received. For me, I'm curious about your so-called magic and the way you harness what you call mana. From the information I've gathered through your people's conversations, it seems that you only discovered it a few months after the formation of the Empire. How have you reached such an advanced understanding of it so quickly, and how did you discover the different methods to harness and materialize its effects in the real world? Crabapple, the creator of the dwarves, asked, his voice carrying a hint of the dwarves' natural inclination toward creativity and invention. That is because we, or rather I, knew about mana long before people began experiencing what we call the awakening or blessing, Aaron answered calmly. His response, however, sparked a contrasting reaction from everyone on the opposite side of the table, including Ayaka and Lee, whose expressions shifted to one of surprise and intrigue. Chapter 682 The Meeting 02. Seeing the room still in silence, indicating their curiosity for more details, Aaron decided to elaborate. I received what you call a blessing a few years before the formation of the empire, he began. This gave me the opportunity to delve into the study of mana well before it became widely known. Coupled with my company's advancements in quantum computing and VR, I had access to time acceleration and advanced simulation capabilities. These technologies allowed me to effectively spend centuries, alongside my AI assistant, developing and refining the system from the ground up. We went through countless trials and errors, and I personally experienced many failures, including several catastrophic ones, before mastering the basics and discovering how to harness mana for various effects. Aaron's explanation was a blend of truth and strategic omission. He carefully avoided mentioning that he had acquired foundational knowledge from the system, and that his wife's and his citizens' awakening was the reason he bought it in the first place, since he couldn't use magic in that way and could only harness mana through runes that he had already bought previously. Although Rayanne and the tree folks were surprised by the explanation, it couldn't compare to the shock Ayaka and Lee felt. They had always believed that the foundational knowledge of mana was the result of collective efforts by many knowledgeable individuals who analyzed awakeners and used simulations to discover the basics and teach others. But now they were learning that all the foundational work had been done by the Emperor alone, over centuries spent by himself. This revelation greatly increased their respect for the Emperor, which was already immense to begin with. Does that mean you discovered the means to use mana of all different affinities? Crabapple asked, his curiosity yet to be satiated. Not all of them, Aaron responded. My experiments focused on finding the basic means of harnessing mana and creating foundational formulas for its use. These foundations allow others to develop more complex formulas as they make new discoveries about mana. Most awakeners manifest with specific affinities and are more efficient in using magic related to those affinities. While they can use magic from other affinities, it comes with significant penalties, such as increased mana consumption and complexity in understanding. This specialization means that they can further research within their specific affinities, and with the number of awakeners, there are more chances for advancements. Then how come we feel no specific mana affinities from both of you despite both of you releasing what can be said to be an aura of awakeners? Although there are some of our children who release an aura similar to yours feel fainter, almost on the verge of disappearing, something we would have missed had we not focused our senses on you too. Mangrove asked, taking over from his fellow tree folk. That is because we have no specific affinities, Rena responded, dropping the bombshell. Although rare, there are a few who have no affinity to specific mana, which makes it easier for us to learn any specific affinity of mana, or maybe even all of them, if you can handle learning all of them. As for why you almost didn't feel it from us, it is because we are actively suppressing it, she explained, as this was specifically her field, and what they were answering was either public or mostly only mildly classified information. You can do that? Lee thought to himself when he heard the Empress talking about them physically suppressing their awakener aura that could only be felt by other awakeners. So that's why I couldn't feel that they were awakeners, he finally realized, feeling relieved that his long-standing question about why he hadn't sensed their awakener status was now answered. I know you have more questions related to that, but I would suggest we postpone them until after this meeting, as the purpose of this meeting is about your children and not really about our discovery of mana, Aaron said, noticing their continued curiosity despite the lengthy explanation. That's true. Sorry for getting distracted by that. It's one of the things we are most curious about, having spent millennia with access to mana, but seeing our discoveries take an entirely different path from yours. Birch apologized, explaining their obsession with the topic. I'm happy to have a lengthy discussion about this after the meeting and the following bureaucracies, as we are also curious about your side of the discoveries. We are here for as long as our tasks require, so you don't have to worry about us leaving ahead of time. Aaron responded, indicating they could now return to the primary discussions that brought them together today. We will take you up on that offer. Now, taking over our children would mean you are also responsible for their protection. On what level are you confident in protecting them? Birch asked, swiftly returning to the main topic, this time speaking not as a representative, but as the creator of the elves. At present, we are in the process of building a formidable military to ensure the safety of our empire. Should your children join us, they will be integrated into this military, especially considering we have a potential visitor on the way. We are confident that within a few years, our military will be powerful enough to ensure both our safety, Aaron replied calmly. He then pointed to Lee, who now wore a look of surprise from the unexpected shout-out from the Emperor. Also, if we're talking about the obligation to protect them, aren't we also considered another parent? Aaron continued with a hint of humor. After all, the Empire aided in their upbringing just as much as he also aided in their creation. A few people in the room chuckled at his attempt to lighten the mood, while others remained silent, their expression serious. So it means that you can't protect them at this moment? Oak asked, his voice cutting through the light-hearted atmosphere Aaron had just created, instantly bringing the discussion back to a more serious tone. I don't think you can take that from my previous answer. Although I mentioned that we are in the process of building our military, it doesn't mean we are defenseless. The level of threats you're concerned about is not beyond the capacity of our current defenses, provided we have early detection. Our military will be prepared well before any significant threat arrives, Aaron responded in a tone matching Oak's seriousness. I don't think so, someone said, but before anyone could even care who said it. Chapter 683. While the meeting was taking place, the security forces of both sides were carefully monitoring the palace. Although the possibility of an incident was almost nil, they needed to be ready for anything. By the slimmest chance that something did happen, their leaders would need to be rescued immediately. This philosophy underpinned the current small contingents responsible for keeping an eye on the palace, while the rest of the security forces focused outward. However, the peaceful monitoring only lasted for so long. In a fraction of a second, two massive roots emerged from opposite sides of the palace wall. They spread rapidly, intertwining and clashing against the walls of the palace, enveloping it as if it were a cocoon. There was a silence from those near the vicinity of the palace, but their surprise was more about the symbolic of what had happened. The sudden cocoon of roots meant that the Emperor, his wife, and the leadership of the Proximians were now confined within the cocoon. Boom. It was only 3 seconds later that they heard the explosion, which immediately brought everyone back to their senses. For seconds after the explosion, "Show me what the sensors are seeing," Josh, the head of the Aegis team assigned to protect the Emperor on the ground, asked calmly, his eyes fixed on the now fully cocooned palace. Although he was asking questions, his mouth wasn't moving, and neither were his eyes blinking at all. Everything around him seemed either at a full stop in the air or moving in slow motion, depending on their relative speed before the shockwave. Time seemed to have paused for him, his focus solely on the cocoon palace, his mind processing the sudden turn of events with an eerie calmness. That was not a result of fear-induced adrenaline or any innate abilities, but rather a deliberate acceleration of his perception of time, causing everything to appear frozen or moving sluggishly. It was a technology developed in Lab City, an offshoot of the VR and AR advancements made a few years ago. In its current form, the tech was a few hundred iterations beyond its initial discovery, though it still had its limitations. Not everyone could handle the acceleration of time perception while simultaneously experiencing the real world, where the amount of information couldn't be controlled as it could in a VR simulation. So, at the moment, he was conversing directly with the security AI through his thoughts, needing to assess the situation on the ground. He would have to send a report to the fleet admiral after he determined how they could assist. That was because currently he was in control of the situation, and the fleet would act as his and his team's support, as he was the one responsible for the direct security of the Emperor. Our scanners are being blocked by a massive amount of mana within the cocoon roots, the AI relayed directly to his mind. Upon hearing that the sensors were being blocked, Josh didn't linger on the negative news and immediately shifted focus. "Replay the recording of the event," he commanded, eager to view the incident clearly since his accelerated perception had compressed it into mere seconds. The footage was augmented and replayed before him. His expression remained unchanged, as the time acceleration tech only affected his perception, not his physical appearance. As a result of that, his face stayed as it was moments before the tech activated, not reflecting the intensity of the scene he was observing. The footage revealed two massive roots emerging from either side of the palace, rapidly expanding and converging to envelop the structure. As the roots encased the palace, it reacted within the same time frame, sealing all openings to prevent any intrusion from the roots. "What else do you see?" he asked the AI, knowing that not utilizing its full capabilities would be unwise and could leave him unprepared for future inquiries. Although the roots appear identical to the naked eye, there is a noticeable color variation between them, suggesting that they may come from two different tree folks, reported the AI, highlighting the subtle differences in color between the roots. "All right, send this information to Fleet Control and request a few attack ships to breach that cocoon," he instructed, promptly deactivating the perception acceleration. "Everyone to the ship! We need to breach that cocoon and rescue the Imperial family," Josh commanded, swiftly organizing the security team on the ground. For them, only 7 seconds had elapsed since the shockwave hit, making his analysis and response time just 2 seconds. Without hesitation, the security members rushed toward the ship, which was already hovering and approaching them to pick them up. The operation to rescue the Imperial family was now officially underway, as Josh and his team were heading to the cocoon. Meanwhile, other groups were still in the process of assessing and reacting to the unfolding crisis. In just 10 seconds after the cocoon's appearance, the fleet responded swiftly. Landers and attack ships were dispatched one after another, descending from orbit to support the Aegis forces on the ground. The fleet's readiness was a result of their vigilance during the meeting eve, when they were almost sure that nothing was going to happen, ensuring they were prepared for any emergent threats. The Proximian security forces were equally swift in their response. Responding within a few more additional seconds, they had formulated an action plan. Given that their ships were already stationed on the planet, they were poised to arrive at the scene ahead of the reinforcements coming from space. The unfolding crisis quickly captivated viewers both on Proxima and on Earth. Within 30 seconds of the incident, the live stream's audience swelled to 500 million. As the situation continued to develop, the number of viewers surged by millions each second. Reactions varied widely. Some watched with bated breath and concern, others with a sense of schadenfreude, while many tuned in purely for the spectacle, eager to see if the Emperor's fate would be sealed in real time. Chapter 684, Providing Justification. "What is the meaning of this?" Aaron demanded, his voice cutting through the tension, as he looked directly at the tree folk delegation. Instinctively, He had cast a protective shield around his group the moment he sensed the massive surge of mana. This swift action had caught everyone else on his side off guard, just as the palace began to shake and emit an ominous creaking sound. "Nothing personal, we're just making a logical choice," Oak responded through his massive humanoid form, looking at Eren as if he weren't one of the two who had just tried to crush them. Eren narrowed his eyes. "A logical choice? By attacking us during a diplomatic meeting? What do you plan to do after killing us? I'm sure you know that killing me won't mean the Empire will fall. They will not stop seeking revenge against you. Our current military is more than capable of that." Eren responded in the same calm manner, making the other humans in the room get goosebumps at his composure. "Do you think I'm worried about your little military at all? Why worry about something that we can already deal with through our people? Also, what makes you think that we were trying to kill you?" Mangrove, the creator of the Dark Elves, responded, with him being the other person whose roots are currently covering half the palace. "What do you mean by that?" Rena asked, her voice sharp and direct. "Why go to all this trouble if there was nothing to gain from you worth all the upcoming trouble?" Oak responded, his humanoid body forming a creepy smile. Mangrove continued from where Oak left off. "The ability to hide the amount of power you have indicates that you have enough power to warrant that, but also enough power to achieve the hiding to the point that we almost missed it. Although we planned this ahead of time, your response pushed us the final mile in giving us the confidence that your bodies can handle our full consciousness without us facing any limitations in our previous abilities. If it succeeds, we will have every bit of our powers and an empire under our control. And if you die, we can just create a body the same way we recreated Lee's and put one of our people in it. What is there to worry about?" Mangrove revealed their entire plan. This acted as both a display of their confidence and a taunt, demonstrating their belief in the inevitability of their success even after revealing their plan. The arrogance in their voices made it clear they were not concerned about anyone stopping them. Eren ignored the two who had already revealed themselves as the perpetrators behind the current situation and turned to the others who had remained silent. "What about you four? Are you on the same side as them?" he asked, wanting to understand if they were complicit or merely bystanders. Rayanne looked utterly shocked, unable to respond. From the start, she had been certain that no matter the outcome of the meeting, it would end with them on friendly terms with the Empire that had practically raised them. Now, all of that seemed to have been thrown out the window by the actions of two of the elders, one of whom was the creator of her specific race. This left her powerless to oppose him, rendering her silent not by choice, but by sheer inability to respond. Birch responded shortly, having processed the situation rapidly. "This is news to me. Just because we are on the same planet doesn't mean we can read each other's minds. It seems like they planned this on their own." Cypress added, "I agree with her. I have no intention of disrupting the current situation. I'm quite content with how things are. As some of your human philosophers suggest, I'm trying to enjoy the moment before it's gone. It seems they're the ones intent on making it disappear." She turned to the giant and dark elf tree folks, her gaze conveying a sense of disappointment that would have been more expressive had she had a fully expressive face. "It seems like they've inherited some of Lee's less desirable traits when shaping their new personalities based on his experiences," Crabapple said, his tone reflecting his critical thinking and curiosity. "Though I'm not entirely sure what specific traits they've inherited, their planning seems to be rooted in those aspects." As they were talking, small tremors began to ripple through the palace, indicating that those outside were trying to breach the cocoon. However, the calmness on the preparators' faces indicated that they were not worried about the breach at all. Upon receiving the responses from everyone, Eren fell silent for a moment, looking down at the table. This caused everyone on his side to feel their hearts sink, interpreting his silence as a sign of seeing no way out. This reaction was particularly striking to Rina, who had always believed that Eren was the strongest person she would ever know. But the silence was short-lived. Eren's expression shifted to a smile, giving him an unsettling appearance as if he had snapped from despair. This almost caused everyone on his side to have a heart attack, if not for his cryptic words that followed. "So that is what it was talking about." His statement left everyone in the room puzzled and curious about what he meant. Ding! Urgent System Quest. Objective: deal with the situation without killing the preparators and put them under your control. Reward for fully completing the task: +2 of the system's awakening requirements. Reward for partially completing the task: 500 billion SP. Punishment for failure. This was the system notification that appeared the moment Eren shook hands with the Giant's creator at the palace's door, which left him puzzled about what the system required from him. Although the notification listed no punishments for failing, the rewards were enticing. Completing the task fully would grant him 2 of the 5 system awakening requirements, leaving only 3 remaining. This was crucial, as the system had hinted at a significant reward for fully awakening it. Throughout the meeting, Eren had been trying to discern the actual mission, and whether it would involve confronting those on the opposite side of the table. He had focused on answering their questions to buy time for figuring out the mission. With the revelation of the preparators' true intentions, it seemed the need for further investigation had diminished. "I hope you don't regret this," Eren said with a serious tone before finally releasing the suppression he had been placing on himself. The gravity of his words was clear, and with the justification to act now fully realized, any sympathy he might have had was set aside. 685 FAFO1. Everyone in the room immediately felt a surge of pressure ripple through the air, making the atmosphere heavy. The sudden change took everyone by surprise, even the 2 perpetrators behind the current situation, as the pressure was more than expected. Before anyone could react, 2 shields materialized around Oak and Mangrove, confining them along with anything nearby within the oval barriers. In an instant, the interiors of the shields combusted into flames, incinerating everything inside within seconds before the fire stopped and the shield deactivated. As the shields deactivated, fine ashes fell to the ground where Oak and Mangrove's humanoid forms had once been. The room plunged into a deeper silence as everyone tried to comprehend what had just occurred. Even Rina, his wife, was stunned, her mind racing to process the rapid and dramatic turn of events. The swift and decisive nature of Eren's actions left everyone in a state of shock, their brains struggling to catch up with the reality of what had just transpired. Not even 5 seconds had passed between Eren's words, "I hope you don't regret this," and the 2 tree folks' bodies being enveloped by a shield, then instantly incinerated and reduced to fine ashes where they had been. The remaining 3 tree folks were astonished, not because they didn't notice it happening, but because it occurred so rapidly that their perception lagged by a few seconds. Even after they perceived it, they couldn't comprehend the mana disturbances aimed at the 2, as it was something entirely new to them. Rayen remained frozen, just as she had been before. Ayaka and Lee were still catching up, their minds struggling to process the rapid turn of events. Rina, meanwhile, was dumbfounded by Eren's display of power. Although she always knew he was powerful, she had never witnessed him win a practice fight, since he always trained under severely unfavorable conditions, constantly getting bested by the AI. This display shattered her previous understanding of his capabilities. I hope you aren't planning on joining them now, Aaron said, looking at Birch as he rose from his chair, causing it to slide backward. He wasn't worried that he had just killed them, as he knew that their humanoid forms were merely extensions of their main bodies. What he had done was akin to cutting someone's hair, a minor inconvenience rather than a fatal blow. However, it wasn't for nothing. By removing them from the room, he ensured they couldn't launch any immediate attacks against him, buying crucial time to manage the situation. Rather than that, we would like to help you deal with them, Birch said, indicating her willingness to act against the troublemakers. Aaron's display of power had impressed her, and shown that he was even more formidable than they had estimated. Have you ever fought amongst yourselves? Aaron asked, following Birch's statement. Not since we reached our current size, Crabapple responded. Aaron thought about it for a fraction of a second before immediately saying, although I would like your help in dealing with them, that will do more harm than good. What I want you to do is focus on minimizing the amount of damage they inflict on the planet and protecting the Proximians. I will deal with them. He spoke confidently, recalling that while his system didn't specify that he had to complete the mission alone, he wanted to ensure there was no reason for receiving a lower grade reward. But not only that, he was also using this moment to send a clear warning to the remaining tree folks, demonstrating that he could deal with such threats personally without relying on his military. This display of power was meant to deter any similar actions in the future and ensure that his authority remained unchallenged once the current crisis was resolved. Are you sure about that? Although we previously couldn't use mana as a means of attacking because we didn't know about its capability for that, you can now be sure that we know everything you taught all of our children about mana and can use it the same way as them, Cypress asked, explaining her question and emphasizing their newfound capabilities. If I need help, I will ask for it, but for now, I need you to focus on the safety of both the planet and the citizens. If you need to reach me, you can contact me through this, Aaron said, dropping 4 buttons from his sleeves onto the table. Without waiting for a response, he flew upward, breaking the sound barrier a second later. Birch was quick enough to respond, opening the palace's roots where Aaron was about to pass through. However, the same couldn't be said for the 2 roots still attempting to cocoon the palace. He didn't care how hard they were or looked, breaking through them with force. A resounding boom echoed as he pierced through them. Boom. The ships that were amidst their attack immediately came to a halt. The sensors pinged the presence of the Emperor, automatically stopping the ships from continuing their assault to avoid harming him or anyone else still inside the cocoon in case a shot went through the opening he had created. The opening he had pried immediately began to heal, just as it had when they previously attacked with small-yield weapons. They had been cautious not to use anything too powerful, to avoid harming those inside they were trying to save. The fuck? A soldier involuntarily muttered. Although it was impossible to believe what he was seeing, his visor was directly highlighting the floating man, zooming in on him with a golden name hovering above him, clearly labeling him as the Emperor. The surprise was shared by everyone except a few Aegis members monitoring from space. It was the first time the Emperor did something that undeniably proved he was an Awakener, as everything in the past only hinted at it based on his reaction to the situations he found himself in. This revelation wasn't just witnessed by those present but also by more than 5 billion people from both Proxima and Earth who were now watching through the live stream. As for the Emperor, he hovered for a moment, receiving an update on the situation. He couldn't receive this information while in the palace because Nova had deduced that his discussion at that time was more critical than the current report. 686 FAFO2. That's all, Nova said as she finished updating Aaron on the situation. It had taken only a few seconds for her to do so since she delivered just the bullet points, and Aaron filled in the gaps himself. "Thanks. Keep updating me on any changes," Aaron said before looking down at the cocoon, which now appeared as intact as it had been from the beginning. It had fully healed, and was no longer under attack from the ships, giving it a moment of respite. He waited to see if the cocoon would react or shift its focus toward him, but even after a few moments, nothing happened. "I think they're still maintaining it to imprison her, and are planning to deal with you first before returning to handle her," Nova hypothesized to Aaron. "I would have done the same if I were the one attacking us," Aaron agreed. He understood their strategy. Imprisoning Rena would force him to fight, while constantly worrying about her safety. This divided focus would make it easier for them to overwhelm him, allowing them to defeat him more quickly, and with minimal damage before returning to deal with Rena, who, although hypothesized to be slightly weaker, might still pose a threat if he turned out to be more powerful. "Then let's mess with their plan," Aaron said, extending his hand toward the cocoon below. Shortly after, runic sentences appeared and activated, immediately forming a skin-tight shield around the cocoon. But he didn't stop there. With his extended hand, he shifted his focus from the outer shield to the runes that were still projecting active shields around Rena, Ayaka, and Lee, taking control of them as well. The runes immediately had a few of their letters change. All 3 runic words projecting 3 different shields moved and joined, merging into a single rune. The new combined shield began growing while still in its passive mode, allowing anything to enter and leave freely as it expanded. It extended through Birch's palace until it reached the outer side of the palace walls. Once there, the shield entered active mode, activated fully, enveloping the cocoon from the inside as well. Snap! Aaron snapped his fingers. Before even a second could pass, BOOM! An explosion erupted inside the shields, visible to anyone watching. The blast ignited everything within the 2 shields, overwhelming them faster than they could regenerate. The explosion continued for about 3 seconds before subsiding, revealing the aftermath inside the shields. Nothing but ashes remained, falling through the half-dome of the inner shield to the floor, unveiling the palace once again. Aaron then deactivated the outer shield while simultaneously shrinking the lower shield in passive mode, reducing its size until it fit the room. Once it was contained, he reactivated the shield and cast a flying rune on it, detaching the rune from the palace and lifting it into the air. Birch responded by spreading the roots from the roof of the palace while at the same time having the palace return back into her roots as the room rose until it reached his eye level. She then absorbed all the roots within the room back into her body, leaving only the clear shield remaining. "While your real bodies are dealing with my request, I want your copies to stay clear of the mess and act as communication intermediaries. I have some questions I'm curious about," Aaron said, directing his gaze at the tree folks. He then turned to Rayanne, who was in the midst of regaining her composure. "I need you to grant me temporary control of the government. Your current situation isn't ideal for managing this crisis," Aaron said. Rayanne, understanding the gravity of the situation and acknowledging the impact of the recent events on her ability to lead, agreed. She handed over control, knowing it was an emergency, and that she could communicate with Aaron through the button he left, now turned into an earpiece. This way, she could monitor his actions and reclaim control if necessary. Aaron then turned to Lee, pointing at Ayaka. "I need you to protect her while she heals anyone on the verge of death. Once they're stabilized, they should be placed in a stasis pod for further treatment." Lee nodded immediately, understanding the urgency of the task. Turning to his wife, he added, I need you to assist me if they try to attack other locations. With that, Eren deactivated the shield, ready to address the next phase of their plan. As the shield deactivated, everyone inside immediately cast flying magic on themselves to stay airborne, except for Ayaka, who struggled with any magic other than life magic. Despite her ability to heal herself, no one wanted to risk unnecessary harm. Nova, quick to act, ordered a nearby ship, Eren's personal vessel, to deploy its tractor beam, catching Ayaka before she could fall. The tractor beam also latched onto the three tree folks and Rayan, pulling them into the ship alongside Ayaka. The tree folks would use the ship as a base for communication, while Ayaka was to be provided with a newly created suit from the ship's atomic printer, ensuring her survival for the demanding tasks ahead. Having completed his preparations, Eren turned towards his ship. Nova, connect me with all available government personnel who can assist with the situation, he instructed. You are connected, Nova replied, linking Eren to the fleet he had brought, the Exploration Fleet's military forces, the Proximian Temporary Government's military, the Proximian Police, the Proximian Fire Department, and all Proximians who had opted for magic training. Despite being Awakeners, not all had chosen to learn magic, preferring to focus on their individual interests. The live stream, now with 8 billion viewers, was also set to broadcast as communications. I won't beat around the bush. I need everyone to work together to resolve this situation swiftly and minimize damage. Eren began, addressing all the target personnel, as usual, keeping to his word of not beating around the bush from the start. 687 FAFO3. I won't beat around the bush. I need everyone to work together to resolve this situation swiftly and minimize damage. Eren began, addressing all the targeted personnel, as usual, keeping to his word of not beating around the bush from the start. For starters, let's review what led us to this point, when everything seemed cordial just moments ago. Eren began rhetorically. Before anyone could respond, a video played, showing the two tree folks revealing their plans to kill and take over shortly before Eren had taken decisive action against them. This revelation sent shivers down the spines of everyone watching, regardless of their power scale. None could match his speed and decisiveness, which was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. I understand that this video might seem abrupt and lacking context, but I won't waste time elaborating on it right now. The full recording of the meeting will be released once we've dealt with the current situation, Eren said, preemptively addressing any potential complaints from the Proximian side. He wasn't concerned about his own side, as everyone present, barring the live stream viewers, who couldn't do anything anyway, were government employees. Now, for the Proximians, I understand that the sight of their actions might be daunting due to your respect for them or fear of their power. Let me assure you, I won't be utilizing either your forces or mine to deal with them directly. Instead, I will handle it personally. What I need from you is to coordinate with the remaining 3 of your creators, who are aligned with me to minimize the damage and ensure your safety. I don't want their plans to cost you any more than necessary, Eren said, addressing any fear or potential rebellion from the Proximians by clarifying his intentions and emphasizing their safety. You will receive, Eren began, but he was interrupted by a sudden pause as he turned his head towards a distant point where the viewers could see nothing. I was wondering why they weren't revealing themselves, he added, speaking in a lowered voice that was still audible to everyone. I don't have much time, so I'll be brief, Eren said, concluding his address. Every government institution capable of assisting will receive detailed instructions on their tasks. I expect you to follow them precisely. I need to attend to other matters now." As he finished speaking, thousands of small dots became visible, converging from almost every direction towards his location. The ships in the area swiftly picked up everyone on the ground, rising into space and positioning themselves at a safe distance from the unfolding situation. Only Eren and Rena remained on the planet. Due to the change of the situation, Lee was being transported to the ship, tasked with protecting Ayaka, who would be delivered to her designated location by the vessel she was in. "I'll see you soon," Rena said, her magic cycle manifesting near her stomach. With a trail of sonic booms, she took off into the distance. She was heading out to fulfill his request, ensuring that any locations attacked while Eren was occupied would have someone to handle the situation. Eren let a small smile slip as he waved at Rena's departing figure. The smile quickly faded as he turned his attention back to his approaching guests. "How many are they?" Eren asked, slightly surprised. While he anticipated that they might split their consciousness into multiple humanoid forms, he had expected no more than 100 or, at most, 1,000 each. Seeing over 2,000 approaching him was far beyond his expectations. There are 2 enemies. Currently, there are 5,000 of them. But I don't think they're bringing everything they have from the start if they believe they can handle you with just this force. There are likely more where they came from, Nova informed him, reminding him to stay focused. I know. Communicate with the remaining tree folks and gather as much information as you can about how I can handle them, keeping the system's requirements in mind," Eren instructed, with the last part relayed mentally. Aware that he was being watched live by nearly the entire Empire, he decided to use this opportunity to demonstrate his full capabilities, sending a warning to those who previously only saw his military and thought that only that art about him was powerful. As he spoke, his shoes, socks, coat, waistcoat, and tie began to liquefy and flow toward his right hand. The nanomachines converged, forming a single-edged sword with a cyberpunk aesthetic, perfectly designed for cutting through wood. "You're making things harder for yourselves. Do you really think there's a scenario where you come out as the winners?" About 100 of the 5,000 hovering soldiers spoke in unison. "I should be the one asking you about the version of the information you've collected from both your people and mine. Did you ever see yourself winning?" Eren asked, engaging in the conversation. He saw no harm in speaking, as the longer it went on, the more benefits he gained. This delay worked in his favor since the other side had all the time to prepare. While Eren was speaking, Nova tagged the 100 humanoids, who spoke in unison. She pinged them with a single color, marking them as controlled by one of the 2 tree folks. "You seem to have forgotten that there is a 6-month buffer between us and your so-called formidable military that is still in construction, and currently you've only brought about 1 million with you. One of us should be enough to deal with you." Another group of humanoids spoke in unison. "That's why I'm wondering why those 3 betrayed us." As they spoke, Noah quickly tagged this new group with the same color as the first batch, noting the speaking patterns and recognizing some from the previous group. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Eren couldn't help but laugh at the statement and the naivety of the 2 tree folks. His laughter seemed to irritate them. They immediately activated their magic cycles and launched a coordinated attack. Boom. 688 FAFO4. Eren stood unmoving as his shield effortlessly tanked the barrage of attacks, fireballs, wind slashes, earth spears, magic missiles, and lightning bolts, all basic but potent spells. Despite the shield's ease in absorbing the hits, the surrounding landscape bore the brunt of the onslaught, with the damage inflicted on his surroundings telling a very different story. The fireballs, each the size of a bowling ball, detonated against the shield, leaving behind craters several meters wide, some with glassy reflections at their centers from the intense heat. And that was just the beginning. Other attacks gouged the ground, leaving deep fissures and scorched earth, revealing the true power behind the seemingly basic spells. Each of them should be at the level of the strongest known awakeners, Aaron mused, assessing the power of their attacks as the first barrage subsided. He hadn't just tanked the attacks for the sake of it. He was using this initial round to gauge how much mana each strike drained from his reserves, allowing him to determine the strength of each humanoid's assault accurately. "Time to get to work," Aaron said, shrinking the shield until it was skin-tight, and then immediately springing into action. He vanished in an instant, and by the time the sonic boom of his movements echoed through the air, 17 of the nearest humanoids had already collapsed to the ground. Some of their bodies were engulfed in flames, others frozen solid, but all shared a common fate. Each had been sliced into at least 7 pieces. As the remaining humanoids quickly spread out, they continued their barrage of attacks, each one more desperate than the last. "Fuel attempts," a few of the humanoids taunted, their voices carrying a forced calmness. "No matter what you do, you won't be able to take down all of us. We brought more than enough to overwhelm you, and anything you've destroyed can be replaced." Despite their confident words, the tree folk controlling them were beginning to feel the weight of doubt. Though the situation still appeared to be in their favor, and they remained convinced of their eventual victory, they were now forced to consider the possibility of losing more than they had originally anticipated. Their calm facade was cracking, revealing the underlying tension as they watched Aaron slice through their forces with unnerving precision. What gave them pause was seeing Aaron effortlessly slice through the first 17 humanoids, despite the fact that they were shielded at maximum strength. It was as if those powerful shields were nothing more than paper to him. Even more troubling was the realization that their humanoids couldn't keep up with Aaron's speed. This forced the tree folks to take action, using their main consciousness to guide the humanoids' attacks. Yet, even with their intervention, the humanoids still had limitations, and despite their increase in awareness compared to previously, Aaron was quick enough to evade and counter every strike, proving that their efforts were still not enough to stop him. What stunned them was that Aaron was relying on magic for his incredible speed, while he used his sword and raw physical strength for the attacks. They could tell that he wasn't using magic for the cuts themselves, because the mana fluctuations in his surroundings only spiked when he ignited the pieces to prevent the humanoids from healing. This clear distinction highlighted just how formidable his physical prowess was in addition to his magical capabilities. "Any chance of figuring out how his magic system works?" Mangrove's main consciousness asked Oak after failing to decipher it on his own. "I think he's created a system unique to himself," Oak replied. This realization had also intrigued him. The magic system Aaron was using was entirely different from anything their children or even the Imperial personnel employed. This unfamiliarity meant they could only react to Aaron's actions after they occurred, making it difficult for their humanoids in the meeting to anticipate or counter his moves. The unpredictability of Aaron's system rendered their attempts to respond effectively nearly impossible. "It doesn't matter anyway. We can study his system after we deal with him," Oak said. "I only need about 10 minutes to be ready to start the next plan. What about you?" "About the same amount of time," Mangrove replied, his senses still focused on Aaron, who was tirelessly engaging their humanoids. "It seems he believes he can handle us alone. What a fool. But why haven't the other 3 made a move?" "Perhaps they've chosen to stay neutral, waiting to join whichever side emerges victorious," Oak speculated, returning to his task. "Cowards," Mangrove said. "Nova, Any update on the information gathering? Aaron asked while slicing through his 400th humanoid. They are still answering some questions. Do you want me to wait until they finish all of them, or provide you with the information as it comes in? Nova replied. Give me what you have so far, and continue to update me with new information as it comes in. I don't have time to waste. They might be planning something more. This can't be even half of what they're capable of. Here's what we've gathered so far. The so-called Timeless Meadow is where they gather mana, meaning their actual consciousnesses are spread far apart from each other. Their bodies are structured with layers of roots, categorized into outer roots, inner roots, and core roots. The strength and number of humanoids they can create depend on which root is used. The more powerful the root, the fewer humanoids they can create at once, as there's a limit to how many times they can split their consciousness. The outer roots are the weakest, and the humanoids you're fighting are from this layer. Additionally, they can use magic through their actual bodies, which would be stronger than what the current humanoids are using. We don't yet understand why they're not using their actual bodies to deal with you. Upon hearing the last part of her explanation, Aaron paused and said, Ask if the humanoids need to be controlled by the main consciousness, or if they can act independently, as he grabbed a humanoid and used it as a shield against an incoming lightning bolt. She said that the humanoids can act independently, but they can also shift their focus to directly control the humanoids with their main consciousness. They must be planning something, Aaron said as he processed the information. Find out where the core roots of the two are located, he instructed, preparing his sword. As he held the sword with both hands and swung it in a horizontal, circular motion, he declared, Severance! Before the humanoids could react or question his unusual movements, all those at his altitude were sliced in half. Chapter 689 FAFO 5. As thousands of humanoids fell, Aaron remained in place and continued his assault. Without pausing, he swung his sword again, targeting those at varying distances from him. No matter where they were, each swing resulted in the humanoids being sliced in half. Within 30 seconds, all the humanoids had been severed and were plummeting to the ground. Although they weren't dead yet, they lay on the ground, struggling to regenerate. Only then did Aaron lower his hands, small beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The exertion of his effort had clearly taken a slight toll on him. He achieved this by applying a shield rune to his sword and adjusting it to be as thin as possible while extending its length. This transformation turned the shield into a long, versatile blade that he could control with precision. Aaron's deep understanding of runes, gained from his basic and intermediate runes bought from the system, allowed him to modify and adapt them to his needs. Thanks to the practice done by his clones, he could use this capability swiftly, even amidst the intense battle. He descended until he was just a few meters above the heavily damaged ground and extended his hand toward the thousands of regenerating humanoids, including those he had already defeated. A shield enveloped them all before he ignited them once more, reducing them to ashes. Although there are roots underground, the majority of their core roots are under the ocean about 500 kilometers from here, Nova relayed, along with an augmented map for him to follow. Without acknowledging the message, Aaron shot off in the direction of the nearest sea at full speed. As he flew, he activated stealth, vanishing from both the live stream and sensors, continuing his journey without any observers. He reached the ocean in 20 seconds, but continued for another 10 seconds, covering a distance of approximately 510 kilometers at Mach 50. Hovering above the ocean, he quickly conjured a new shield in the form of a 50-meter wide cylinder. He began extending its height downward into the ocean, and it continued to grow until it reached the ocean floor, exposing the roots beneath. Without hesitation, he leaped into the cylinder, flying into the ocean's depths. As he descended, Aaron was acutely aware of the ticking clock. Despite his stealth spell rendering him undetectable, his actions weren't entirely invisible. Just as a cupboard's movement could be seen, even if it was silent, his activities could still be noticed despite his invisibility. Upon reaching the ocean floor, Aaron wasted no time and began to cut through the roots. However, before he could complete his swing, a whipping sound was heard, followed by a sonic boom and a series of loud bangs. The area cleared, revealing Aaron, now swordless, zigzagging upwards while being struck repeatedly by a powerful whip, clearly feeling the brunt of a devastating attack. "Damn, that was close," Aaron muttered, coughing as he deactivated the cylinder shield and ascended from the ocean. "Looks like you lost your little weapon," a voice echoed, taunting him as he hovered about a kilometer above the water, scanning for any approaching roots. Focusing on his heightened senses, Aaron detected a different kind of pressure from another humanoid. Shortly after, it emerged from the ocean, revealing itself to be holding the sword Aaron had dropped during the attack. "You seem to have grown arrogant, thinking you can handle our core roots directly after dealing with the humanoids made from our outer roots," the humanoid taunted. As he spoke, his hand expanded to envelop the sword, then compressed with immense force, shattering the weapon into fragments. He then casually tossed the broken pieces back into the ocean, all the while locking eyes with Aaron, gauging his reaction. Aaron frowned slightly, his expression hardening as he replied, "Are you finally ready to face me seriously now? You seem to believe you can still handle me," the humanoid said, pausing dramatically before adding, "Then let me show you the difference between us." As he finished speaking, a colossal magic cycle activated, spanning several kilometers. The massive shield materialized instantly, encircling Aaron and leaving him no room to escape. "You seem to feel invincible with your capabilities, but let's see how you fare without mana," the humanoid declared as it began to absorb the surrounding mana. Aaron immediately attacked the shield with everything he had, desperately trying to break free. His efforts were relentless, but the shield held firm. "Yes, struggle like the insignificant insect you are," the humanoid taunted while not even attempting to interfere. "You should be grateful, honored even, to have your body deemed worthy of housing our consciousness. And yet, you dare to fight against us?" As the humanoid spoke, the mana within the shield continued dwindling, and they dwindled to dangerously low levels, making his attempts to escape even more futile. As the mana continued to be absorbed, Aaron's attacks grew weaker until the runes outside of his shield deactivated, unable to sustain their function without the necessary mana in its surroundings. With his options dwindling, Aaron descended slowly to the floor of the shield, finally taking a seat, his expression a mix of determination and resignation. "It seems you were wise to replenish the mana within your shield before everything was absorbed," the humanoid continued, its voice dripping with arrogance. "But now, I can either wait for the mana to deplete from your shield or attack it, forcing it to use up what little energy remains." He paused for a moment, relishing the look of despair on Aaron's face before he said, "Yet I am merciful. I promise a painless end if you deactivate the shield." Aaron, visibly devastated, covered his face with his hands, his posture conveying deep disappointment and frustration at the situation. Or at least, that was the appearance from the humanoid's perspective. However, for Nova, who was closely monitoring Aaron through the nanomachines embedded in his clothes, the truth was different. She saw a brief, fleeting smile on his face, one that lasted only a nanosecond before disappearing, unnoticed by everyone else. Chapter 690 Phasphos 6. While the humanoid was waiting for Eren to sink deeper into despair, Rena was also facing her own set of challenges. After leaving Eren, Rena had headed to the opposite side of the planet. Now, she hovered a few kilometers above the surface, receiving constant updates from Nova about the situation from the information being summarized by her, but gathered from every sensor on and outside the planet. She was on high alert, prepared for anything. Her clothes had already transformed into armor, opting for defense instead of a weapon like Eren, as she didn't possess his level of durability. "You have an approaching guest," Nova warned as soon as she detected a humanoid closing in on Rena's position. Rena didn't flinch as the humanoid approached, hostility evident in its movements. Her stillness wasn't born of arrogance or ignorance of what Eren was facing. It was rooted in confidence in the situation. Seeing her lack of reaction, the humanoid dropped its hostility momentarily and said, "It seems you're already aware of what's happening to your husband and have decided to make things easier for us. A wise choice. For that, I'll make it painless for you." Without waiting for a response, the humanoid surged forward at high speed, its right hand expanding like a blooming flower as it aimed directly for her head. Just meters away from Rena, the humanoid suddenly froze as a sharp ZZZZZT filled the air. Before it could react, it was ensnared by mana ropes crackling with lightning, sending powerful shocks through its body and momentarily paralyzing its movements. That brief pause was all Rena needed. A fire whip materialized from thin air, lashing around the humanoid and attempting to sear through its body. However, the humanoid's form, crafted from a core root, displayed remarkable resilience. The flames licked at its flesh, but rapid regeneration allowed it to resist being consumed. Yet, the relentless assault continued. Rena's attacks came from every direction, trying to overpower the humanoid's regenerative capabilities through sheer force. But despite the onslaught, the humanoid managed to hold on, its regenerative abilities keeping it intact against the barrage. "Your attempts are quite futile, and I'm going to make you regret even thinking of it," the humanoid snarled, though the anger in its voice was betrayed by the fact that it was still tightly bound by Rena's mana ropes. Rena remained silent, unfazed by the threats. She knew the limits of her mana ropes, how much energy they could handle before breaking. But she could also tell that the humanoid was nearing the rope's breaking point, its bravado merely a tactic to buy time. The silence between them might have suggested that Rena was waiting for the humanoid's next move, but she wasn't one to make such a foolish mistake. Just as she was about to act, the humanoid shattered the mana ropes, lunging at her with deadly intent, planning to kill her and claim her body for reconstruction, just as they had done to Lee. Bam! The sound echoed sharply as the humanoid's punch was abruptly halted, coming to a stop mere meters from Rena. The force behind the attack was palpable, but something had stopped it cold, leaving the humanoid stunned and confused. The humanoid looked around in surprise, perplexed by the invisible force stopping its punch. It couldn't sense anything unusual in its surroundings, but it needed to confirm that its punch hadn't simply been halted by air molecules in the air due to its fast punching speed. Bam! 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 The humanoid continued throwing punches in different directions, only to encounter the same frustrating results. Each time, its fist either met an unseen barrier or, in some cases, passed through only to be blocked as it tried to move forward. The invisible walls surrounded it, confining its movements and leaving it bewildered by the unexpected resistance. Doing the same thing and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. Rena finally spoke, her voice calm and collected as she addressed the humanoid for the first time since their confrontation began just seconds ago. "What did you just do?" the humanoid demanded, its voice laced with anger. Although it didn't expect an answer, it couldn't help but replay the events in its mind, searching for clues. The humanoid recalled that each of her attacks had appeared out of nowhere, with no visible magic circles or even the strange magic system used by the currently imprisoned little emperor. It began piecing things together. "Stealth," the humanoid muttered, deducing that it was the most likely explanation for what had happened. "But there would need to be two different magic circles, one to hide the other from being seen or sensed. But I don't think my senses are dull enough to miss something like that." The humanoid's frustration grew as it continued to puzzle over how Rena had managed to conceal her attacks and movements so effectively, leaving it unsure of its next move. Rena felt a deep sense of satisfaction as her years of hard work and rigorous training began to pay off. Her deep understanding of mana, combined with the extensive knowledge she had assimilated from Eren and countless hours spent in simulations, had allowed her to refine her magic system. She had now mastered the ability to merge multiple magic cycle properties into a single cycle, activating them as one cycle. Currently, she could combine up to 5 different cycles into one cycle, and the humanoid was experiencing the result of this advanced technique. The spell in question was an intricate amalgamation of 5 magic cycles: a shield cycle, a stealth cycle, an absorption cycle, an energy conversion cycle, and a mana cycle. This complex combination, together with the attacks that delayed the humanoid at the start, had been prepared before the humanoid's arrival and rendered nearly invincible, thanks to Thyr's stealth properties. The shield cycle generated 2 layers of invisible shields. When one was struck, the absorption properties took in the impact, which was then transferred to the energy conversion properties before the shield reached its maximum tolerance and breaks. The absorbed force was then converted into mana, albeit with significant inefficiency. This mana was then utilized by the mana cycle to maintain the magic's integrity, supplemented by ambient mana from the surroundings. Her most notable achievement was the conversion mana cycle, a concept she had personally developed by studying Eren's runic conversion techniques. With the help of Eren's magic training partners and the ability to see things in deeper details within the universal simulations, she had spent at least 20 years in VR to create this cycle, and although still rudimentary and inefficient, it represented a significant leap forward in her magical capabilities. Rena had hoped to further refine this cycle with the assistance of the tree folks, but their betrayal had complicated her plans. 691 FA07. The humanoid continued its relentless efforts for over 2 minutes, pushing against the shield's limits in a desperate bid to exhaust its durability before mana could replenish it. Eventually it stopped, sitting down in resignation, mirroring Eren's earlier decision. Rena, having defeated her opponent in just a minute, felt a mix of pride and caution. She had managed to showcase her prowess, a result of her dedicated focus on mastering magic, something she had selected as her official duty as the Emperor's spouse. "How many minutes have passed since we left the palace?" Rena asked, her gaze fixed on the defeated humanoid. Despite her apparent victory, Rena remained wary. She knew this was only a fraction of what their enemies might be capable of. The information from the 3 tree folks on their side had made her acutely aware of the potential threats, so she stayed on high alert, awaiting confirmation from Eren that the situation was fully under control. 9 minutes, Nova responded promptly. "This should wrap up within 20 minutes before they resort to any desperate measures that might cause lasting damage to the planet and its inhabitants," Rena said, settling back into her waiting stance and bracing for any potential escalations. Simultaneously, Nova projected the situation on Aaron's side. Seeing his current predicament, she appeared neither surprised nor particularly concerned, maintaining her focus on the unfolding events. The humanoid on Aaron's side, who had been observing Aaron's situation with detached interest, decided it was time to act. "Let's see if you can withstand the same treatment you've given us," the humanoid declared, conjuring a shield that was roughly a meter wider compared to Aaron's still active shield. With a decisive motion, the humanoid ignited a fire inside the shield. The intent was clear: to continuously inflict damage on Aaron's shield, draining the minimal mana he had managed to gather within it. This would force Aaron's shield to deactivate, leaving him vulnerable and unable to resist being taken over. The fire continued to assault Aaron's shield for the next minute, with the intense heat and pressure testing its limits. Despite the relentless onslaught, the shield held firm, causing visible irritation on the humanoid's face. It was growing increasingly frustrated, as the time for the two tree folks to execute their next plan was rapidly approaching. The delay was unacceptable, and despite deploying their strongest representatives to handle the Imperial couple, they had yet to achieve their objective. "I have access to the entire planet's mana while you're limited to just what's in your shield," the humanoid said, his voice dripping with disdain. "I can keep this up all day." His irritation was evident, however, as he not only wanted but needed to expedite the process and return back to their specific tree folk. The core root humanoids were crucial for the tree folk's next plan, but the delay caused by dealing with Aaron and Rena was becoming a significant issue. Since only one core root humanoid could be created at a time, they couldn't afford to go back and create thousands from outer roots. Doing so would risk Aaron regaining access to the planet's mana, undermining their efforts. As for the one sent to Rena, he was still stuck in a shield. The main consciousness could take over the shield rune and continue the assault, but that would divert their focus from the impending plan, which was critical to execute at this very moment. "I'm ready. What about you?" Oak inquired, having completed his preparations. "Just a second, and I'm done," Mangrove replied, wrapping up his own preparations as he spoke. Once they confirmed their readiness, they turned their attention to their humanoids. The sight that greeted them was far from satisfactory. "It just alters a few aspects of the plan, but nothing that will derail it entirely," Oak said, his frustration evident but under control. He resisted the urge to take drastic action at this moment that could damage the planet and provoke the traitors into action. "We'll handle them after the plan is executed," Mangrove agreed, his tone resolute. "Let's begin, before anything else interferes." With that, they set to work, focusing on their preparations. Proi Maxa B. From outside the planet, where the exploration fleet's mothership was currently docked, now manned only by minimal security personnel and a few remaining scientists and researchers. The bulk of the military forces had been deployed to the surface to carry out the Emperor's orders. The escort fleet ships, tasked with defending the planet's four cardinal directions against potential external threats, were still en route back to the planet. They had received the Emperor's orders just 10 minutes earlier and would require a few more minutes to return and resume their given Imperial orders. Bianchi, the fleet admiral, was diligently overseeing the fleet's operations, issuing directives and managing updates for various groups. However, he was momentarily stunned as a colossal magic circle thousands of kilometers in radius materialized above the planet. The magic circle began forming a massive shield, making it obvious that it intended to surround the planet, clearly designed to isolate it and prevent any interference from his fleet. Although magic circles activate almost instantly after creation and mana provision, their completion speed varies based on the scale of their intended effect. In essence, the larger and more complex the magic circle, the longer it takes to finalize the process. However, the shield's creation didn't continue peacefully, as it was soon met with resistance. It appeared that someone or a group of individuals had moved to disrupt the process, actively attempting to dismantle the magic cycle before it could be completed. To these individuals, the shield's completion threatened to complicate their given responsibilities significantly. As expected, they didn't remain passive and took action, Oak said, a hint of disappointment in his tone. However, the disappointment was short-lived as he continued. "Then don't blame me for what I'm about to do." His voice carried a tone of conviction, indicating that he was fully prepared to proceed with his next steps despite the interference. 692 FAFO8. This phase of the plan demanded minimal interference at the outset, as any significant disruption could jeopardize their objectives. The uncertainty surrounding how the remaining tree folks might respond to their actions added another layer of complexity. Anticipating potential obstacles, they had already devised strategies to deal with these powerful beings if necessary. And how do you handle 3 individuals who, if they interfere, could dismantle your entire plan? You create a dilemma for them, forcing them into a situation where they must choose between confronting you and jeopardizing their own interests, or dealing with an immediate threat and allowing your plan to proceed, knowing full well they will pay the price later. It's a classic rock and a hard place scenario. And they had billions of lives to use as distractions to divert attention from their true intentions. "Sir, the giants and dark elves have started attacking everyone else. What are your orders?" Nova reported to Aaron, displaying the unfolding situation on the ground and awaiting his instructions. "What's their take on this?" Aaron asked. They mentioned that each of them can command the races they created. While issuing orders to a few individuals isn't a problem, doing so on a large scale would take a significant toll on them. They want to know if they should prioritize disrupting the shield's creation or focus on minimizing damage to their people. If they choose the latter and the shield is completed, they won't be able to destroy or cancel it since it will draw on the planet's mana for fuel, Nova explained. "Tell them to prioritize preventing any damage on the ground. The same goes for the military. Order them to use stun weapons or inflict non-lethal injuries. I want to avoid casualties," Aaron instructed firmly. He was confident he could deal with the shield if necessary, but that would be a last resort if his plan didn't work. "Understood," Nova replied, swiftly relaying the orders to the entire fleet and the Proximian forces temporarily under Aaron's control, while also informing the tree folk to focus on their people. "If this drags on much longer, it will be the spark that ignites racial division among them," Aaron remarked, his eyes scanning the different video feeds showing the chaos unfolding below. He understood that if the situation wasn't brought under control soon, the seeds of hatred between the races would be sown, and the Proximians would be introduced to racism. Thankfully, there were no children, as they would have been the ones to suffer the most from this. The chaos on the planet was unprecedented, with billions of Proximians caught in the turmoil. One faction aimed to inflict maximum damage, while the other struggled to endure for as long as possible. As he ducked to avoid a chicken knife hurl by his wife, a dark elf spat out in frustration, "Fuck your elder!" Although the situation should have filled him with anger, his expression betrayed a different emotion. When this conflict began, he had been deeply saddened by the thought that his wife might want to kill him. However, upon learning from his elder that it was her elder who had orchestrated this, and that she was not acting of her own volition, he felt a surge of relief. His happiness that his wife had no murderous intent for him far outweighed the anger he should have felt towards the elder who had set this tragic sequence of events into motion. "But first, let's deal with you," he said, dodging the barrage of flying kitchenware as he moved towards his wife. With a quick activation of his affinity magic, he shocked her into unconsciousness. "Though I had hoped to use this magic only in more intimate settings, I had no choice," he murmured as he carefully carried her to their bed. Once she was settled, he said, "Elder, I'm done here." As he spoke, his eyes briefly lost focus. He extended his hand, conjuring a shield around her, both a protective barrier and a prison, should she awaken before the elders were dealt with. He then regained control of his body, as his elder relinquished it back to him. "Go help others who are near you," were the next orders he received from his elder. He immediately left his house, and was met with a dwarf desperately trying to escape from a giant. The size difference between them was immense, and the giant quickly overpowered the dwarf, beginning to strangle her with all its might. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. With lightning coursing through his body, he moved at lightning speed towards the giant, aiming to shock her into unconsciousness. "Thank God," he said, observing the scene. "They seem to have lost some of their intelligence and are now fighting against the elder's orders, making them easier to handle." He watched as the giant was enclosed in a shield, and he did the same for the dwarf, who was deemed unable to defend herself and would only be a liability rather than a help. Similar scenes were unfolding across the planet. The tree folks were concentrating their efforts on aiding those who couldn't fend for themselves, as well as reaching out to isolated locations where individuals might be at risk of death. They also responded urgently to distress calls from their children in perilous situations, striving to rescue them. This immense pressure tested their concentration like never before, as they had to manage and respond to an unprecedented number of emergencies simultaneously. Meanwhile, Nova was working tirelessly to coordinate the military forces. She also directed the virtual intelligence to disrupt the giants and dark elves within the military ranks, who were armed and posing a threat. The virtual intelligence deactivated their weapons, or even turned them against their wielders. For some, tractor beams were employed to capture them. They were then placed in pods where stasis was activated, effectively putting them out of commission. While everyone was focused on their tasks, the shield continued to materialize. Within just 5 minutes, it was fully formed, enveloping the planet entirely and effectively isolating it from both the fleets on the outside and the Emperor within, cutting off all external and internal connections. Chapter 693 FAFO 9. As soon as the shield was completed, the two tree folks began absorbing mana from both the ocean and the atmosphere now that they didn't have to worry about interference from anyone. Initially, the process was subtle, but it was quickly detected by those with advanced mana sensitivity, and they immediately came up with a hypothesis behind this action. "Looks like your magic system is designed for efficiency," the humanoid remarked, still engaged in burning through Aaron's shield. Despite their efforts, which had been ongoing for over 7 minutes, a duration long enough to deplete the approximated amount of mana in the shields, Aaron's shield remained intact. The humanoid could only conclude that the system's efficiency was the reason for this anomaly. They hadn't considered that Aaron might have a mana tank within him, enabling him to use magic even in areas devoid of ambient mana. This was thanks to his previous encounters and rapid attacks that had only utilized the surrounding mana, making them not even consider the other option. "How many more minutes before you're done?" Aaron asked mentally. An hour at the earliest, if I'm to do it without being discovered, came the response. Is there any way to accelerate it? Aaron inquired. He understood that although he could continue feigning confinement, it would give the other side time to implement their plans. Additionally, it meant that the Proximians would have to endure dealing with their out-of-control compatriots for that duration. There is a way, but it requires a significant distraction to divert their attention so I can avoid detection, was the reply. I'll provide you with one. Finish it in 5 minutes, Aaron declared, finally moving from his sitting position for the first time since being locked in the shield. He planned to bring this situation to a close as quickly as possible now that he had the response he needed. If it's a large enough distraction, I can manage it within that time frame. I'll be waiting for it. The response came before the communication went silent. Let me ask you something, Aaron said, addressing the tree folk, or at least in the direction of where it was, as a dome of intense fire still separated them. Have you ever considered that you might lose? Not even once, the humanoid replied, his tone laced with arrogance. Okay, Aaron responded. He moved closer until he could touch a part of his shield with his hand. Without further comment, he abruptly expanded his shield to match the size of the one containing the fire. This expansion compressed the fire within, increasing its intensity to the point where it exceeded the capacity of the outer shield, and before the humanoid could react to his action, the outer shield shattered under the immense pressure. Quite a foolish move on your part, the humanoid said with a sinister smile, observing how the situation was shifting in his favor. What are you going to do now that you've expended the little mana you had left? Aaron didn't bother to respond. Instead, he expanded his shield once again, catching the other humanoid off guard. The sudden expansion pushed the humanoid outward until the shield almost matched the size of the massive shield that had previously imprisoned him, with the humanoid being within the 1 meter separation between the two shields. Before the humanoid could react, a rune materialized on Aaron's hand. Aaron immediately infused it with a massive amount of mana, a quantity far exceeding what should have been possible within the shield, given that the humanoid had absorbed nearly all the available mana. Without delay, Aaron directed the rune toward the shield, causing it to become passive temporarily before returning to active. The rune then immediately detonated, obliterating the massive shield and killing the humanoid almost instantly. Aaron quickly created another cylinder shield and extended it until it reached the ocean floor. He then expanded it to a radius of about 15 kilometers, displacing a significant amount of water. Despite the scale of the displacement, it was a mere drop in the ocean compared to the size of the planet. This time, however, he wasn't using the cylinder to descend to the ocean's depths out of fear of being struck by the roots. Instead, he had a different purpose in mind for this action. Another fire rune materialized on Aaron's hand. This time, he didn't immediately deploy it but spent over 30 seconds fueling it with mana. Given the high density of mana in the planet's atmosphere, this would be the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed. After thoroughly charging the rune, he sent it into the cylinder shield. Moments later, he activated it. Anyone observing this, whether through the live stream or their senses, instinctively closed their eyes. The intensity was so overwhelming that it felt as if the sun had suddenly appeared before them. They could perceive nothing else. The shockwave and the explosion were entirely contained within the shield, leaving them in stunned silence. The shield contained the explosion and shockwave, trapping them within its walls. As the energy bounced off the shield's interior, the pressure and intensity of the explosion increased. The only outlet was the bottom of the shield, where the roots were being incinerated, and the burning expanded to create a hole more than half a kilometer deep. This excavation also formed a massive bowl of molten mirror. Despite the shield's containment of the explosion, the aftermath couldn't be contained in the same way. The detonation was several magnitudes more powerful than the Tsar bomb. As a result, the entire planet experienced violent tremors, with the underground shockwave reverberating around the globe multiple times over the next few minutes. With the ground shaking violently, everything within it, including the tree folk's roots, endured the same tumultuous vibrations. If they had nerves, they would have been overwhelmed by the pain, but fortunately, they lacked such sensory responses. Nevertheless, the attack and the ongoing tremors provided a sufficient distraction, allowing Aaron's plan the freedom to do whatever it was doing without concern for discovery. The tremors were so overwhelming that anything else that might have been detected would be dismissed as part of the natural chaos, avoiding any suspicion. 694 FA 10. Did you feel what I felt? Oak asked, his voice tinged with unease. As the tremors and explosions shook the planet, some of his core roots had disintegrated under the intense heat and pressure, beyond what they could withstand despite their strength. For the first time in his existence, Oak felt a profound sense of danger, a sensation so foreign to him that he struggled to categorize it. Although I'm not certain it's exactly the same, I felt something too, Mangrove responded, sharing in the unsettling sensation. Like Oak, some of his roots had also disintegrated, but the feeling they both experienced wasn't merely a reaction to the damage. It was something deeper, something far more disconcerting, and it left Mangrove with a growing sense of unease. But we've experienced earthquakes before. What's different about this one? Oak asked, trying to make sense of the unfamiliar feeling. Other than the loss of some of our core roots, which isn't too significant considering the end goal. He searched his memories for a similar reaction during past earthquakes, but since they didn't have such advanced sensations back then, he couldn't be sure if they had felt the same way before. The possibility that this strange feeling was related to the loss of their roots crossed his mind, as it was the first time they had experienced such destruction. However, he couldn't shake the sense that this was something more profound, something akin to fear, though he hesitated to name it as such. It doesn't matter, Mangrove replied, trying to focus on the task at hand. But it doesn't seem like he plans on stopping, and we can't halt the mana absorption now that we've started, or all the mana we've gathered will go to waste. While they conversed, a small portion of their attention was dedicated to monitoring the situation, including Aaron, who appeared intent on continuing his destructive actions after the first devastating attack. The pressure was mounting, and they knew they couldn't afford to falter now. I have an idea to deal with him, but there's a chance it could fail, Oak said, then quickly outlined the plan he had come up with. After explaining the concept, he waited for Mangrove's response, giving him time to process the idea and come to a decision. There's no harm in trying, Mangrove finally responded. If it works, it will benefit us. If it doesn't, we can stop what we're doing and manage the loss after we deal with them once and for all. With that, they jointly reached out to the other tree folks, summoning them for a meeting in the Timeless Meadow. I really don't have time to deal with you people, especially since my focus is already stretched thin, Birch said, glaring at the two traders seated across from him. The division within their once united group was now stark, with the two factions clearly having different agendas. The other tree folks echoed Birch's sentiments, voicing their dissatisfaction with the traders for daring to harm their children by exploiting the control meant solely for emergencies. We created them, so we can do whatever we want with them, Mangrove responded, speaking for both himself and Oak, his tone cold and unapologetic. That control is limited to your own children. You have no authority over ours, Crabapple retorted, his frustration evident. His children had suffered the most due to the size discrepancy between them and the giants, as the dwarves were shorter even than the average Proximians. We can address that later, but right now, let's focus on why we called this meeting, Mangrove interjected, setting aside his belief temporarily. He knew that if they continued down this path, it would only lead to more arguments and wasted time. We'll listen to you, but first, rescind the order you gave your children. I won't entertain anything else until that's done, Crabapple demanded, laying down an ultimatum. I'm sure you realize that's the only thing preventing you from directly targeting us. Do you think we're foolish enough to do so without an agreement in place? Oak responded with a smirk, clearly aware that Crabapple was trying to outmaneuver them. Then I'm done here. I won't waste my time talking to people who are actively sabotaging our efforts, Crabapple declared, and before anyone could respond, he vanished from the timeless meadow, making it clear that he wasn't bluffing and was entirely serious about his stance. Although I'm tempted to join him, I'm curious. What exactly are you trying to propose? Cypress asked. Her children were relatively safe, as their natural ability to fly allowed them to avoid much of the chaos and focus on helping other Proximians. Birch remained silent, signaling that she, too, was interested in hearing what they had been called for. As you've probably guessed, we're currently gathering mana to reattempt the creation of a small number of bodies capable of containing our consciousness, Oak began, getting straight to the point. Our offer is this: deal with the Imperial couple and bring their bodies to us, and we promise to create a body for each of you to transfer your consciousness into. The meadow fell silent as Cypress and Birch processed the offer, weighing their options carefully. After a moment, Birch spoke first. No, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to. Without waiting for a response, she immediately left the timeless meadow. What about you? Mangrove asked, not surprised by Birch's decision. She had always been the closest to humans and Proximians, often acting as their representative. Her refusal was expected, and had she agreed, it would have raised more suspicion than gratitude. Turning to Cypress, the last of the traitors still present, he sought her decision, not planning to waste time if the answer wasn't favorable. I'll accept your offer, Cypress replied without hesitation. But first, I need you to stop targeting my children so I can focus on him. Also, I want to be the one to keep the original body of his. Her expression remained unchanged as she betrayed the others who had just left. Mangrove and Oak were momentarily taken aback, a mix of surprise and anger flashing through them at her greed. But they quickly realized that in her position, they might have done the same. Cypress held the upper hand, and at this moment, they needed her more than she needed them. Fine, you can have it, Mangrove agreed, carefully masking his irritation. He knew that showing anger might lead Cypress to demand even more, something they couldn't afford. That's why I like dealing with you guys, Cypress remarked with a hint of satisfaction, before she too disappeared from the timeless meadow. Mangrove and Oak immediately ordered their children to leave the fairies alone, keeping their end of the bargain. 695 FAFO 11. Hovering above the massive cylindrical shield, Aaron glanced at the timer Nova had projected for him. Only 73 seconds remained. Let's do it one more time, Aaron muttered to himself. With determined precision, he moved the shield to a location near the previous one, preparing to unleash another massive nuke within the shield, intending to shake the entire planet once more. Just as Aaron was about to begin feeding mana into the fire rune for another massive attack, thousands of magic cycles materialized around him. Each one was targeting him with a different type of attack, showcasing the full extent of the tree folk's power when focused on a single target. "That two can act as one," Aaron responded calmly, his demeanor unshaken as the myriad of magic cycles closed in on him, unleashing every conceivable type of attack from the magic system taught to the Proximians. "Let's make it a worthy final act," Aaron said, resolutely choosing not to rely on his overgeared shield. Instead, he decided to face the incoming attacks head-on, aiming to make this confrontation a legendary moment that would be discussed for decades, if not millennia. He wanted to push himself to the limit and create a scenario that future awakeners could aspire to. "I will be supporting you," Nova responded. She activated specialized nano-machines within his body, further enhancing his already extraordinary concentration. Time seemed to slow down around him as he began his preparations. Aaron quickly set to work, activating hundreds of basic runes in his vicinity. As these runes came to life, he braced himself for the storm of attacks converging on him. The activated runes each had specific targets assigned and locked onto them, thanks to Nova's precise guidance. Each incoming attack was met with a carefully chosen counterattack, tailored to exploit the weaknesses of the original assault. Fireballs were intercepted by water spells, lightning strikes by earth-based defenses, sound waves by silencing runes, and many more. The scene unfolded like something out of a high-stakes action film. Explosions of various colors and sounds erupted around Aaron as his defenses neutralized the attacks before they could breach a 200-meter radius around him. Within this protective zone, he countered any magic cycle attempts and defended against anything that emerged from outside. For over a minute, Aaron maintained this impenetrable barrier, all while keeping a close eye on the timer ticking down. His focus was unwavering as he continued to fend off the relentless onslaught, preparing for the final phase of his plan. As the timer counted down, Aaron's focus remained intense. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "We are done," was the only message that was sent to him. Aaron, having just sent out his final rune, paused and addressed Cypress directly. "Okay, I think it's enough." Instantly, the magic cycles that had been materializing deactivated, and the area returned to its peaceful silence. The chaotic scene of destruction was replaced by an eerie calm, with no visible signs of the fierce battle that had taken place. Despite the amount of water evaporated during the confrontation, the ocean had more than enough to replenish it, leaving no trace of the earlier conflict. The two tree folks, Mangrove and Oak, were left in stunned silence as they processed what had just occurred. They had been closely monitoring Aaron's battle with Cypress, initially impressed by his ability to hold his ground against the relentless attacks. They had expected that, with such a high level of focus and concentration, it was only a matter of time before something would slip through his defenses and lead to his downfall. But when Aaron casually instructed Cypress to stop and she complied, it was as if their entire understanding of the situation was upended. "Did I hear and see what I think I heard and saw?" Mangrove asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Yes, you did," came the response, but it was not from either Mangrove or Oak. Instead, it came from Aaron himself, the very individual they had sought to defeat, kill, and ultimately recreate his body for their own use. Before the tree folks could fully grasp their shock or react, they found themselves gathered in the timeless meadow, now with an additional presence, Aaron. This was a significant shift from the usual 5 members of their meetings. "So this is what we call the timeless meadow," Aaron said, offering a slight bow to the 3 tree folks who had joined him, each with mild smiles on their faces. But first, let's stop the chaos, Aaron declared, extending his hand dramatically. As if responding to a universal command, he shouted, "Stop!" Instantly, the giants and dark elves ceased their attacks in perfect unison, as though they had received direct orders from their elders. "Return to normal and help the injured," Aaron continued. This command, too, was obeyed immediately, though this time the control over their minds and bodies was returned to the individuals themselves. They swiftly understood what had transpired, and without complaint, they began to assist the injured, working to restore order and bring the situation back to normal. The once chaotic battlefield began to settle as the combatants turned their efforts toward healing and aid. The tree folk stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, as they struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. Their advanced processing powers churned relentlessly, yet they found themselves at a loss. No precedents existed for such a situation, and no viable hypotheses could be formulated. Aaron's actions defied all their expectations and understanding, leaving them grappling with the reality of his capabilities and the implications of what had just unfolded. The sheer impossibility of the scenario had rendered their analytical faculties ineffective, leaving them in a state of bewildered disbelief. Aaron shifted his focus back to his metaphysical presence in the timeless meadow, his calm demeanor and serene smile contrasting sharply with the chaos he had just resolved. "I can see you have many questions on your minds," he said smoothly. "Don't worry, I'll answer them before delivering the punishment for the attempted betrayal." His words carried a sense of composed authority, as if the extraordinary feats he had just performed were nothing out of the ordinary. Some of the tree folks, still grappling with the enormity of what had just happened, awaited his explanations with disbelief. Others braced themselves for the inevitable consequences of their actions. Chapter 696 Aftermath I. Without hesitation, Aaron conjured a screen within the timeless meadow, a space that functioned much like VR but was crafted from pure mana and guided by thought, allowing him to materialize anything he envisioned within it effortlessly. On the screen, scenes played out, showing Aaron entering the cylinder shield and attempting to sever the roots with his swords, only to be swiftly struck down by one of the roots. The perspective then shifted to the viewpoint of the sword itself, revealing one of the core roots being used to form a humanoid figure. This figure approached, picked up the sword, ascended from the ocean, and deliberately shattered the sword before letting the fragments fall into the water. As the pieces descended to the ocean floor, they gradually disintegrated into microscopic fragments, invisible to the naked eye. These nanomachines spread out across a 100-kilometer radius, infiltrating various roots. The infiltration process was executed with precision and went completely undetected. The nanomachines' minuscule size made them imperceptible to the bodies they entered, bypassing physical detection. Magical detection was also evaded, thanks to active stealth runes, coupled with the fact that those being infiltrated were deeply engrossed in other matters, allowing the nanomachines to penetrate unnoticed. Upon infiltrating the bodies, the nanomachines quickly latched onto what appeared to be mana veins within the roots, allowing them to be transported to the nearest and most vital areas of the tree folks' bodies. Once there, the nanomachines immediately began their work. Given that the tree folks' bodies were composed of carbon and mana, the nanomachines activated their runic and carbon computing components, each focusing on overtaking a specific function. Although capable of operating independently, the nanomachines recognized that they were inside only 5 distinct bodies. Consequently, they established a communication network within each body, allowing them to coordinate tasks efficiently. This collaboration drastically reduced the time required to complete their objectives from what would have taken days or months to mere hours. The quantum computing component of the nanomachines, typically used for advanced technological processing, found itself with little to do in these organic, mana-based bodies. Instead, it took on the role of compiling and analyzing data. The quantum processors gathered information related to the runic and carbon-based computing units and provided guidance on the next steps while ensuring that the nanomachines remained as hidden as possible. As time passed, the nanomachines subtly altered the treefolk's DNA, gradually integrating a copy of their carbon computing system within the cells. This ensured that even if the nanomachines were somehow flushed from the body, the newly embedded system would remain deeply intertwined with the host's biology. The alteration wasn't limited to just a few cells. The entire body's DNA was gradually rewritten to include this carbon-based computer, making it an inseparable part of their biology. Simultaneously, the runic computers worked within the mana plane, embedding themselves into the treefolk's mana systems. This allowed the nanomachines to gain control over not just the physical aspects of the body, but also the mana that coursed through them, effectively giving them dominance over two of the three realms of the treefolk's existence, with the third being the soul. These monumental changes went unnoticed, largely due to the chaos and distractions Aaron had orchestrated outside. The treefolks, preoccupied with the external turmoil, failed to suspect that something was happening internally. By the time the changes were fully activated, it was too late. The nanomachines had already secured their control, with the treefolks none the wiser. The video concluded, leaving the room in heavy silence. The onlookers were visibly stunned, some grappling with the fact that such an extensive modification had occurred within their bodies without their awareness, while others were struggling with a deep sense of betrayal. Aaron broke the silence, addressing the room with a calm demeanor. Although we didn't know which body belonged to whom during the embedding process, we could only identify them once the system was activated. Currently, the system is fully operational in these two bodies, he said, pointing to the two treefolks who had been directly targeted. For the rest, it remains in passive mode and is not affecting your bodies in any way at the moment. He paused to let his words sink in, his expression resolute yet understanding their reaction. Does that mean you have control over our bodies and minds to do whatever you want? Cypress asked, seeking clarification on the extent of Aaron's control. Aaron nodded, his tone calm and transparent. For those with the system active, I can control their actions but not their minds. I can make them perform tasks, but I cannot control their thoughts or consciousness. However, I can influence the outcome of their actions. If, for example, they initiate mana cycles or perform actions that could be harmful to the Empire, the system can intervene to cancel or alter those actions. Essentially, I have control over their physical actions, but not their mental processes. Birch, clearly troubled, spoke up. I want you to remove it from us. Aaron's expression remained steady. I'm afraid that's not possible. The system has already integrated itself into your bodies at a fundamental level. Removing it would require a complete change of body, as it is embedded in every fabric of your being. He paused before adding, However, you needn't worry. I don't intend to misuse this control. I value mutual respect and cooperation more than exploiting others. A brief silence followed as the tree folks grappled with the situation. Aaron, keen to secure his position and prevent any potential drastic actions, quickly proposed, We can formalize our agreement with a runic contract. He then proceeded to explain the concept of a runic contract, why he believed it was essential, and how it would ensure that neither side could act against the terms without facing the consequences, thus providing a layer of protection and assurance for all involved. For Aaron, trust alone was not enough. it could easily be misplaced in critical situations without concrete enforcement. So, he provided that assurance through a runic contract. Chapter 697 Aftermath 2. Before the discussion could proceed further, Aaron swiftly created 3 runic contracts outlining the rules for using the system within their bodies. After signing them, he handed each tree folk their respective contract to review and sign. They did so quickly, as the fear of him changing his mind and activating the system prompted them to act fast once they confirmed that the contracts posed no threat. The 2 traders, who had been silently observing everything within the timeless meadow while being unable to speak or react due to Aaron's interference, expressed their frustration and shock through their eyes. Aaron, having dealt with the primary concerns, then turned his attention to them. "Now that we have established the necessary terms for trust," he said, addressing the traders directly, "we can move on to your matters. What are you going to do with us? Now that you can control our bodies, are you planning to make us your slaves?" Oak asked, his tone and expression attempting to convey calmness and dignity despite his loss. "There's nothing you can do that will make us submit to you. I don't understand why those 3 have left you to your fate without retaliation, but I want you to know that beings like us are far too elevated to disgrace ourselves by bowing down to people like you. You can have control of our bodies, but you will never have the submission of our minds," Mangrove said, channeling his pride to mask his concern. Aaron regarded them with a detached expression. "Normally, matters like these would be handed over to the Imperial Justice Department. However, since you are not part of the Empire, I have the discretion to deal with you as I see fit." His gaze was almost dismissive, as if addressing overconfident children despite their extensive age. He continued, "I will be using you to handle tasks that would normally require a powerful magic wielder, tasks that would have otherwise necessitated my direct involvement. Your sentence will have no set end, and only I will determine when your punishment is complete." He essentially banished them to a form of slavery, though he framed it diplomatically. While he could have inflicted pain as he had done with the spy who had attempted to kill him, he found that such methods did not bring him the satisfaction he anticipated. Instead, he chose to make use of their skills for his own tasks, effectively turning them into powerful assets, who would excel in any mana-rich environment. After assigning their punishment, he dismissed them from the timeless meadow, leaving only himself and the remaining tree folks. "Although you can now access the VR, let's complete our handover meeting here," he said, signaling the continuation of their previously interrupted discussion in the timeless meadow. As Aaron continued with the handover meeting, the situation outside was gradually stabilizing, but recovery was going to take time. The extent of the damage meant that rebuilding would be a lengthy process, far more complex than the initial destruction. As Aaron continued with the handover meeting, the situation outside was gradually stabilizing, but recovery was going to take time. The extent of the damage meant that rebuilding would be a lengthy process, far more complex than the initial destruction. "MH," Rayen groaned, pausing mid-sentence as she was struck by a slight headache. The moment the order was given, Rayen was swiftly handled by Nova through a tractor beam and placed into a stasis pod. She was awakened once the order was retracted. As a consequence of the order, she, along with all the giants and dark elves, experienced a collective subconscious struggle against the command. This internal conflict manifested as intermittent headaches, affecting them at various intervals. "Have this," Nova said, offering Rayen a blue-colored drink through her nano-machine body within the Imperial ship. "Thank you," Rayen replied, taking the drink and consuming it. Almost immediately, the headaches began to subside, eventually disappearing entirely. She looked at the cup in surprise, taking a second glance as she tried to recall if she had seen anything like it before. It's a new drink designed to counter headaches. By drinking it twice a day, you should have your headaches completely resolved within a week, compared to a few months without it. We are currently mass producing it for distribution to everyone, Nova explained. Thank you for that. But where is Emperor Eren? Rayen asked, immediately after expressing her gratitude for the drink. She was puzzled as Eren had returned the control she gave back to her and then disappeared, leaving her to manage the recovery process for her citizens. Additionally, he had granted her temporary control over the Imperial assets on the planet to speed up the process. He is currently continuing the meeting with the remainder of your elders, Nova replied, giving a short but concise explanation without giving more than needed information. Upon hearing the mention of the elders, Rayen decided not to pursue the matter further, trusting that she would be briefed if needed. Given the chaos caused by the elders' greed, she wasn't inclined to divert her attention from the recovery process to speculate on their situation. Nodding in acknowledgement of Nova's response, she refocused on her work. Despite her curiosity about the outcome, she remained dedicated to managing the recovery efforts, still aboard the Imperial ship orbiting the planet with the shield active. Check new Oval CHPters at novilbin.com. On the planet, ships were seen coming and going in a steady stream, transporting individuals to designated gathering points. Those with life-threatening injuries were directed to these locations, where they were promptly placed in medical pods for treatment. The scene was one of organized chaos, with every effort being made to ensure that the injured received the necessary care and that the recovery process could begin as swiftly as possible. Ayaka was seen tirelessly working with those on the brink of death, who wouldn't have enough time to wait for the medicine's effects. Fortunately, the status pod suspended all functions, including the process of dying, allowing her to stay in one place where all critical cases were brought to her. This setup also gave her brief moments of rest when needed. If credits were to be awarded, she would be among the top 10 contributors, even alongside the elders, the Imperial couple, and the AIs, reflecting the extent of her contribution during and after the crisis. Chapter 698 Aftermath 3. See you later, Eren said with a casual wave to Crabapple, Birch, and Cypress, before vanishing from the timeless meadow. They had finally concluded their meeting, which had lasted more than a day, meticulously finalizing every detail of the handover process. Surprisingly, the tree folks didn't contest the handover at all, and instead directed their attention toward the next phase. Since their children would be treated as ordinary Imperial citizens, that part of the process was relatively quick. What consumed the most time, however, was determining the fate of the tree folks themselves, what classification they would fall under, and what rules they would be governed by moving forward. After lengthy discussions, they agreed that the tree folks would be classified as special entities. Under this status, they would have the freedom to do as they wished, provided they did not break the Imperial Constitution and sought prior approval from the Emperor for major matters. Additionally, they would have direct access to the Emperor whenever necessary. Beyond that, they would also be granted access to more information than ordinary citizens, particularly regarding government matters and the Emperor's companies, with the condition that they do not disclose this information to anyone. The part about information access was unanimously agreed upon, as most of the tree folks were eager to gain access to knowledge about mana. However, Crabapple made a special request to include information about Eren's companies as well, driven by his curiosity. Eren readily agreed, but with one condition. Crabapple had to conduct all of his research within Lab City and grant Eren the right to use any discoveries made by Crabapple for his companies. Aaron also agreed to purchase anything the tree folks needed from his own funds, as long as the requests were reasonable. This arrangement spared them from having to lower themselves by working or using their children as labor to obtain what they wanted. In addition to the benefits, the tree folks were required to participate in any upcoming situations that demanded powerful magicians. Their contributions would also be compensated once the situation concluded, as that was the rule set by the government. Moreover, they were explicitly prohibited from using their children for personal gain or to the detriment of other citizens. Regarding the systems embedded in their bodies, Aaron had already activated them, but modified their parameters. Instead of being used to control or aid individuals directly, the systems now function as routers and access ports to the Imperial network, including VR, finally allowing the tree folks to log in the VR and experience life similar to humans or Proximians. Additionally, the systems acted as monitors, capable of intervening if they violated the agreements. This monitoring function served as a backup for the mana contracts, ensuring that any potential loopholes or breaches in the agreements could be addressed. I need to check on the VR and see what all the hype is about, so see you later, Crabapple said, eager to experience the virtual reality for himself. But he still waited for the others' responses before making his move. See you, Birch replied. I have some things to review before joining you. With that, Birch, Crabapple, and Cypress left the timeless meadow, which then faded away as they departed. Ding! System quest complete. Congratulations on successfully completing the system's emergency quest. Quest completion level, perfect. Rewards. +2 of the system's awakening requirements provided. Good job. Please continue working hard to further awaken the system. Aaron's face lit up with a smile as he read the quest completion screen in front of him. The rewards, having been directly applied, had significantly accelerated the awakening of his system. With only 2 requirements remaining, he was now closer than ever to discovering the promise of the system. His actual body was currently still hovering exactly where he previously was, above the ocean, as he had immediately entered the timeless meadow the moment he received the update that the Project Protagonist nano-machines had completed their job. Sir, Empress Rena is still holding a humanoid prisoner and is seeking instructions on what to do with it. Nova's message snapped him back to reality from his focus on the system screen. Oh, where exactly is she? Aaron inquired, planning to visit Rena. Once Nova provided the location, Aaron took off immediately. This time, he was not in stealth mode, meaning anyone looking up would see him streaking through the sky at Mach 50. Normally, such speed would create a deafening sonic boom, but he countered this by activating a silence rune around himself, which absorbed all the sound generated by his high-speed travel. As he flew, he received updates on the planet's situation. He was pleased to see that there had been no actual fatalities. The tree folks had prioritized rescuing those in the most critical condition, either shielding them or sending them directly to the nearest status pod. From there, they were transferred to Ayaka, who provided basic treatment to stabilize them until more comprehensive care could be administered. What is the mental reaction of the Proximians? Are there any signs of hatred between the races? Aaron asked. Since everyone knows the orders came directly from the elders, the anger has been directed primarily at the 2 elders who issued them. The absence of deaths has mitigated widespread animosity between the races. However, some individuals are experiencing guilt from having attacked friends, lovers, and family members. This feeling of guilt is expected to fade over time. A more detailed report will be provided later once the handover is complete and brain data is updated and analyzed. Nova responded, supplementing her answer with footage that illustrated the current situation and the reactions described. After a few more seconds, Aaron's enhanced vision caught sight of Rena in the distance. In no time, thanks to his incredible speed, he went from spotting her to coming to a full stop directly in front of her, where she hovered, still imprisoning the humanoid. "Good job," Aaron said, offering her a hug. As he did so, he subtly deactivated the shield rune he had discreetly cast on her. 699 Reaction. While everyone on Proxima B was occupied with the recovery process, the situation was quite different for the Watchers back in the solar system. They were limited to observing and reacting to the live stream, unable to intervene or influence the events unfolding on the planet. The live stream setup was sophisticated, featuring multiple cameras positioned in various locations. These cameras were capable of focusing on different significant events simultaneously, with the ability to zoom in on objects without any loss of quality, provided the objects weren't protected by privacy laws. This meant the Empire was employing military-grade surveillance technology for what was essentially a live broadcast. Numerous cameras were placed throughout the star system and above the planet's orbit, ensuring comprehensive coverage. As a result, viewers had the option to watch the live stream from the same camera, but see entirely different perspectives based on their preferences. The official broadcast provided a general view, while viewers' personalized AIs allowed them to request specific zooms and tailored views that catered to their individual interests. This customization ensured that each viewer could focus on the details that mattered most to them, enhancing their overall experience. As soon as the situation unfolded, most viewers adjusted their interest parameters to focus exclusively on the ongoing events. Since these customized settings could be made public for others to replicate, the most popular configurations quickly became trending on the live stream's parameter page. This allowed anyone wanting to catch up on the situation to select the most popular or detailed view, ensuring they could follow the events in the most comprehensive way possible. This led to a widespread viewership of the situation, as people everywhere were now able to see the full scope of events. Videos detailing the situation were quickly uploaded to every social media platform, allowing those who couldn't access the live stream in real time to catch up through these recordings. The result was a global audience thoroughly informed about the unfolding events. "Yep, that's it, I'm out," an Awakener said as he stood up from the meeting, where the group had been strategizing on how to use their powers to rally more of their kind and gradually increase their influence for a potential coup d'etat. The mood in the room had shifted dramatically when they were alerted to watch the live stream, as the Emperor had been attacked. The possibility that the Emperor might die had given them fleeting hope. However, when they watched the live stream and witnessed the extent of the Emperor's power, their hopes quickly dissipated. The footage showed him effortlessly fending off over 1,000 attacks per second for more than a minute, with none of the attacks even coming close to reaching him. This display of overwhelming strength made it clear to everyone that even if over 1 million Awakeners were to gang up on him, they would surely face certain defeat. The realization that their plans were futile led them and him to reconsider their ambitions. No one even attempted to stop him from leaving, and some even followed behind him, their hopes and dreams shattered by the overwhelming display of power they had just witnessed. Within minutes, only about 5 people remained in the meeting room, extremists among extremists, clinging to their delusions despite the clear evidence of their insignificance. "I think we should look for those who won't be intimidated by his show of force," the would-be leader suggested. "It's most likely just theater designed to deter people like us. Otherwise, why keep the live stream going? The problem is, we won't be able to convince anyone since they'll see our efforts as sending them to useless deaths." His friends nodded in agreement, sharing his resolve despite the odds. "I agree, but for now, we should lie low and wait until others who think like us reveal themselves," his friend, the self-proclaimed mastermind, said while adjusting his glasses, purely for show since everyone on Earth currently had perfect vision. "Then, and only then, will we retry what we were attempting to create today." Just as flat earthers existed even during the era of space stations, there will always be those who view everything shown to them as part of a conspiracy. They believe it's all a ploy by the evil government to maintain power and keep them subservient. Similar conversations with varying outcomes were unfolding across the solar system. Many groups either disbanded in the wake of the overwhelming display of power, while others formed fan clubs and support groups, rallying around the newfound respect and admiration for the emperor. "My expectations of his power were already high, but this is beyond even the strongest I imagined him to be," Yusef, the Minister of the Exterior, remarked as he watched the live stream. His feed had all public limitations and blocks removed, supplemented by additional data from various sensors both on and around the planet that were not available to the general public. "I'm now wondering why he didn't interfere during the last World War," Jeremy, the Minister of the Exterior, mused, extending his thoughts beyond the current situation. "He never needed to intervene personally. His position ensured that he wielded absolute military power, capable of handling situations from behind the scenes," John, the Minister of War, replied. He had joined them in watching the live stream, having seen the earlier discussion between the Emperor and the tree folks before the situation escalated and the Emperor's decisive actions took place. He was the least surprised among them. Whatever challenges the Emperor faced, he always believed the Emperor would emerge victorious. This conviction was consistently reinforced by the miracles he had witnessed during his service. "That is true," Yusef agreed, recalling files he had read from the omniscient perspective. Those records revealed how the Emperor always held the necessary cards to resolve any situation, but chose to withhold action until he had no other option but to intervene. "Do you think they will now hand over their people to us, or will they turn into our enemies now that two of their elders have essentially been dealt with?" Jeremy asked. Although he was not yet fully briefed on how the situation had been handled, he moved on to the next step, knowing he would be updated once the entire situation was concluded. "Based on what we saw during the fight and the Proximians' reaction to the situation, I think that even if they don't join us, they won't turn into enemies, at least," John said. He knew that although the Emperor usually pulled his punches, he wouldn't have left the situation unresolved. When the Emperor acted, he always made sure to finish what he started to prevent any reappearance of the issue. Chapter 700 Preparations for the Handover. A week later. Following a full week of recovery efforts, the rebuilding process for the destruction caused by the fights and the planet quake triggered by Eren was well underway. During that period, nearly all details of the meeting, except for a few classified points, were made public. Along with this, the announcement of a handover agreement was revealed, alongside the news that strict limitations would be imposed on the elders to prevent them from interfering in the lives of the Proximians, ensuring such an incident would not repeat itself. The news was met with overwhelmingly positive reactions from both the Empire's citizens and the Proximians. After enduring the recent chaos, many Proximians had been anxious that another elder might go rogue, plunging them into a similar situation once again. While joining the Empire was already seen as a favorable step for them, the announcement that the Emperor had made it impossible for the elders to interfere in their lives, combined with the swift punishment of the two who had caused the turmoil, elevated their respect for him even further. The emperor's decisive actions reassured them, solidifying his already high standing among the Proximians. However, the official handover of the Proximian government to the empire would take place 3 weeks later. This delay was necessary for the paperwork to be processed and all relevant data to be analyzed and proofread before being officially handed over to the imperial authorities. Despite the formalities, there would be little change in the actual governance structure or officials in power, as all had already been selected according to imperial leadership guidelines. This ensured that the current government was composed of the best qualified individuals, fully aligned with imperial standards. With that positive news, the Proximians began returning to their day-to-day lives, reassured that little would change even after the handover. The only noticeable shift would be the removal of the live stream facing the planet, which was set to be taken down after the handover, marking not only the official transition, but also the end of the exploration mission. The star system would formally shift from an exploration zone to imperial territory. From that point forward, the Proximians themselves would take over the research and exploration of their own star system, as part of their new responsibilities under imperial rule. During that 3-week period, the emperor and his entourage would be enjoying the vacation while doing some light work, Aaron said with a grin, looking at his friends, who shot back envious glances, knowing they wouldn't get to enjoy the downtime as much as they wanted. "Are you sure you brought us here for a vacation?" Sarah asked, recalling the list of tasks Aaron had assigned them for this waiting period. It hardly resembled a vacation at all. "Why can't you do both?" Aaron replied with a smirk, trying to hide his amusement. "All you have to do is send out announcements, and people will line up with their resumes. From there, you can easily choose those who fit your needs and start the company's creation process." Felix, curious, asked, "What would you have done if we hadn't come here?" Aaron shrugged nonchalantly. "There's the VR network. It wouldn't have been a problem at all since you could handle it from Earth. How about you make it easier for us and provide some information about the people?" Sarah asked, trying to negotiate for less work. "Nope, I can't do that," Aaron replied with a grin. "Do you want me to break the rules and invade citizens' privacy before the handover is even complete? I promised their elders that I'd treat them like imperial citizens from the moment we finalized the deal. I can't make exceptions now, especially not before they're officially part of the empire." "Anyway, let's get going," Felix said, grabbing Sarah's arm and leading her out of the room. "We've got companies to register and workers to recruit." Despite the hectic days ahead, they didn't mind. It was a welcome change of pace that reminded them of their beginnings. "Are you planning to have those discussions during this period?" Aaron asked his wife. "Yes," Rena replied. "After reviewing your recent battle, I had some significant realizations. I want to explore those insights further with him." She remembered her astonishment at how Aaron managed the overwhelming barrage of attacks so effectively, and it fueled her desire to develop similar capabilities in her own approach. "If I can make a suggestion, you should start with Crabapple," Aaron said. "He's the most curious among them, and can explain things in the level of detail you need. Plus, he seems to be quite absorbed in VR." He shared this insight based on his monitoring of their activities over the past week. "I'll keep that in mind. But what about you?" Rena asked, taking his recommendation to heart while inquiring about his own plans during this period. "I have some places to visit and information to review, but I'll be available if you need me," Aaron replied. His plan during this time was far from the leisurely vacation he had described to his friends. He, too, had a mountain of tasks to tackle over these 3 weeks, though he had playfully framed it as a vacation. Their discussion continued briefly before Rena decided to proceed with her conversation with Crabapple, leaving Aaron to focus on his own tasks. Once alone in the room, Aaron asked, "Did you finish analyzing the brain data of the tree folks?" "The analysis is complete, and I think you should join me to take a look at it. I discovered something extremely interesting about them," Nova responded, teasing an intriguing revelation without disclosing any details. Upon hearing Nova's response, Aaron immediately lay back on his bed and logged into the VR, eager to delve into the information. He didn't want to waste any more time, given the extensive period it took for Nova to complete the analysis of all the data collected about the tree folks. "Let's take a look at it," he said, his tone laced with excitement for what he was about to see.